Natasha Romanoff walked down the street like her body was moving and her mind had already shut off. She drifted until she found an empty patch beside the sidewalk, then dropped onto it without caring how it looked. Both hands went into her hair, fingers tightening, and she buried her face like she could hide from reality if she pressed hard enough. It was only a glimpse. Just one moment. But she knew. That was Bai Xi. Her first instinct was to run after him, to grab his sleeve, to scream his name and make him turn around. But the moment she saw him clearly, she froze. Because it didn't make sense. More than 10 years had passed. She and Yelena had grown from kids into adults. Their bodies changed, their voices changed, their lives were torn apart and rebuilt a dozen times. Yet Bai Xi looked the same as he did back then. Not older. Not even slightly worn down. And the two women beside him. Natasha could tell at a glance they weren't ordinary civilians. Lorna. Susan. Just their posture, the way they carried themselves, the kind of quiet alertness in their eyes. It screamed power. Natasha understood what that meant. Whatever Bai Xi was, he wasn't just a neighbor. He never was. She sucked in a breath and tried to say it out loud. Bai Xi, what are you? The words almost came. But they got stuck. When she was a kid, she could yell Uncle Bai Xi all day without thinking. Now she couldn't even say the name properly. Because standing there, he looked younger than her. And Natasha, at her peak, with her reputation, her experience, her charm, still felt like she was staring at something she couldn't read. A mystery wrapped in familiarity. Back then, even after 2 years living next door, she never really knew him. She only knew the surface, the food, the calm, the warmth that felt illegal in their kind of life. And now, more than a decade later, that fog still hadn't lifted. If anything, it had thickened. Her mind betrayed her with memories she didn't want right now. Cola chicken wings. Dry fried beef. Jajang noodles. Stupid little details, and somehow they hit harder than gunfire. Natasha's throat tightened, and it made her angry. She'd told herself, long ago, that she would stay alone. That she'd become a real Black Widow, the kind with nothing left to lose. But sitting there now, she didn't feel cold or clean or resolved. She felt lost. And the worst part was the doubt, creeping in like poison. What if I'm wrong? It had been so long. Maybe she just wanted it to be him. Maybe she was chasing a ghost. She forced an ugly little excuse into her own head. Asians look similar, right? Maybe I'm confusing him. Even she didn't believe it. Her lips moved anyway. If Yelena was here, would she run after him without thinking? Natasha stared at the pavement like it might answer. Then a voice cut in, rough and annoyed. Hey, you're new around here. You took my spot. Natasha lifted her head. A homeless man stood there holding a trash bag, looking at her like she was the one being unreasonable. Natasha wanted to say, I'm not your roommate. Instead, she stood up silently and walked away, shoulders tight. Elsewhere, Bai Xi and Lorna sat like they had all the time in the world, watching Susan work. Susan was building a battlesuit using whatever materials she'd gathered, hands moving with focus and confidence. She kept pausing, checking how it would interact with her invisibility, testing, adjusting. She didn't look like someone playing dress-up. She looked like someone designing survival. When she finally found the right fabric, she cut it cleanly and started shaping it into a uniform. Then she suddenly looked up. Which style do you think looks better? Susan asked Bai Xi. Lorna had noticed it for a while now. Susan's feelings weren't normal. But she didn't call it out. She just threw in fake jealousy now and then like a joke that wasn't fully a joke. Bai Xi hesitated for half a second, then answered honestly. Tighter. A one-piece suit works best. His brain had flashed to an old comic image without permission. That sleek, azure blue bodysuit, clean lines, sharp fit. Even the heels looked like they belonged to the suit. Susan tilted her head, imagining it. Then she smiled. A bodysuit, yeah. That sounds right. Neither Bai Xi nor Lorna expected Susan to actually pull it off this fast. By the time Bai Xi finished making dinner, Susan was done. Susan, food's ready, Bai Xi called. A moment later, she came down the stairs, the click of heels echoing through the apartment. The place was huge, almost like a sky villa. Multiple floors, wide space, no garden, no lawn, but still expensive looking in that quiet way. Bai Xi froze. Susan was wearing a tight blue one-piece suit that fit like it had been poured onto her. It showed every curve without looking messy or cheap. Blonde hair. Warm wheat-toned skin. Soft features that could look gentle or deadly depending on her eyes. She smiled. And it hit like a punch. Even Lorna stared for a second too long. Then Lorna snapped out of it and immediately blurted, "Susan, make me one too." Green. Susan laughed, pleased by the reaction. "Sure. No problem. Test it," Bai Xi said. Susan nodded and vanished. Gone. Completely. Lorna frowned and used her ability to sense, searching the air out of habit. "Perfect," Lorna said, impressed. "If I wasn't sensing, I wouldn't find you at all." After that, Lorna didn't even want to eat properly. She just waited for Susan to take a few bites so she could drag her back upstairs and start designing her own suit. Susan barely ate 3 mouthfuls before Lorna pulled her up again. "I'll make it for you later," Bai Xi promised automatically. Susan looked over her shoulder at the food with real regret. "Can I say no?" "No," Lorna answered instantly. And with a grin, she dragged Susan into another long night of work. Lorna wanted the same one-piece style, but green, matching her energy and hair. Then she added a black waist ring. Then the cape. Because of course she did. Susan's eye twitched like her soul was leaving her body. By morning, it was finished. Bai Xi looked at it and nodded. "This is so you. Big drama. Big presence. Big entrance." He couldn't help thinking, does she think she's Superman? Still, he suspected Lorna wouldn't wear it often. She'd probably go back to her leather jacket and pants the moment she got bored. Bai Xi stretched and looked at both of them. "Let Susan rest. Then we find a new place." Staying too long in one spot, no matter how nice it was, always started to feel heavy. The moment he said it, both Lorna and Susan lit up. A change. Movement. Freedom. Meanwhile, far from that apartment, Yelena sat in a basement waiting for orders. Dreykov still didn't know where Bai Xi and the others had gone. This was the lighthouse country. The Red Room didn't have deep reach here anymore. Not like before. And agencies like S.H.I.E.L.D. and even the FBI made sure outsiders learned their limits fast. If this had been before the 1990s, Leviathan and the Red Room might have gathered information more easily. Now, every year was worse. So Dreykov kept Yelena on standby. Waiting. Because he'd already made a new plan. And the moment Bai Xi surfaced again, he intended to move. Nick. Natasha Romanoff sat across from Nick Fury, back straight, hands resting on her lap. She didn't fidget. Didn't blink much either. Just stared at him like she was pinning him to the chair with her eyes. Nick Fury read the room in 1 second. This wasn't a casual check-in. This was a confrontation. "What's going on, Natasha?" he asked, calm on the surface. Natasha's voice came out flat. "Why were you hiding it from me?" Fury's expression barely shifted, but he didn't deny it. He'd known this day would arrive. He just hoped it wouldn't be today. "I did it for your own good," he said finally. Natasha's eyes reddened instantly. She shook her head like she was trying to shake the words out of her ears. "Why?" she whispered, then the whisper turned sharp. "Why do you always do that? You always decide things for people and call it protection." Fury leaned forward, elbows on the table, pressure turning real. "Now you know," he said. "So, what are you going to do?" He didn't wait for her to answer. "Are you going to run straight to him? How do you think this ends, Natasha? You're not the kid you were back then. And he's not part of your world anymore." His voice stayed steady, but every word was a shove. "Are you sure he can accept who you are now? Everything you've done?" Natasha looked away, jaw tight. Her lips trembled, but she forced them still. For a moment, she didn't seem like the Black Widow. She seemed like the girl who used to show up at the neighbor's door asking for food. Fury's tone softened, just slightly. "I was waiting for the right moment to tell you. A moment when you could face him and not destroy what you had." Natasha snapped her eyes back to him, hard. "No," she said. "You weren't waiting for me." She stood up slowly, voice steady now, cold from the inside out. "You were waiting to use me. Fury didn't respond. Natasha pointed at him like she'd finally seen the shape of the truth. He is something you care about. Something you want. That's why you kept him from me. Then she made it clear, simple, and final. I'm not helping you touch him. She turned and walked out. Fury watched her go, face tightening. For an agent, especially her, this was the one rule you didn't break. No personal attachments above the mission. And yet here she was. It was a failure. One he could already see coming. Where are you going? Fury called after her. Natasha didn't turn back. Somewhere quiet. Outside, she wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand and passed Maria Hill, giving her a small nod like nothing was wrong. Like she wasn't cracking open inside. Bai Xi, Lorna, and Susan moved again. This time they chose a villa in the outskirts, with a real garden, real lawn, and space to breathe. Technically it was New Jersey. New York was just across the river, but New Yorkers talked about Jersey like it was another country. They'd rather sit through a terrible Knicks game than cross over to watch the Nets. Bai Xi couldn't care less. The earlier place had been fine, but even the best scenery gets old if you stare at it too long. And New Jersey wasn't some wasteland. Being that close to New York meant everything still ran well. Different vibe, same convenience. Bai Xi paid without blinking. People loved saying Americans don't buy houses, they rent. That was half a story. Plenty of people wanted to buy. They just couldn't afford the full package: taxes, insurance, repairs, random fees that never end. There were even $1 villas in Detroit, but buying one was basically signing up for danger. This new villa was about the same size as Tony's apartment, just with the bonus of a lawn and garden. The only downside was simple. No skyline view. No New York night lights from the window. After everything that had happened, the three of them didn't feel like roaming anymore. They stayed home, rested, let the days pass. And when you stop running, time starts moving faster. Then one day, ding. The sound rang inside Bai Xi's mind, sharp and unpleasant. He hadn't heard that kind of system tone in a long time. It almost felt like the system did it on purpose, just to scare him. A panel appeared. Congratulations. You have maintained hidden strength for 16 years. Reward obtained. Listening. Listening. Super hearing. You can hear movements, and you can hear the hearts of others. Bai Xi's expression changed instantly. Buzz. His head felt like it was about to split open. Thoughts flooded in, not his, thousands of them, slamming into him from all directions. Not just sounds. People's inner voices. Lorna, smiling on the outside while teasing, thinking, why is this idiot Bai Xi spacing out again? Two beauties and he still acts like a nerd. Susan, sunbathing with a calm face, thinking, I wish this peaceful life could last forever, but who's older, me or Lorna? Bai Xi froze. Even Susan had thoughts like that? And Lorna calling him a nerd? He didn't even have time to be offended. It was too much. So many voices. So much noise. No clear direction. No clean separation. It didn't matter if the house was empty for miles. The hearts were everywhere. He forced himself to breathe through it, endured until he could control the flow. Then, without hesitation, he shut the ability down. He exhaled hard, like he'd been holding his breath for an hour. Now he understood why even Superman avoided using super hearing unless he had to. That ability wasn't power. It was torture. Bai Xi pulled up his status panel, grounding himself. Host, Bai Xi. Identity, Dimensional Mephisto. Body, Demigod. Items, Symbiosis Talisman, Mantra Lasso, Fountain of Youth, Bumblebee, Elf Ball, Supreme Lord of the Rings. Abilities, Batman Combat, Teleportation, Advanced, Serious Punch, Heat Vision, Time Travel, Frozen 1,000 Miles, Mirror Space, Listening, Super Hearing. And then, a voice cut through everything, even with listening suppressed. Not random. Not noisy. Clear. Direct. Uncle Bai Xi. Uncle Bai Xi. Bai Xi's pupils tightened. That voice wasn't from the room. It was from someone connected to him. Yelena. The listening ability worked differently with bonds. If someone was tied to him or missed him intensely, their voice could reach him even through distance. And in this world, No one missed him the way Yelena did. Bai Xi hesitated for only a heartbeat. Then his figure blurred and vanished.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
The disheveled goddess of death Hela stared blankly at the nothingness ahead. Her black eyeshadow made her look extremely dull at the moment. She is not an impatient person, because Hela has spent thousands of years alone in the site. And not crazy. So it wasn't that she didn't know she needed to wait. But after so long, she also wanted to understand. I was tricked by Bai Xi. Her dignified goddess of death was actually played by a mortal. Well, although he is much stronger than the average mortal. But it is an indisputable fact that Hela was tricked. So she constantly cursed Bai Xi in her heart and wanted to be a villain. How embarrassing would this be if it got out? The dignified goddess of death, the eldest princess of Asgard, was being played like this. Not to mention that the dimension key was deceived. Even the body and mind were deceived. Liar, big liar. Hela constantly shouted inwardly. When I go out, I'm going to kill you and Odin together. Hela played with the night sky sword in his hand, and Bai Xi's performance was inexhaustible. It's a pity that she can't leave here no matter how much she hates it. Odin's magic and the approval of Bai Xi, the master of dimensions, she can't go against it. She is the goddess of death and can only continue to be locked up. Wait until the day Odin's magic can't hold her down, or Bai Xi will let her out. But the more she thought about it, the more remote Hela felt. The longer Asgard lives, the stronger she becomes. Even if she goes out now, she will only be beaten by Odin, so how can she break Odin's magic? As for Bai Xi, men can't die. Bai Xi naturally didn't know Hela's curse. After all, she is the goddess of death, not the goddess of swearing, and can't affect him. At the moment, Bai Xi was standing outside the door of a basement. He could already feel the symbiotic talisman getting hot. This means that Yelena is indeed inside. But I don't know why Yelena didn't come out. After hesitation, Bai Xi reached out and knocked on the door. Dong dong. The door didn't open. Knock again. The door opens, but a gun barrel sticks out of it. Boom. And there was no hesitation, shot directly at him. Bai Xi naturally dodged with a dodge. I saw Yelena open the door from the inside and aim at him. Poker face. Yelena saw him as if she saw a stranger, without any expression fluctuations. This made Bai Xi feel a little cold water. Yelena, Bai Xi said. But before she finished speaking, Yelena started again. Bai Xi constantly dodges. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. General, Yelena has an abnormality. She is fighting with people. The assistant walked behind Dreykov and said. The screen in front of him suddenly appeared. He brought it to the door himself. Dreykov burst into laughter instantly. The controlled assistant, who had already done the experiment, did not laugh. Quick, post a message to tell Yelena not to kill him, but to arrest him and let the two women around him come. Dreykov suddenly laughed. He was going to use Bai Xi as a bait. In this way, his Black Widow army is even more powerful. With two super ability users, especially Lorna's ability, he was simply drooling. If it really succeeds, isn't it invincible? Bai Xi looked at Yelena in front of him and suddenly thought that she might have been controlled by Dreykov. Yelena, do you remember me? Bai Xi asked while dodging. Yelena naturally couldn't touch him. He can dodge most of Yelena's attacks with just Batman's fighting ability. As he expected. Yelena didn't answer. She is controlled. Bai Xi was extremely angry. Although he had known for a long time that this would be the result, but it really happened, it still made him very angry. Maybe he shouldn't keep running away. Bai Xi dodged carefully, not daring to hurt Yelena. It's a pity that there is too much movement here, and many people have been alarmed. Looking at Yelena, who was expressionless and said that she was a killer, Bai Xi also had a headache for a while. How exactly? He carefully looked at all his items and abilities. There was no way to deal with mind control or soul. I should have learned about soul astral from Ancient One. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that she couldn't hit Bai Xi, Yelena shot directly. It's just that she's not aiming at the key parts. Obviously trying to make Bai Xi lose the action ability. Drip drip. And at the moment, a whistle sounded outside. Isn't it looking for trouble for such a swaggering shooting in New York? But Yelena seemed to turn a deaf ear. Well, even if she heard it, it didn't help. Bai Xi at the moment knew that everything about her was a consciousness deep in her heart. She might be able to know what was going on, but she couldn't control it. This is also the reason why Bai Xi can hear her inner calling. If it wasn't for the ability of listening to your heart, Bai Xi would not have known about it. Suddenly, Bai Xi thought of a way to crack mind control. Although Dreykov used a potion to control the Black Widow, it can actually be cracked in one way. That is physical cracking. Boom. Bai Xi teleported behind Yelena and knocked her unconscious with a knife. True physical awakening. You know, when Haka was controlled by Mind Gem, it was directly cracked by Natasha Romanoff with this trick. The same goes for Wanda's controls. No way. The potion made by Dreykov is more powerful than these two things. The world was already under his control. So Bai Xi felt it, and then used the power of dimension to help Yelena clean up the last remaining potion, so he hugged her and immediately moved away. This girl is really heavy now. Bai Xi came back with Yelena in his arms and immediately smiled. Yelena had a pained expression on her stunned face. The facial features can be vaguely seen as a child. Bai Xi put her down and scratched her nose. Then he carefully left the room. Yelena. Lorna and Susan were outside the door and immediately asked when they saw him come out. Bai Xi nodded. It's really her. Lorna also didn't know how to feel. She is happy for Bai Xi. But what should she do? Forget it, they have been away from Bai Xi for a long time anyway. Taking a deep breath, Lorna saw Bai Xi walk into the kitchen. I'll cook. Lorna immediately chased after him and said. But the voice of Bai Xi came. No, I'm going to cook for her myself. She must have been waiting for a long time. General, Yelena has failed. The masked assistant spoke to Dreykov emotionlessly. I've seen it, and it's rubbish. Yelena was also missing from Dreykov's screen. This annoyed him a little. But fortunately, Yelena still has a tracker in her thigh. They can easily know where it is. New Jersey, so you're hiding here, Dreykov said. But he also realized a problem. This Bai Xi is not an ordinary person. He blushes for himself. He had thought Bai Xi was just an ordinary person and was going to let Yelena tie him down. But now Yelena was taken away directly. And somehow his control lost its effect. Unfortunately, this is in the lighthouse country. Dreykov felt a little powerless. If it was before the 1990s, they were not afraid of the lighthouse state. But now, times have long since changed. They're all remnants of the old era, and the new era has no ships that carry the Red House. What? Yelena made a pained voice. She felt as if she had been hit in the head with a hammer, and now she was groggy and in severe pain. She barely reached out and scratched the back of her head. Then he opened his eyes dimly. Where am I? Yelena's eyes seemed to be blocked by a white fog. After a while, the white fog in front of him dissipated, and then a person looked down at her. Yelena was stunned. It's the face she haunts so much that it makes her feel like she's dreaming. She even reached out and touched it in disbelief. Seeing her appearance, Bai Xi felt sad and funny. You are awake, little princess, Bai Xi said in a gentle tone. Yelena's eyes turned red when she heard these 3 words. This is real. Definitely. Yelena threw herself into Bai Xi's arms regardless of her pain. Bai Xi could only drag her hard to prevent her from falling. White. Yelena was suddenly speechless. She didn't know how to shout. Bai Xi still hasn't changed, just like when she was a child. Yelena said with a smile while crying, I've become like this, but you haven't changed. As she spoke, she wiped her tears with her hands in Bai Xi's arms. Bai Xi stroked her messy blonde hair. No matter what you become, you are my little princess. Yelena burst into tears and laughed. She felt very happy. What she remembers the most is not even the fake parents, but Bai Xi. In her childhood, only Bai Xi gave her the feeling of home. But Yelena suddenly didn't know what to say. She always thought that when she met again, she would have endless things to say to Bai Xi. But this scene really happened, but she couldn't say a word. Maybe it's because Bai Xi didn't turn into a bad old man as she imagined? Bai Xi also felt a little dull. So he said, "Are you hungry? I prepared your favorite food for you." Yelena looked at Bai Xi with red eyes and nodded. Then, Bai Xi directly carried her out. Yelena was a little embarrassed and wanted to get down and go by herself. But Bai Xi said, "I'd better hug the little princess." Yelena stopped resisting immediately, just grabbed the symbiotic charm with her hands. The hot symbiotic talisman told her that it was true. As beautiful as a dream. Looking at the table full of her favorite dishes, Yelena's mind was filled with memories of her childhood. Then treat this as a dream, Bai Xi said with a smile. Lorna and Susan did not do not know where to hide. They were also very sensible and gave up all the space to Bai Xi and Yelena. "It's not a dream, it's real," Yelena said firmly. Afterwards, Bai Xi saw her grab the knife and fork on the table and stabbed directly into his thigh. Just when Bai Xi thought she was being stimulated, Yelena took out a chip from her thigh. She crushed it, then took a breath and said, "He can't track me now. I still want him to come after him." Bai Xi sneered. Seeing Yelena's legs hurt a little. Afterwards, Yelena's eyes were red and tears were constantly eating. As if this is not food, but her beautiful memory. Yelena's chatterbox finally opened. Although she was silent a lot after becoming Black Widow, that definitely didn't include Bai Xi. "Uncle, why haven't you changed?" "Because my ability is extraordinary." "Who the hell are you?" Bai Xi was silent for a while and said, "You and Natasha Romanoff's guardian." Yelena couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She took a chicken leg, took a bite, and said with a crying voice, "It's still the taste of my childhood." "Yeah, you're still that chicken thigh girl." Bai Xi suddenly remembered the scene of Yelena chasing Natasha Romanoff to get the chicken legs back. Both laughed. Afterwards, Yelena took a glass of water handed over by Bai Xi and put a drop of Fountain of Youth in it. Bai Xi and Yelena talked about these years, which made Bai Xi feel a little sigh. "When our family left Ohio, we didn't know where we flew to. It seems to be Cuba." Yelena doesn't have much memory of that time. Then, Natasha Romanoff and I were both taken into that place, the Red House. I haven't seen her again, but I know she has always been as brutally trained as I have been. They taught us everything, even insulted our character. Bai Xi listened to Yelena say this in the most plain tone. "It's past." Bai Xi rubbed her messy hair and hugged her. "I didn't protect you back then, and it won't be like this in the future," Bai Xi said with emotion. "If he was as strong as he is now, who else can take Natasha Romanoff and Yelena?" "I know." Yelena forced a smile. But he still said in his heart, "But I can't go back. Some things have been lost before you know how to cherish them. And people are always moving forward." As Black Widow, she couldn't look back. Yelena, who was in Bai Xi's arms, raised her head and said, "I want to kill Dreykov." "I'll help you." Bai Xi nodded. Yelena and Natasha Romanoff have suffered so much, and of course they have to pay it back tenfold. "Then we need more help," Yelena said. "Actually, you don't need to, but you said so." Bai Xi immediately laughed. "Uncle Bai Xi, how strong are you?" Yelena asked Bai Xi curiously. "A little bit stronger than us." Before Bai Xi could speak, Lorna and Susan, who came downstairs, spoke up. "Good guy," they all learned to answer quickly. "This is Lorna, this is Susan." Bai Xi pointed at the two women and said to Yelena, "Don't you think that calling me uncle would be very inconsistent?" "No, I will call you Uncle Bai Xi for the rest of my life," Yelena said deliberately. Hearing this title, Bai Xi was really sad. It's a good memory, right? At night, Yelena lay looking at the empty ceiling, a little uncomfortable with this kind of life. She and Lorna communicate well. Lorna looks tugging, but is nice to people. Susan is even more gentle, and she is still a scholar. She seems to know everything. But she's not used to it. She is used to being surrounded by Black Widows who are trained like her. It is customary to be locked in handcuffs while sleeping. Get used to endless missions and life-and-death struggles. Habit. In short, the peaceful life was far from Yelena when she was 10 years old. "I must kill Dreykov, this human demon." Natasha Romanoff's legs were restlessly on the table, and she was leaning back on a chair, eating a sandwich in her hand. This thing tasted like chewing wax to her, but she got used to it. It's not that she didn't try to eat Chinese food in the past. But compared to what Bai Xi did, what are they? That was for the people of the lighthouse country, not the people of the dragon country. She finally understood this sentence. Sudden. She turned her head and looked towards the door. This is her apartment. After leaving SHILD, she found an acquaintance and found a random place to live. The apartment is very humble, many things are not even there, but it is far away from the hustle and bustle. But unexpectedly, it was found. She immediately took out the pistol from the drawer, but at this moment, the symbiotic charm was hot. Yelena. Natasha Romanoff thought to himself, but opened the safety on the pistol anyway. Even sisters cannot be fully trusted. What's more, Yelena is still working for the Red House. These two sisters can't wait to defeat each other at all times. It's been that way since childhood. Natasha Romanoff opened the door cautiously, and the pistol was immediately raised to aim. Yelena just stood outside the door, letting her aim at herself. Natasha Romanoff tilted her head and asked carefully, "What do you want to do?" "I don't want to do anything, Natasha Romanoff." Yelena put her hands together in front of her. Hearing her speak, Natasha Romanoff didn't put down her pistol, even though she seemed to be back to normal. Yelena didn't seem to know her before, but Natasha Romanoff still remembered it. "I just want to beat you up." Sure enough, Yelena suddenly started. She knocked the gun out of Natasha Romanoff's hand and punched Natasha Romanoff in the face. Natasha Romanoff naturally did the same, hitting Yelena directly in the face. The result is, each received a punch, and the corners of the mouth became red and swollen. Yelena shouted and kept attacking Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff is also not blindly defensive. Although he has lost the opportunity, he is still looking for opportunities. As a result, neither of them got any benefit. They all seem to have given up their defense, and they are completely killing 1,000 enemies and self-defeating 800. I don't know how many moves. Yelena seized the opportunity, turned directly behind Natasha Romanoff, and then directly grabbed Natasha Romanoff's hair. Natasha Romanoff actually likes to wear her long hair. "Natasha Romanoff, have you forgotten how to be an agent?" Yelena asked behind her before being elbowed in the face by Natasha Romanoff, but still grabbed Natasha Romanoff's hair and brought her down. Natasha Romanoff almost cried out in pain. Yelena pressed Natasha Romanoff directly to the floor regardless of the pain in her face. "You lost, Natasha Romanoff," Yelena said with a slight smile, but the smile was bitter. "You're just a sneak attack." But Natasha Romanoff refused to admit defeat. 100 more times you will lose," Yelena said. "You can try." Natasha Romanoff resisted, but all limbs were immobilized. "I think so too, but not now," Yelena said and let go of Natasha Romanoff, lifted her off the ground, and walked directly out the door. "Come with me, someone wants to see you." Yelena left without looking back. Natasha Romanoff hesitation, picks up the pistol and hides it, and immediately follows. Natasha Romanoff ran downstairs, where a yellow sports car was parked downstairs. Camaro. Drip. In the car, Yelena tilted her head towards her. Natasha Romanoff opened the door and sat in the co-pilot. "Who are you going to see? Dreykov? Are you still working for him?" Yelena stepped on the accelerator. "No, I just want to buy his life." Natasha Romanoff looked at her suspiciously, then quickly fastened her seatbelt. The Hornet is fast and doesn't look like a Camaro at all. And Yelena is not afraid of being fined at all. Continue to overtake on the street and leave others behind. So I went around and came to a coffee shop. There is no one in this coffee shop, only one clerk. Natasha Romanoff followed Yelena out of the car, then watched Yelena push the door open and walked in. She could only see a back. Leaning on the sofa, sipping coffee leisurely. She followed Yelena over. "Natasha Romanoff, long time no see." Bai Xi smiled at the haggard Natasha Romanoff. "You." Natasha Romanoff looked at Bai Xi speechless. She thought about the scene of meeting countless times. "I just never thought it would be so simple. Just in a coffee shop, there is no romantic atmosphere and no crowd. Just like that, we met. All the hard work, The hardships she suffered and the beatings she had endured seemed to be in vain, and she finally saw the person in her dream. "Sit down," Bai Xi said to Natasha Romanoff and Yelena. Natasha Romanoff immediately sat across from him, and Yelena sat directly beside him. Natasha Romanoff looked at Yelena as if asking, "Who are you, sister?" But she also had to admit that she was preempted by Yelena again. Yelena was also more favored when she was a child. The same is true when she grows up. She met Bai Xi earlier than her and returned to him. Natasha Romanoff looked at Bai Xi and, after a while, said hoarsely, "Bai Xi, stop calling me uncle, Natasha Romanoff." Bai Xi raised his hand to stop her. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but bow his head and smiled, but still very reserved. She didn't show her teeth, and when the smile disappeared, she raised her head and said, "Looks like I'm older than you." "You're 25, Natasha Romanoff, the best age for a woman," Bai Xi said. Now is the time for Natasha Romanoff to look at her best, and if she were a little older, she might not be so glamorous. Natasha Romanoff smiled. "But you haven't changed." Bai Xi couldn't stop nodding. "Everyone says that, but you can too." He asked the clerk to bring Natasha Romanoff a cup of coffee with the fountain of youth already in it. There are many more fountains of his youth. And just one drop can prolong life. But some things have changed. Natasha Romanoff took a sip of coffee and said something. "So, you always knew about me?" Hearing what Natasha Romanoff asked, Bai Xi immediately said, "Yelena told me." He couldn't say it honestly. Otherwise, Natasha Romanoff would definitely punch him. Natasha Romanoff didn't know whether to believe it or not, but nodded anyway. Yelena said at the moment, "We are looking for you to invite you." "Doing what?" "Kill Dreykov." Natasha Romanoff looked at Yelena and Bai Xi. "I've been looking for him, but I can't find him." Same as Yelena. Natasha Romanoff naturally hated Dreykov too. The training method of the Red House, don't even think that Black Widow will give up on it. At most, let the Black Widow fear, and then dare not betray. Later, Natasha Romanoff escaped and developed a control method. "Don't worry, I can find him." Bai Xi spoke at this time. "Then I will join." Natasha Romanoff replied immediately. Bai Xi just had the ability to listen carefully, plus the instant movement that he could freely travel in and out of the 9 realms. No matter where Dreykov was hiding, he could not escape his pursuit. The 3 drank their coffee. Then stand up. Natasha Romanoff looked at Bai Xi and suddenly couldn't help hugging him. "Thank you," she whispered. "I miss you too, Natasha Romanoff." Bai Xi hugged Natasha Romanoff and then brought Yelena in. "Sorry for making you suffer." Both of them buried their heads in his arms, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. This made the 3 of them feel as if they had returned to the maple tree back then. Wang Yi Xiao Xiao fell. The swing was floating in the wind, and the years were still so peaceful. People outside the window looked at Bai Xi hugging from side to side, and they couldn't help but take out their cameras to capture this beautiful scene. The 3 of Bai Xi returned to the villa, and there were 5 people in the villa. Several people have known each other for a long time. Even Lorna and Natasha Romanoff have played each other a few times. "I'm sorry before." Lorna and Natasha Romanoff hug. "But if there is another time, I won't let the water go." "Me too." Bai Xi looked at the 2 and shook their heads, then said, "Before we find Dreykov, we must first find a solution to mind control. Dreykov has been tracking a renegade Black Widow who has an antidote in her hands." Yelena said. "Do you know where she is?" Bai Xi asked. Yelena shrugged. "Forget it, let's just physically release the control," Bai Xi said. He didn't bother to use the 2 listening sessions to find someone. It was really torturous. Yelena touched the back of her head when she heard the words. "Pain," just when the 4 of them were looking at Bai Xi. Jingle bell. All eyes are on the phone. Bai Xi took out his phone, looked at Tony Shurstark's name, and immediately wanted to hammer him. "What's the matter?" "Tony," Bai Xi asked. "Bai, my good brother, I'm going to die." On the phone, Tony started yelling. "Isn't this still dead? Go eat and drink before you die." Bai Xi replied immediately. "No, I'm serious. I'm poisoned by palladium. Hey, do you understand what palladium poisoning is?" Tony said in a series of words, and it was obvious that he was really panicked. Bai Xi never thought he would tell himself. Really good brother. However, as a good brother, he continued to stab. I understand. That's why I said that you should eat and drink, and don't take it to heart when you are in trouble. That's it, I'm busy. Bai Xi hung up the phone and looked at the time on the phone. Time flies. In the villa, Bai Xi closed his eyes and tilted his head. Countless noisy voices poured into his mind like junk files. Fortunately, he is strong enough. Demigod body, the personality of the dimension Mephisto, has made his strength reach an unknown realm. Therefore, Bai Xi can screen in his mind whether these sounds are needed. Suddenly, Bai Xi turned his head to face the west sky. He opened his eyes, his vision seemed to penetrate all obstacles, ignoring all distances. I found him, and at this time he flew into the sky. Bai Xi said. Polar bear technology, no joke. At this time, Dreykov had already developed the spacecraft. He put the base of the red house into the sky. No wonder Natasha Romanoff and the others couldn't find the base. The most is to see Dreykov walking outside in other capacities. Fly to the sky? Natasha Romanoff tugged at her belt. Taking advantage of this time, they have already changed their clothes. Natasha Romanoff got the White Widow outfit out of nowhere, and Yelena did the same. The two knew that they were going to polar bears, where it was freezing and snowing, so it would be better to hide themselves in a White Widow dress. But Lorna and Susan are different. It's just as conspicuous as you want. Lorna changed into the tight green battlesuit Susan had made for her, with a green cape behind her. For some reason, Lorna feels a little shy. It is not as domineering as her daily dress. But they all changed, and everyone else has uniforms. It doesn't seem like she wears another one. And Susan's was much better, at least not ashamed. It's the azure blue tight-fitting battlesuit of the Fantastic Four. She can hide perfectly. Looking at the four people's cross-dressing, Bai Xi felt that he was the inappropriate one. However, he thinks the battlesuit is really embarrassing. So he simply didn't think about it. Just asked the four people who were looking forward to it, "Are you all ready?" The four of them nodded in sync, as if they were all eager to try. Seeing them like this, Bai Xi immediately felt like he was forming a group to fight the boss. That's why the boss is a little weak. And what's the name of the team? Is it called the Widow Corps? But isn't that cursing myself? All come to me, try to stick to me as closely as possible, otherwise there may be an accident. Bai Xi pretended to be serious. Sure enough, the four of them nervously grabbed a part of him and tried to squeeze him. Bai Xi, who had a serious expression, was instantly refreshed. Anyway, the four of them never thought that he actually did it on purpose. Why is it so tight to move in an instant? With the flash of several people's figures, they all disappeared in the villa. Nick Fury tapped on the table, looked across to good old Phil Coulson and said, "The time has come." Phil Coulson also nodded and said, "There is evidence that Tony Stark has suffered from palladium poisoning, and he must be very anxious now." Where's Natasha Romanoff? Nick Fury smiled that everything was in control. She's on leave. Phil Coulson said, "Are you still on leave?" "You should ask him, Chief." Seeing Phil Coulson talking back, Nick Fury was a little helpless. And according to the latest news, she left with someone before. Nick Fury was a little helpless. The case of Natasha Romanoff is special. It is not an agent trained by SHIELD, so sometimes there will be privileges. Because you may be careless, make her dissatisfied, and then run away. Hurry up and think of a way for me, or let you seduce Tony Stark. Nick Fury glared at Phil Coulson for a moment. Phil Coulson's calm look was finally broken. How do I seduce him? I'm not a woman. Then you wear women's clothes. Phil Coulson wanted to cry without tears, so he could only rush to find a way. At least you have to find a playboy like Tony Stark, right? How hard is it to find a stealth sky fortress? Although it is not stealth in the traditional sense, it will not be discovered by machines, and it will never land. Except for the controlled Black Widow, few people can come up. Naturally, no one can know where the Red House's nest is. Even if you keep looking for it and turn over every inch of polar bear land, you may not find it. This is Dreykov's trump card. If there is no inner ghost to lead the way or take the initiative to be caught by the Red House, it is very difficult to get here. However, there are exceptions to everything. With a flash of light, Bai Xi and other 5 people appeared on the air fortress. This air fortress is naturally inferior to the helicarrier developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. because the helicarrier is invisible in two senses. Even later, with Tony Stark's technology, it can also be revised. Definitely, the most important thing is that S.H.I.L.D. is richer than the Red House. It's good that the Red House can send this thing to the sky. Where is this? They appear inside, in a small room. This is the base of the Red House. Bai Xi said, Dreykov is very smart, knowing that if he is on the ground, no matter how deep he hides, he will be discovered. So he put the base in the air. Air? No wonder. Both Natasha Romanoff and Yelena murmured. Then the two looked around. S.H.I.L.D. has this thing too. Natasha Romanoff patted herself on the head. Why didn't I think the Red House would do the same? What now? All four looked at Bai Xi. Bai Xi pointed to the surveillance camera and said, It's very simple, just kill it. The moment they appeared, they were already discovered by Dreykov. General, there are outsiders invading. Dreykov suddenly heard the cry of his assistant. Then on the screen, Natasha Romanoff and Yelena turned to face the camera and smiled. Dreykov was instantly panicked. How did they get up? When 5 people appeared on the air fortress at once, can Dreykov not panic? A bunch of idiots, only to find out when everyone arrives. The air fortress of the whole Red House is running like a machine. As for himself, he seemed to have a hunch, knowing that he was not a match for these people. Natasha Romanoff and Yelena were going to dive in, because only they know how scary Dreykov is. But it seems that they seem to have forgotten the horror of Lorna. Lorna really wants to be ruthless. The whole air fortress is not enough for her to play. Definitely, that would definitely consume a lot of her. But even if Lorna keeps playing, it's enough to deal with these Red House guys. I saw Lorna, who was wearing a tight green battlesuit, and waved. The tightly closed iron door in front was twisted into a twist by itself. Then Lorna put her hands together to form a circle, and the iron gate turned into a ball of iron. Boom! Seeing the soldiers rushing over, Lorna pushed. For a time, the small group of soldiers who rushed over all turned on their backs. It seems too simplistic. Natasha Romanoff and Yelena looked at each other and suddenly felt that they were making a big fuss. What they think is a problem, in the eyes of others, it is not a problem at all. If there are those with super ability, it is natural to push them all the way. However, this is the base of the Red House, and it is not so easy to win. The 5 of them walked directly along a road. But soon, 2 forks appeared ahead. Whoa. The entire air fortress also sounded an alarm, and the red light was constantly flashing, making everyone nervous. Let's go separately, be careful. Bai Xi saw this and said, They didn't just come here to destroy Dreykov. It is even more necessary to wipe out the Red House directly. Otherwise, just kill a Dreykov and a new Dreykov will appear immediately. Lorna just smiled contemptuously, obviously ignoring these people. Then, Susan followed Lorna as well. The 2 of them can take care of each other. As for Bai Xi, he can take care of Natasha Romanoff and Yelena by himself. Dreykov's eyelids jumped when he saw Lorna's situation. Lorna's ability is like tearing down a home in this situation. Everything here is under her control. It's like coming home. She was like a bulldozer all the way, swept straight across. Everything is under her control. Even the bullets fired by the enemy are the same. On Bai Xi's side, he soon met a team of people. They were all women, wearing black uniforms, each holding a weapon. Definitely, the most important thing is that they are all expressionless and indifferent. They are Black Widow. Yelena opened her mouth and made a warning gesture. Afterwards, Yelena looked at Bai Xi and begged, Don't kill them, they are all pitiful people just like us. Bai Xi nodded slightly. Of course he knew. I suggest physical wake-ups, Bai Xi said. Natasha Romanoff also smiled. Then the 2 sides rushed straight up. Natasha Romanoff fell to the ground with one of his legs clamped, but was pounced on by several Black Widows. As for Yelena, the same is true. Each of them has to face several or even more than 10 enemies. The cultivation of Black Widow is cruel. Basically, they're a bunch of girls, and they fight each other by raising goo, and then the elites will survive. In the last century, that is, the Red House during World War II will only leave the best one to become the Black Widow. But then gradually more and more. Although these Black Widows are weaker than Natasha Romanoff and Yelena. But after all, 2 fists are invincible to 4 hands, and the 2 will soon be suppressed or even caught. Seeing this situation, Bai Xi naturally had to do it himself. A Black Widow rushed in front of him and punched him directly. Bai Xi lowered his head, then grabbed her hand, and stabbed the other hand directly on her neck. The Black Widow softened instantly. Bai Xi, I'm the best at hitting women. His body shape is like a dragon, and he feints with a single knife. In just over 10 seconds, all the Black Widows were stunned by him. Natasha Romanoff and Yelena gasped, and akimbo looked at Bai Xi with their hair in a mess, as if asking, "Why are you so skilled?" Natasha Romanoff gasped and asked, "What about them? If these Black Widows are allowed to lie here, even if they have been physically released, something will inevitably happen. It's very simple, just drag it away." Bai Xi thought for a while, then said. Spreading his right hand, a simple rope suddenly appeared in his hand, which looked no different from an ordinary rope. Natasha Romanoff laughed. "You didn't mean to use this rope to take them away, did you?" Yelena said with a mindless admiration, "I believe in Uncle Bai Xi. You need a face, you look older than him." Natasha Romanoff immediately sneered. "If you talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart." Yelena, trembling with anger, threatened Natasha Romanoff. "You can beat me only by sneak attack." When the 2 were bickering, they suddenly saw that the rope in Bai Xi's hand became longer, and then tied all the Black Widow together. "What is this?" Natasha Romanoff asked with wide eyes. "This is the lasso of truth. It has the power to tell the truth. Would you like to try it?" Bai Xi asked Natasha Romanoff with a smile. "No." Natasha Romanoff immediately refused. "She doesn't dare to use it. Isn't this thing killing people?" The scene is spectacular. Bai Xi walked in front, Natasha Romanoff and Yelena followed closely. Because there are a lot of Black Widow dragging behind him. Maybe it was because Bai Xi's attack was too hard, and these people didn't have a tendency to wake up for a while. After that, Bai Xi stopped playing and directly opened his eyes. They should have been walking along the road in a zigzag manner, but when they met the wall, Bai Xi immediately caught his eye. Then he kicked the thick steel plate away. Lorna, on the other hand, is simpler. In order not to make herself look like she was playing soy sauce, Susan also used ultrasonic attacks to hit a few. Then, the 2 people smoothly converged in the control room of the air fortress. But unfortunately, the control room was empty. Drip. Instead, there is only one thing, a countdown that keeps speeding. Dreykov ran away and turned on the self-exposure device before escaping. Seeing this scene, Natasha Romanoff said immediately, "As an agent, I'm all too familiar with this situation. It's okay, there's enough time." Bai Xi glanced at the time, there were still several minutes left. "Lorna, clear the way." Bai Xi then arranged. Lorna didn't hesitation either, just pushed her hands in front of him. All the steel twisted up and formed a passage to the outside. The group immediately rushed forward. Bai Xi dragged more than 10 or 20 Black Widows by himself, and the speed was not slow at all. Soon, everyone came to the airfield. You can just see 2 fighter jets ready to take off and leave here. Andrikov still had time to wave at them. The smug expression on his face looked very flat. At the moment, Dreykov was actually bleeding in his heart. The air base that was finally built, it didn't take long before it was given to a nest by others. Moreover, the self-destruction button was pressed by himself. This time, Black Widow all over the world will be useless. But Dreykov still wants to maintain his victorious attitude. This made Lorna angry and wanted to pull the plane back. But Bai Xi stopped him. "Let me," Bai Xi said with a smile. Lorna put down the raised hand immediately, and then saw Bai Xi let go of the mantra noose, and the whole person disappeared. When he instantly appeared again, he was already in front of the fighter. The pilot who was driving the fighter jet shivered with fright. Then I saw Bai Xi's hand grabbed directly on the fighter's head. Grab both hands. 5 fingers directly buckled the fighter's iron armor. Then he directly tried to pick up the fighter. With the power of the fighter, Bai Xi really succeeded. Before Dreykov's smile stopped, he felt his body fall forward. It was as if the plane was falling with its head down. Boom! His head touched the deck ahead, and he suddenly said angrily, "What's going on?" Then the next second, his whole body almost fell off the chair. Luckily, he had a seat belt fastened tightly. "General, the plane was picked up by him." After a while of panic, Dreykov heard someone shouting like this, and then he was speechless. Who the hell is he provoking? What are you doing to provoke him? Just when Dreykov felt desperate and annoyed, Bai Xi freed up a hand. The mantra lasso was thrown out directly by him, extending infinitely. The mantra lasso that flew upward seemed to be directly entangling a cloud. Then Bai Xi used the strength to grab the fighter with one hand and threw it back to the airfield of the air fortress. Boom! More than half of the fighter plane was directly damaged, but fortunately it did not explode. Natasha Romanoff and Yelena were stunned to see the scene. Not to mention them, even Susan and Lorna were a little scared. They know that Bai Xi is strong, but they don't know how strong it is. Every time Bai Xi was asked, he just casually said it. Now it seems, this billion is a little bit stronger, it's really a bit much. They seem to see a universe through Bai Xi's fingers. Natasha Romanoff and Yelena looked at Bai Xi, who had returned to their side, and immediately didn't know what to say. The gap between the two sides is too great. They thought Bai Xi was just the uncle next door. But now it seems that Bai Xi has not been easy. Lorna at the moment couldn't help it, and another fighter plane was directly controlled by her ability to fly back, and then smashed on the apron. Bai Xi threw out the mantra lasso, and Dreykov was dragged by him precisely. He held the noose of mantra, and Dreykov could only kneel on his knees and look at them. Under the noose of truth, you can only speak the truth. Bai Xi smiled and said, "Stupid guy, do you regret it?" Dreykov wanted to say no regrets, but he couldn't say it. "I can only obey my heart and say, I definitely regret it." Therefore, Dreykov expressed all his inner thoughts. "I regret not killing Yelena directly and killing Natasha Romanoff directly, so you are left alone." Ha 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 ha. Dreykov laughed madly. Even at this moment, the only thought in his heart was to regret that he hadn't done better. Truly a human demon. Yelena couldn't help rushing up to punch him, but the fist stopped not far from his face. Dreykov laughed at this. "You can't kill me, you can't hurt me if you smell me." Dreykov's words made everyone unhappy for a while. "Yes!" Bai Xi sneered, grabbed Dreykov's hand directly, and then pulled hard. "What?" Dreykov's entire arm was removed. "How did you do that?" Dreykov cried out in pain. Why did his technology fail? "Because I am God," Bai Xi said in his heart. "Tell all the secrets." Natasha Romanoff couldn't help asking. There are too many secrets in the Red House, but basically only Dreykov said. Under the action of the mantra lasso, Dreykov could only say it all. For example, how many Black Widows there are. This number is too many to imagine. And what bad things the Red House has done over the years. Naturally, this time is not enough. The countdown will end soon. There were explosions all over the air fortress, and the sky-high heat wave swept toward everyone. But at this time, they had already boarded a fighter plane, and Yelena flew away. "I'm done asking." Natasha Romanoff's expression became indifferent after some questioning. "Natasha Romanoff, don't kill me." Seeing this, Dreykov was finally afraid. He knew that Natasha Romanoff was trying to kill. He would never have said it. But the lasso of truth. It's hard not to tell the truth. "I won't kill you, I will torture you," Natasha Romanoff said with red eyes. At the moment, Dreykov noticed a pair of eyes looking at him inside the plane. Those Black Widows under his control all woke up. They were controlled by physical cracking, and they all looked at Dreykov with indifferent eyes regardless of the pain in the back of their heads. These pairs of eyes are like a pack of wild wolves, staring closely at their prey. Dreykov finally panicked. "What?" Dreykov's screams suddenly came from the plane, which made Bai Xi shiver. When the plane landed, Dreykov was out of breath. The Black Widows used various cruel methods to treat Dreykov as cruel as the top 10 tortures. The dragon's mission is to be slaughtered by Dragon Slayer warriors. Dreykov finally ended his sinful life. He used the Black Widow as a tool and flouted their human rights and lives. In the end, it was attacked by Black Widow. I just don't know if the Dragon Slayer will become a dragon. The Black Widow got off the fighters one after another. They seemed to think that Yelena was their new leader and followed her. As for Natasha Romanoff, it's a little embarrassing. Although she is the strongest Black Widow. But maybe she was sentenced to the Red House long ago, so no one agrees with her. Yelena stood in front of Bai Xi and looked up at the still young Bai Xi. Dreykov, who made her feel like a demon, ended his life so easily under Bai Xi. This made Yelena feel like she was dreaming. I've made a decision. She looked at Bai Xi and said. Yelena even touched Bai Xi's face very boldly. I want to lead them and prevent them from being persecuted by other people or organizations. Yelena looked back at these Black Widows and said. The Black Widows also looked at her with firm eyes. There are countless compatriots in the world who have also been persecuted by Dreykov. We must find them and unite. Yelena turned around and continued to look at Bai Xi and said, I support you. For this, Bai Xi is only this answer. No matter what decision Yelena makes, he will support it. Sorry. Yelena looked into Bai Xi's eyes and murmured. I'm leaving again. After speaking, she directly printed Bai Xi. Score at the touch of a button. When I was young, I thought about marrying you when I grew up. Yelena stepped back as she spoke. Yelena, I will always be your family. Facing the bold Yelena, Bai Xi also said embarrassedly. Lorna and the others are watching. I know you are my family too. After Yelena finished speaking, she brought a group of Black Widow onto the fighter plane. They are changing places. Yelena waved her hand at Bai Xi through the plane window. From now on, she is the real Black Widow. She is the leader of the Black Widows. Led these poor people on the right track. Rather than being someone's tool. I hope Yelena can do it. Bai Xi can only wish her well. The wing of the fighter jet spit fire downwards and then flew vertically, as if it disappeared in front of the eyes in an instant. Natasha Romanoff, how about you? Turning his head, Bai Xi looked at Natasha Romanoff. Yelena said what I wanted to say. Natasha Romanoff said so. She just nodded her head with red eyes. I am an agent. She lowered her head and said, I just want to do something for the world now to make up for my fault. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Bai Xi was also a little sad. Who doesn't feel guilty after working for an organization like the Red House? Fortunately, she still has a chance to make up for it. Makes her look not so bloody. Go, everything will be fine. Bai Xi said to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff also nodded, then asked, will we meet again? Definitely no one will ever leave again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for hiding his strength for 17 years and getting a reward, Omega Rays. Before I knew it, the time came to 2010. Bai Xi also got another reward of his own. Omega Rays. This is the ability of Darkseid, the monarch of apocalypse. Omega rays look the same as heat sight, but in fact it is not pure high temperature or destruction. It contains a powerful omega effect, which can completely obliterate people or revive them. The direction of omega rays can be controlled at will. Just like aiming, you can also use omega rays to travel through time and space, or you can use omega rays to destroy the world. Only 2 people have made omega rays ineffective against them. One is Superman, who is protected by the Wall of Origin. The second is the Batman that the omega rays have escaped by themselves. Definitely, there are times when Batman is thrown into the endless parallel world. Each of these parallel worlds is worse than the other. Therefore, Bai Xi is still very satisfied with this ability. It's the eyes that can't stand it. Bai Xi looked at his panel and nodded with satisfaction. Host, Bai Xi. Person, Dimension Mephisto. Physical, Demigod. Items, Symbiosis Talisman, Mantra Lasso, Fountain of Youth, Bumblebee, Elf Ball, Supreme Lord of the Rings. Ability, Batman's fighting ability, Teleportation, Advanced Version, Serious Punch, Heat Vision, Time Travel, Frozen 1,000 Miles, Mirror Space, Listening, Super Hearing, Omega Rays. It was at this time that Bai Xi received an invitation from Tony Stark. Bai Xi was still very abrupt when he suddenly received a party invitation from Tony Stark. Because he hadn't seen Tony since he returned to the Lighthouse country. According to Pepper, it was Tony who suddenly indulged. Live a life that is called a sensual dog. Every day is a busy person, I can't see anyone at all, and the company is left to the management of Shao Chili. Bai Xi naturally knew that Tony Stark was sick, so he didn't care. Anyone who knows they are going to die, that is definitely to indulge and do what you want to do the most, which is human nature. Not to mention a rich man like Tony Stark. At that time, Bai Xi was emotional. Tony really listened to that. Eat and drink. Now it looks like it's almost over. This party was Tony's last indulgence. Lorna didn't like Tony very much, so that's why Susan came with him. Susan was wearing a silver-white M-shaped dress, holding Bai Xi's hand and walking very elegantly. Coming to Tony's villa, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Many people looked at Bai Xi with envy. Going out with the best of Susan, how much of a face. Bai Xi saw Tony, who was sloppy. Tony's appearance made him amused, with thick dark circles under his eyes, as if he was reluctant to sleep. But also, whoever watches his life decrease day by day will not be able to sleep. What's more, Tony was able to see the black lines on his body and even measure the concentration of palladium poisoning on his body. Just torturing yourself. Bai, you're right, it feels great. Tony raised his glass and said. Susan voluntarily dropped her hand to hold him and then went to the side with the wine. Bai Xi put his arms around Tony's shoulders. Tony, are we good brothers? Definitely, you are my best friend. Tony sighed. He is a very strange person. Even if he has money, not many people want to be friends with him. Those who approached him were conspiratorial. So in the last days of his life, Tony wanted to meet Bai Xi. Well, tell me everything about your bank card password so that you won't be cheap for others after you die. Bai Xi nodded with satisfaction. Tony didn't know what to complain about or what to do for a while. Really good brother. After a while, Tony said, what if I told you I don't remember those passwords? You can go and ask Pepper. Now it was Bai Xi's turn to be speechless. He had forgotten about it. Tony probably remembers the number of his birthday. Oh, here comes my new secretary. Tony then set off topic. Barbara. A blonde beauty was brought over by Tony. Bai Xi's eyes flickered when she saw her and then glanced elsewhere. Bai Xi followed him and found a figure that interested him. Her name is Barbara, isn't she beautiful? Tony said proudly. Your eyes are really good. Bai Xi exclaimed. But no matter how beautiful it is. Tony couldn't really get it. Because she was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. Mockingbird Barbara. Bai Xi also thought about it before. Natasha Romanoff was taken away by him some time ago, and he was obviously in a bad mood. Who is S.H.I.E.L.D. going to replace to break into the History Start group? As a result, the answer appeared. I'll go see Susan. Bai Xi said to Tony, and then ran away. It's a pity I didn't get Tony's property. After all, Tony won't really die, and he'll have to die when he develops a new energy source. Rounding it up, it's a loss of the world's richest man. Instead of looking for Susan, Bai Xi came to a woman in a long black dress. She has short black hair and looks very sassy and a little cold. Have a drink, Bai Xi said directly to her. Maria Hill did not refuse, she knew Bai Xi. Definitely, Bai Xi doesn't know her. When she went to find Bai Xi didn't know where she was going. Cheers. The two said to each other and then drank it. You're beautiful, and it makes me want to date you. Thanks. Maria Hill responded with a smile. As Nick Fury said, women are his weakness. If Bai Xi knew, he would agree. Back then when he first came to this world, he had also been sensual. However, Bai Xi's next sentence made her angry. How is Natasha Romanoff lately? Hearing Bai Xi's question, Maria Hill smiled, but she actually gritted her teeth. Scumbag, she thought to herself. As soon as I complimented her on her beauty and wanted to date her, I asked other women in a blink of an eye. Even if Natasha Romanoff has an unusual relationship with him, it can't be like this. Proper scumbag. She's doing fine. It's like rediscovering your purpose in life, says Maria Hill. That's good. Bai Xi nodded and said. He has been following Natasha Romanoff and Yelena. After all, when they met again, the two became his concern. Yelena had gathered most of the Black Widow after so long. They have taken on a lot of tasks, but they are no longer the Black Widow of the Red House period. As Yelena said, she will lead the Black Widow to the right path. Won't you invite me to drink 2 more glasses? Maria Hill deliberately approached Bai Xi and asked. She pretended that her eyes were a little blurry, but how could the agent drink so badly? Bai Xi's heart is also a little hot, and a woman with short hair can be so attractive. He smiled. If you do this, will Nick Fury give you a medal? What does it have to do with him? I'm just testing you. Maria Hill said with a smile and became serious again. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Bai Xi also said with emotion that he couldn't help but want to get started. But right now, boom. Bai Xi's hand just put his hand on Maria Hill's waist, and before he could exert his strength, he heard the sound of bombardment coming from the side. He and Maria immediately turned their heads to look, and Maria Hill knocked off the hand he was about to do. It's fun now. 39. Maria Hill tilted her head suddenly and said, I saw 2 men in tins appear. Tony Stark donned his red steel battlesuit and Colonel Rhodes in the war machine. Apparently, he and Tony got into an argument and got into a fight. What? Many rich and famous ladies shouted and ran away quickly. Rhodes is also dispersing the crowd. Susan ran to Bai Xi's side and hugged him tightly. There was no reason just now, but now I am not afraid. She still remembered Maria Hill. Last time, I went in my house to find Bai Xi dressed in fancy clothes, and now I am dressed like this. It's heartbreaking. Let's go out too. Bai Xi felt a little embarrassed in the atmosphere and immediately said. Both Maria Hill and Susan nodded. Then Bai Xi directly took Maria Hill's hand, and Susan held the other hand. Be careful at 8 o'clock. Don't get hurt by these 2 idiots. Bai Xi said. Maria Hill's hands are full of calluses, in line with the identity of an agent. When they came out of the villa, everyone else patted them and drove away quickly. As for the inside of the villa, there was already a roar. Tony and Rhodes are really fighting. It can also be seen that Tony is really unscrupulous. Tony Stark, it's really scary to die. After all, the greatest sorrow of a person is that the person dies and the money is not spent. Especially Tony was only in his 30s and 40s, the age of a flower. Is it still old and strong? Is there still a chance for 2 drinks? 39. Bai Xi asked Maria Hill, but actually wanted to leave. Hill agent naturally saw his perfunctory. So he said, if there is a chance in the future, you can make an appointment. She forced to get Bai Xi's private number. Bai Xi did not refuse the request of a beautiful woman. It's just a number after all. By the way, I only accept personal invitations. 35. Bai Xi reminded Maria Hill. In the atmosphere of the party before, I really felt like I wanted to wipe Maria Hill. But when it came out, the atmosphere disappeared, and naturally it didn't feel that big. No wonder so many people are reduced to party animals. In that atmosphere, it's easy to do something. Maria Hill put her arms around her and watched the Hornet disappear. Later, she also stepped into Barbara's car. Success? Barbara asked the deputy commissioner, Maria Hill. Although she didn't know what Maria's mission was. However, if there is no reason, the deputy director of Hill Agent will definitely not come in person. Come on. Maria Hill took out the mirror and looked at her flaming red lips, revealing a smile that was unique to the hunter. Nick Fury arranged her beauty plan, and it looks like it's working pretty well. If it wasn't for Tony's sudden madness. Maybe the effect will be better, 1 step directly to the stomach. But who is the prey, who is the hunter, and who knows until the end? Tony was sitting outside a cafe like a dead body. He looked up at Chaoyang and seemed to see nothing. His neck was covered with black spots and dark spots, and he looked like a dying man. Life is short. That's what Tony thinks. He thought of what Bai Xi said yesterday. He has no heirs, so it might be a good choice to give all his property to Bai Xi. After all, Bai Xi is his only brother. It's better than someone else's cheaper. As for Little Pepper, women are like clothes and brothers are like siblings. I believe that Bai Xi will not embarrass Chili. Tony took out his phone and was about to call Pepper to make arrangements when Nick Fury appeared. He took Tony to the cafe where Mockingbird and Barbara showed up in agent costume. Bai Xi didn't know. At this moment, he lost the chance to become the richest man in the world. However, without new elements and new energy, it is difficult to become the richest man in the world. Vibranium of Black Panther expresses disdain. You turned out to be an agent. You deceived my feelings. 39. Tony looked at Barbara angrily. His favorite secretary turned out to be Agent. Then, he was violently stabbed by Barbara. Barbara also didn't like the dude who was always trying to take advantage of her. "This is the hated Tony." Tony yelled, but found that the palladium poisoning on his body quickly subsided. "This braised egg is prepared." Subsequently, Nick Fury used Howard Stark's feelings to successfully win over Tony. At least it makes Tony seem less hostile to S.H.I.E.L.D. "I've got some stuff from your father there that might be of use to you." Tony looked at the braised egg that was so black that it could reflect the light and suddenly looked forward to it. Next, Tony began to happily research new elements. It turns out that sometimes fighting Dad really matters. Bai Xi never thought that Maria Hill would call him so quickly. "How long has it been since Tony's party? Was she so horny?" "Mr. Bai, we have something that will interest you." Maria Hill's gentle voice sounded inside. For 83, Bai Xi immediately asked, "Are you a private invitation or in the name of S.H.I.L.D.?" "Definitely my personal," Maria Hill said without hesitation. If she dared to say that it was in the name of S.H.I.L.D., Bai Xi would definitely refuse directly. This is her sixth sense as a woman. "Then, is this invitation serious?" Bai Xi asked. Maria Hill immediately laughed when she heard the words. "It can be serious, it can be serious, it can even be very romantic." 99. Where to go? New Mexico, there's a hammer there. Hearing Maria Hill's words, Bai Xi immediately agreed. Then, he informed Lorna and Susan. "I have a friend who has a hammer for me to look at," Bai Xi said with a serious face. "This hammer, is it serious?" 55. Lorna asked suspiciously. "Definitely, it can hammer people to meow." Bai Xi immediately laughed. Wonder if Lorna's ability can control Mjolnir? After Maria Hill said it, he knew what was going on. New Mexico, hammer. Thor. He was thrown from Asgard by Odin. To be honest, Bai Xi thought Odin was kind. If he was Odin, Hela and Thor would just delete their numbers and restart. Bai Xi and Maria Hill finally chose a very romantic approach. The two rode the Hornet and set off all the way. Maria Hill was instantly speechless. "Are you sure this is romantic?" Sitting in the driver's seat, Bai Xi, wearing sunglasses, turned his head and smiled. "Isn't it romantic that I will take you through most of the lighthouse country? You can do it by plane, without wasting so much time." Maria Hill was suddenly speechless. She was afraid that the day Lily would be cold when she rushed over. Airplanes are not as romantic as self-drive travel. Bai Xi smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't be too late." "Bumblebee, hurry up." Under Maria Hill's astonished gaze, Bumblebee replied, and then the speed exploded. As if there was a booster behind him, he almost flew up. "What about the self-driving tour?" Maria Hill complained inwardly. "Where's the romance?" Luckily, Bai Xi put his hand on her lap by mistake when he was in gear just now. Co-author did not drive at all. It was all intentional, right? Still, Maria Hill is more curious about bumblebees. Is this artificial intelligence? It would be easy if S.H.I.L.D. could do this. Subsequently, the Hornet began to overtake wildly at high speed. In the lighthouse country, many people have poor driving skills, so they usually just follow the car. Fragments like crazy overtaking in movies generally only exist in movies. Because most people can't step on the brakes steadily, they will only step on the bottom with one foot. So following others is the best way. It's definitely not slow either. In this case, Bai Xi and Maria Hill traveled across several states to New Mexico within a few days. New York is on the East Coast, and New Mexico is basically on the Southwest. Down here is Texas, the Lone Star. Back then, this area was tricked by the lighthouse country from Mexico. Not really romantic, as Maria Hill thought. Because basically they are in a hurry and have no time to play. It's only easier at night when the two of you are staying at the motel. In particular, motels usually only rent one room for you, and Maria Hill must live with Bai Xi. Changing clothes in front of Bai Xi or something. Apart from that, there are no benefits. Fortunately, they finally arrived in New Mexico. After coming here, Maria Hill did not know where to change her clothes. Before, she was casually wearing a small vest and short jeans. If this outfit is seen by others in S.H.I.L.D., the capable Hill agent image will be ruined. So, Maria Hill immediately changed into a black suit and sunglasses. At first glance, it looks a bit like Trinity in The Matrix. What about the two people's trip you agreed? Bai Xi continued to talk. You don't want Natasha Romanoff to see it. Hill agent regained apathy. Where is Natasha Romanoff? Bai Xi and Maria Hill approached the shed that SHILD quickly built. Seeing that it was Hill agent, the people from SHILD didn't block it. Sure enough, Bai Xi met Natasha Romanoff here, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Natasha Romanoff gave him a big hug and told him about the situation. Some people said that they suddenly found a hammer on the ground and then smashed a big hole. The residents here have tried countless ways to move it, not at all. Natasha Romanoff said, and brought Bai Xi directly to the pit. The honest-faced Phil Coulson was already waiting here. That's it. Phil Coulson went on, we've tried all kinds of methods and can't shake it or even know where it came from. Point 35. Phil Coulson said he went up and pulled it twice. Of course it doesn't work. Bai Xi crouched down and looked at Mjolnir on the ground. It looks like an ordinary hammer, even the shape is ordinary. But it's actually not that simple. The whole body is made of ulu steel, the inside of the hammerhead is forged from a decayed fixed star core, and a ring-shaped special material belt is placed at the end of the hammer handle. It has a very high magic affinity, and because of the core, the weight distribution is very particular, and the strike is extremely strong. The handle of the hammer is made from the branches of the world tree. Why Thor is obviously a fool, but he has an affinity for magic. Because this hammer wasn't made for Thor, but for Hela Odinson, goddess of death. When Hela and Odin fought together in the 9 realms, they used Mjolnir. Her night sky sword was thrown away for a while. It was only later that Odin suppressed Hela and transformed Mjolnir. Became what it is now. Mr. Bai, do you know what it is? Phil Coulson asked. Without a doubt, a hammer. Bai Xi said. Maria Hill pushed Phil Coulson away. Then bend down too. What about its origin? Looking at Maria Hill, who was almost close to her face, Bai Xi said, if you laugh, I'll tell you. Maria Hill at the moment looked indifferent, as if she had become the Hill agent again. This made Bai Xi want to play tricks. It is a pity that there is no flaming red lips. Bai Xi misses Maria Hill wearing a dress and heavy makeup. A time. Maria Hill was a little embarrassed, but nothing changed on the surface. She gave a cold grin. Are you satisfied? Bai Xi seemed to hear her endless anger. Natasha Romanoff was hugging and watching the good show in front of her. Look away. Back then, neither she nor Yelena knew Bai Xi's true face. If Bai Xi knew his image was ruined in Natasha Romanoff's heart, probably have to regret it. Lise, this is Mjolnir. 99. Bai Xi said, and did not tease the Hill agent anymore. A bit familiar. Maria Hill said with blurred eyes. She was thinking about her memory. But the heat from her roar was all on Bai Xi's face. This is Thor's weapon in Norse mythology, aka Mjolnir. 35. Bai Xi looked at her face and said. Everyone heard the words as if Roar had stopped breathing. It seems like it can't be accepted. Natasha Romanoff took a moment to ask Thor, is there really a god in this world? In the eyes of Natasha Romanoff, the strength that Bai Xi showed at the beginning can already be called a god. But she didn't know that the myths were all true. Definitely. Then why is it here? 95. Because Thor is here. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Bai Xi said. For a time, everyone in SHILD fell into an eerie silence. At night, it rained heavily. There was lightning and thunder outside, as if inspired by something. The endless mad thunder in the cloud and mist seemed to wipe out the world. But in this case, there is still a figure desperately rushed into the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D. He pushed away several agents, but was quickly caught by the agents who rushed up, making it difficult to escape. 66, 99. Maria Hill looked at the screen and said, this is Thor, 5. It doesn't look any different from a mortal. Natasha Romanoff also laughed. From this point of view, I even feel that he is a bit reckless. He didn't think he could rush into SHIELD's temporary base while it was dark and rainy. He was stripped of his divine powers by the god King Odin, and now he is just an ordinary person. Bai Xi is not surprised. Odin's 2 children are simply wonderful. If there's one thing in common, it's that Hela and Thor are war freaks. However, Hela's ambitions are clearly bigger than Thor's. Hela conquered the 9 realms and wants to conquer the universe. And Thor just wanted to fight. Hela is like a true tyrant and conqueror. Thor is 500 little children. The difference between the two is too great. But one thing to say, it's all weird. Thor was restrained at will. Fortunately, the honest man Phil Coulson appeared in time, and he motioned to the SHIELD agent to release Thor. Thor didn't care about this either, and rushed directly to his hammer. Then, puff. Everyone laughed when they saw Thor who couldn't hold a hammer. It was so hilarious, like Thor was doing a comedy. However, the joys and sorrows of human beings are not the same, and perhaps Thor is a god. In short, he sat on the ground and cried a lot under the heavy rain. God King Odin, his father, actually abandoned him. Thor couldn't accept that. And for those watching this scene, he's like a baby. 35. Natasha Romanoff laughs. This is definitely not a good word. Like a baby abandoned by its parents. 35. Maria Hill also shook her head in disappointment. This farce is over. The so-called Thor, is that so? If this is not what Bai Xi said, they will all wonder if this is a joke that the monkey invited. Afterwards, Thor did not resist, and let the agent of SHIELD drag him away in desperation. Bai Xi glanced at the hammer. The magic that Odin casts is actually very strict, but there are loopholes. That is, what qualifications do you have to lift it? This sentence can be interpreted casually by Odin. After all, it was the magic spell he cast. Otherwise, Bai Xi wouldn't believe that Thor, who just suffered a blow, was qualified all of a sudden. 0. Odin still couldn't take it easy. So Bai Xi also thinks this is a farce from Odin. I'll go see him, Bai Xi said with a smile. Why are you laughing? Maria Hill wondered. Nothing, I suddenly thought of something fun. Bai Xi waved his hand. Natasha Romanoff patted Maria Hill and said, Never mind, he's been so rude. 35. 66, 99. Still need you to say? Maria Hill felt as if a handprint on her leg was hot. Touched along the way. When Bai Xi pushed the door and came in, Thor was yelling into the air, looking like he was out of control. Because Loki told him that Odin was dead. Thor didn't think about it carefully and immediately believed it. With Odin's strength alone, if Loki really wanted to kill him, he would probably be killed as soon as he had the idea. Are you talking to Loki? Little dude. Bai Xi said this to Thor. Out of control, Thor suddenly sat down. He and Loki, who was just a duplication, both looked at Bai Xi in surprise. You ask who he is, Loki said to Thor. Thor immediately asked, Who are you? I am your brother-in-law. 35. Bai Xi suddenly sat upright. That's right. Hela, this madman, has been conquered by him. Isn't that a veritable brother-in-law? It's just that Bai Xi doesn't know now that Hela hates him again. Thor and Loki instantly had 2 black question marks. I am Thor, the glory of the northern god. How dare you take advantage of me? Tolton said immediately. But Bai Xi just looked at them so coldly. Come on, Loki, I know where you are. 99. Bai Xi said. Loki's voice suddenly sounded. How is it possible? You are just a mortal. How can you see through the magic of the first magician in the 9 realms? The number 1 magician in the 9 realms? You deserve it too? Bai Xi immediately smiled and said, The number 1 magician in the 9 realms is Loki, but it's definitely not your Loki. Loki was stunned again. Riddler? Bai Xi is right, the old Loki used magic to recreate Asgard, which is definitely not something that the little Loki in front of him can do. But even so, it really can't be called the number 1 magician in the 9 realms, it's just the emotion of everyone. Because the 9 realms have Sorcerer Supreme. The Sorcerer Supreme is not the Sorcerer Supreme of the Earth, but the Sorcerer Supreme of the universe. This weight, just think about it. But out of curiosity about Bai Xi, Loki appeared. Now you can say it. If you say it to my dissatisfaction, be careful of your life. Loki opened his mouth to threaten him. This is Loki's usual trick. Bai Xi looked at the 2 brothers with pity. You are so pitiful. Odin didn't tell you anything. What exactly do you know? This time, Thor finally couldn't bear it anymore. I said, I'm your brother-in-law. I'll tell you when I call you brother-in-law. Bai Xi said while holding his hands. Loki and Tolton looked at each other for a moment. Damn, we don't have a sister, the two said in unison. At the same time, Loki directly attacked Bai Xi with a small dagger. He wants to play close combat with Bai Xi. He's obviously a magician, but he likes to play melee combat. Just as unprofessional as Ancient One. So, Bai Xi reached out and grabbed Loki's hand, making him unable to move. So I said, you don't know anything. Loki, your life and death throne is always someone else's. Thor, when your sister comes out, Asgard will change. 55. Bai Xi said with a smile. Afterwards, Loki was thrown out directly by him. Although it was a duplication, Loki also felt humiliated. For a while, I just wanted to bury my head in the ground. Thor dragged Loki straight off the ground. Then he bullied Loki with his eyes. Loki had no choice but to follow Thor and shout to Bai Xi under Thor's coercion. Brother-in-law. After the two shouted these two words, they were immediately ashamed. But there was no way, the two were just too curious. Suddenly a stranger ran out and said he was your brother-in-law, but you don't have a sister. You won't believe it, you're going to beat him up. But if you find that you can't beat him, you will doubt whether what he said is true. Because this is the legend. What good is he lying to me? Loki didn't want to do this at first, but helpless, Thor believed it. He really believed it. Only now did Loki feel that it wasn't how smart he was, but how stupid Thor was. That's why he always plays Thor all over the place. Loki looked at the liar to see what he had to say. Bai Xi smiled and said, why do you think Asgard rules the 9 realms? It's the 9 realms where your sister and Odin fought together, but Odin betrayed her after she succeeded. Impossible. Thor straight roar impossible. Asgard. That's Odin modifying it all, whitewashing the piece. Bai Xi looked at him speechlessly. Loki then shook his head in disbelief. How is this possible? 35. If there is such a person, how could Asgard be forgotten? Loki's logic is clearer. Odin is the king of gods. Isn't it easy to erase a person's trace? Bai Xi said, Loki, your real body should be in the Golden Hall now. You can see the truth behind the mural. More and more exciting. Bai Xi didn't want to say it at first, but he couldn't bear the idea of spoilers. No wonder Sorcerer Supreme is so hard to be. How uncomfortable is Ancient One? But at the moment, Bai Xi just feels so cool. What kind of garbage time mutation bureau? Some kind of come to catch him. As for now, Bai Xi doesn't know what will happen in the future. Loki immediately stopped when he heard the duplication. Although he couldn't believe it, he still wanted to try it. Maybe it's true? Loki, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly raised his head and looked at the frescoes above the Golden Hall. He waved the Spear of Eternity in his hand. Before Odin used it to threaten Hela, but now it has temporarily become Loki's toy. Loki, eyes widened for a moment. Nothing happened. Because God King Odin appeared in front of him. Odin, who had forcibly recovered from Odin's sleep, seemed exhausted. But the only eye he had left was staring angrily at Loki. What are you doing? Loki? Loki was silent for a moment. He swore that he had never seen Odin look so rage in his life. Even if he cut Sif's hair as a child, Sif came to Odin to complain. Even if he stabbed his brother Thor's kidney when he was a child, even if he... Anyway, Loki had never seen Odin so angry. He knew he was in trouble. Loki, what's the truth? Say it. Thor pushed Loki duplication, whose expression was suddenly dull. But the next second, Loki's duplication suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Thor was dumbfounded. Bai Xi seemed to feel it. A pair of eyes, oh no, one eye seemed to be staring at him in the void. It seems that you can't take your hammer away, Bai Xi said with a chuckle. Odin could already feel the breath in him. knowing that Bai Xi is the guy who stole the dimension. Thor continued to be confused. But he still asked, "Is everything you say true?" 99. Definitely. Then my sister, what's her name? 99. Thor didn't notice the difference and continued to ask. Bai Xi looked at the sky, although it was only the ceiling of the room. Odin seemed to be getting more and more angry. Goddess of death, Hela. 35. Boom. After Bai Xi said this sentence, Mjolnir flew directly towards Bai Xi. The hammerhead pointed at him, as if to hammer him to death. Bai Xi stretched out his hand directly and grabbed Mjolnir with one hand. The base of SHIELD collapsed in an instant. Disgraced Maria Hill and Natasha Romanoff and others all ran over. Bewilderedly looked at Bai Xi and Thor in the field. At the moment, Bai Xi was holding a hammer in his hand. Lightning flashes on Mjolnir. It proves that everything Bai Xi said is true. The Henin in front of me is Thor, and the hammer is Mjolnir. What happened? Maria Hill asked suddenly. How could this sudden change happen? A little misunderstanding, Bai Xi said with a sneer. Then push hard. The endless breath of death poured out from the dimensional mark on his hand. Bai Xi draws on the power of dimensions. For a moment. Crack. Tiny cracks appeared on Mjolnir, which then gradually spread. 0. For flowers. Boom. As the gap spreads around, Mjolnir was crushed directly by Bai Xi. Hela's famous scene was completed first by Bai Xi. Squeeze Mjolnir with one hand. You really can't take Mjolnir now. 35. Bai Xi said lightly. My hammer. After realizing it, Thor suddenly let out a whimper. Waste, are you the god of hammers? Bai Xi felt that he was very noisy and patted Thor on the head directly. Thor was instantly stunned. I have never been beaten like this since I was a child. But he also felt that what Bai Xi said made sense. He is Thor, not the god of hammers. And Odin was also incensed. The sky that had just cleared became cloudy again. 0. Endless thunder began to surge. As if to help Bai Xi save the thunder. What? Dare to open Bifrost and come down and play a dozen? 35. Bai Xi looked up at the sky with a sneer. Then, Odin softened. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the thunder light disappeared. When the angry Odin came to his senses, he looked at the well-behaved Loki in front of him. Hit it directly with a spear. Boom. Loki's figure instantly turned into a phantom, and his real body had unknowingly escaped. Even escaped Asgard. It's a little trick like that, Odin said angrily. Why are your own children trash? Thor still looked sadly at the broken hammer. Mjolnir has been with him for 1,000 years, so broken. Now he is afraid and hates Bai Xi. But the emotions are a little more complicated. Thor's Earth girlfriend rushed up and hugged him. Thor became even more sad, and it was still the hammer who was sad. What is a woman compared to a hammer? Maria Hill came to Bai Xi's side. What should we do now? She, the deputy director of SHIELD, is a little overwhelmed. Go home, Bai Xi said. The people at SHIELD were suddenly busy trying to cover up everything. You seem to be making things worse? Just hope this time the movement won't be too big. But just thinking about it, a gate of light appeared behind Bai Xi. Billion. The busy SHIELD people and Thor and the others seemed to be unable to see this light gate. Bai Xi turned around and looked at it all. Time Variation Bureau? He thought to himself, but a bald head emerged from the door of light. Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Why you? Bai Xi suddenly said in surprise. Ancient One smiled. Otherwise, who do you think it is? Time Variation Bureau. Bai Xi said casually. He felt that the Ancient One should not know. But the Ancient One is more powerful than he imagined. They dare not. Ancient One spoke. Don't dare? Bai Xi was stunned for a moment, and then thought about it. It was indeed very possible. The Ancient One was clearly aware of this so-called Time Variation Bureau. This proves her strength. Sorcerer Supreme is the Sorcerer Supreme of the universe. Can the so-called 500 line in sacred time be able to manage the Ancient One? Now think about it. Why are all Loki caught in the Time Variation Bureau? The so-called God of Tricks is indeed easy to make trouble. But Ancient One and Strange, who can see countless timelines, can't help but change the timeline? The existence of Odin and Thanos will not suddenly change their minds? Then why only catch Loki? The answer is actually pretty obvious. The civil servants of the Time Variation Bureau of a group of ordinary people did not dare to arrest the boss. Do children want to beat adults with knives? It's you. Can you stop changing the timeline at will? Ancient One looked at Bai Xi helplessly and said. Everything she originally set up was almost changed by Bai Xi beyond recognition. Those who play with time will eventually be played with by time. Ancient One speaks his theory. What does the future look like? Bai Xi asked Ancient One. She has a time gem and can see the future. However, Ancient One just smiled inscrutably. Time has its modifier ability. So it just hasn't changed much. Bai Xi understood instantly. Seeing his expression, Ancient One immediately said, "Stop messing around." Ancient One was afraid of Bai Xi and left immediately after speaking. She has seen many people who are not afraid of heaven and earth. But Bai Xi is special. Because he is not in the timeline. In any timeline, there is no him. And there is no other him in the parallel universe. This existence is very tricky. Even Bai Xi doesn't use the power of Dimension Mephisto. She can't find Bai Xi. Ancient One, I'm so scared. I just want to retire in peace and wait for Strange to take over. So, Ancient One decided that as long as Bai Xi wasn't destroying the world or something, he didn't want to care too much. Can't you take him without watching Odin? Although Odin just forcibly woke up from Odin's sleep and his state is very poor. Odin performs regular sleep of Odin every year. Otherwise, the huge power of Odin in his body will cause him to become disordered and his strength will decline. Too much energy is too powerful, not exactly a good thing. This also shows how strong Odin is if he is really angry. Who are you talking to? 35. Natasha Romanoff leaned in and asked. As a high-level agent, she naturally doesn't have to follow others to clean up. She can even eat lollipops at leisure. A bald, strong man. 99. Bai Xi said. What's the connection between the bald head and the strong? 35. Natasha Romanoff asked. Anyway, if you see a bald head in the future, avoid it. Bai Xi didn't answer. When you become bald, you become stronger. This is the truth. He was afraid that Natasha Romanoff would suddenly go and shave herself. Natasha Romanoff didn't know what to do and just held out the lollipop. Eat? Looking at the original lollipop, Bai Xi refused. Durant must be envious, right? After all, you can't drink the bathwater. The sky is slightly bright. Child finally buried the traces. At this moment, a rainbow light suddenly emerged from the sky. Bifrost. The people at SHELD were suddenly nervous. Maria Hill has made up for Norse mythology and naturally knows what Bifrost is. When Bifrost disappeared, only a few people remained on the ground. The 3 warriors of Asgard, plus the goddess Sif. Sif looked bitter and hated. They came to find Thor. Odin thought Thor would soon be calling Roar Heimdall. As a result, the night passed and Thor seemed reluctant to think about Asgard. Thor, the king of God has called you back. Sif frowned and said to Thor, Am I not banished? Tolton was stunned. He still remembered what Odin had said to him at the time. 66.99. Sif remembered what Odin said 0. So he said, Midgard is too dangerous. Thor suddenly looked at his brother-in-law. It looks like he really has a sister. Goddess of death. Hela. Thor refrained from speaking, but prepared to follow Sif and the others back to Asgard to question Odin. Bai Xi just took a look and left. At first I thought Odin was trying to fight a fight, but now it looks like Odin is really old. Odin has lost his temper to fight others. If it was Odin who conquered the 9 realms with Hela back then, he would have come to Bai Xi with the Spear of Eternity. Now Odin just wants to be a benevolent king, not a tyrant. Bumblebee was directly arranged by him for consignment. He didn't want to cross several states anymore. Even with the Bumblebee's speed, it's still a bit torturous. So I directly rubbed SHILD's flight device. Natasha Romanoff's driving technique is solid. Is an old driver. Such a small aircraft did not experience any turbulence in the air. Back in New York, Bai Xi immediately received a call from Tony. "Brother, have you seen the stock of Stark Group?" Tony said excitedly. During this time, he also went through a lot. New elements were researched. Then also encountered the conspiracy of the Hanmo Group. Although Justin Hammer just wanted to play fair with him, he didn't think about killing Tor 4.5 NI. But he couldn't control Ivan, so he ended up in prison. Definitely, with the strength of the Hanmo Group, he can come out of it very quickly. Tony has gone through a lot and his personality has changed slightly, but he is still very proud of his achievements. New energy. Stark Group stock is about to take off. Definitely saw it, you were beaten badly. Bai Xi responded immediately. Anyway, we are still good friends. Tony said helplessly. By the way, I wanted to tell you that I declined the invitation of that braised egg. Why? Bai Xi definitely knew, but asked anyway. Sometimes, Tony Stark has to be put on a bit. Otherwise he will be uncomfortable. Because he is too poor to invite the richest man in the world. Tony said very tsundere. The pieces of Mjolnir are all laid out on the table. The god King Odin sat high on the throne, with one eye fixed on the wandering Thor. This made Odin a little pissed. How did you get such a jerk? If he was young, he would just delete the account and reopen it. But now, the trumpet practice is useless and must continue to practice. No time to delete and reopen. Thor, are you really the god of hammers? Odin yelled at Thor. Thor finally came to his senses. Thor shook his head immediately. He was reluctant to admit that he was the god of hammers, he was Thor. But, without Mjolnir, he didn't even have any supernatural powers. Did his power of the thunder and lightning come with Mjolnir? His previous experiences made him doubt his life. Then he saw Odin raise his hand, and the fragments of Mjolnir gradually solidified in his hand. It didn't take long for it to become the familiar Meow Meow hammer again. This hammer has shattered more than once, but it has held up, Thor. You lack that quality. Odin said to Thor. In his opinion, Thor is now a fool. Thor didn't have the quality he wanted to see. Who would have thought? Tolton asked back. Is it Hela? Father, goddess of death. Hearing Odin's words, Thor remembered what Bai Xi said. Mjolnir existed before he was born. Who is that for? Damn. Odin hit Thor with a hammer. Thor was smashed and slid some distance on the ground of the Golden Hall. Odin can't wait to fight Bai Xi for 300 rounds. But Odin was afraid. He was afraid that this was Bai Xi's conspiracy, just to deal with him with Hela. You just listened to a mortal's words, and you came to question me. Odin said, full of hatred, that iron is not steel. Then why are you so angry? It's all true, I have a sister, why? Thor struggled to get up from the ground and asked. He was somewhat unable to accept this answer. If Hela has been around since he was born, then of course there is no problem. But after living for so long, he suddenly told him one day that he had a sister whom he hadn't seen for many years. Thor couldn't accept it. Madness. Odin said angrily, I just want to prevent you from being like her, and I want to make you a qualified king, so I will be so strict with you. What's it like? Thor also yelled at Odin. It wasn't more than once anyway. He was banished to Earth by Odin before, because he yelled at Odin and did not repent. What a fool you are, Thor. Odin blows his beard in anger. You want to see what she looks like? Then I'll satisfy you. Odin looked at Thor with one eye, staring at him. In this case, Thor did not hold back. Such is his character. If he chose to retreat, he would not be Thor. Odin finally couldn't take it anymore. Go with your hammer. Mjolnir smashed at Thor again, and Thor, along with Mjolnir, was teleported away directly by Odin. The goddess Frigga stepped aside and looked at Odin and shook his head. Why should it be so? He's so stupid, you're used to it. Odin said to Frigga. He is still a child and will grow up in the future. Frigga didn't care. As a member of the Warner Protoss, she has great strength. Her mana gives her the occasional glimpse into the future. This is why Frigga has no idea of changing after knowing the future. Because she has already seen it. A powerful magician can see through time. The same goes for Odin. The Odinson family all have powerful magical abilities. Except for Thor. The future has changed. 35. Odin said. Nick Fury sat in a chair, listening to Maria Hill's report. He just crushed Mjolnir? Nick Fury asked. Maria Hill nodded calmly. That's right. 35. Are you sure that's not a toy hammer? Nick Fury complained instantly. He, who is made up for Norse mythology, knows that the core of Mjolnir is made of mysterious metal. Can this be crushed too? Maria Hill just looked at him calmly. Schilde had already tested Mjolnir thoroughly before she arrived. Make sure it's a mystery item. Moreover, Schilde naturally used various methods, but they were unable to get the hammer up, which explained the problem. This is not something mortals can pick up. All right. Nick Fury accepts reality. Then how strong is Bai Xi? He suddenly smiled wryly. Maria Hill pondered. It seems that Thor should not be his opponent. Even the hammer was easily crushed by Bai Xi. What else is there to say? In their opinion, this Thor is really weak. For some reason, Maria Hill swelled. It's because Thor didn't show his power at all. Instead, he looked like a baby. I thought he was just an ordinary person at first, but then I found out that he was a super ability person and thought he was nothing like Dr. Banner. It now appears that his mystery is beyond our imagination. Nick Fury has no idea how strong is Bai Xi. Can you beat Captain Marvel? I have to say that Captain Marvel is now the ceiling of combat power he has ever seen. Tony Stark is a far cry from that. Tear up the spaceship with her bare hands, and the Kree fleet was scared away by her alone. Is there anything more exaggerated than this? He shouldn't be Carol's opponent, so I still have a whole card. Thinking of this, Nick Fury calmed down. Although Bai Xi is very strong, he is definitely not Carol's opponent. Definitely not. Self-hypnotic ability for a while, Nick Fury looked up at Maria Hill. Now it seems that he still has a good impression of you. It's up to you, Hill Agent. Maria Hill blushed. Didn't this make her sell herself? Although she is an agent, she has never done such a thing. It's critical to our next plans. Nick Fury emphasized. I know. Maria Hill closed her eyes and nodded. She doesn't hate Bai Xi. It just feels like he doesn't seem to be any different from Playboy Tony. No wonder he became friends with Tony. It's just that he's not as bad as Tony. Tony is one of those who don't acknowledge the bill the next day. But at least Bai Xi still accepted the account. Is this the so-called group of things and people are divided into groups? Tony, yes, I have long seen the quality of Bai Xi's scumbag. In the dimensional space, Hela, who was silently grinding the night sky sword, suddenly raised her head. She was fantasizing about killing Odin with one sword and then killing Bai Xi, the scumbag. But at this moment, someone interrupted her fantasy. An idiot hit the ground directly, still facing the ground. Hela couldn't ignore the movement he made. Another idiot came in. Hela said murderously. As soon as the sword was sharpened, someone came to die. Thor looked up from the ground and saw a pair of long legs in front of him. Who are you? Thor said in a daze. I. Hela sneered suddenly. I should ask, which idiot are you? Looking at Mjolnir by Thor's hand, Hela understood. So she was even more angry. What does Bai Xi mean by sending him in? Provoking her goddess of death, Hela? Thor immediately got up from the ground, held up the hammer and said, I am Thor, the glory of the northern god. You are my sister? Thor seemed to look at Hela with some understanding. Odin really sent him to meet the goddess of death. Can't think of the next second. Hela directly stabbed Thor's heart with a sword. I don't have a stupid brother like you. 39. Hela whispered in his ear. Thor's body fell directly, and his consciousness began to sag. He just died like this. But just after he felt that he was dead, he suddenly revived from a distance. How is this going? Before Thor could figure it out, he saw Hela walking towards him again, looking at him as if he had seen prey. Thor wanted to continue speaking, but Hela came up with another sword. This speed, too fast. Thor was completely unresponsive. He didn't have time to react when Hela killed him. Why are you so strong? Thor, who was resurrected in the distance, asked while holding his heart. The feeling of death was so real that he felt that he was really dead. Idiot. Hela stopped. Didn't Odin tell you who brought down the 9 realms? Hela looked at him with invincible eyes and said domineeringly. After that, Thor was killed by her again. Stupid fellow, are you the only one worthy of the glory of the northern god? Hela is getting more and more angry. What rubbish did Odin give birth to? With such a stupid appearance, he deserves the throne of Asgard. Locked her up for thousands of years and ended up raising this? Thor is resurrected again. You are beyond reason. 55. No wonder your father will imprison you. 55. Thor exclaimed, I can't beat it, but I can't say it. Then, the end can be known. Odin, this old man, is no longer worthy of being my father. Hela said resentfully, killing Thor again. And Thor is also more and more angry in his heart. Although he also thinks Odin is an old stubborn. But what he said, no one else could. In addition, Hela's remarks of idiot and waste echoed in Thor's ears again and again. Thor couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. Thor threw Mjolnir out of his hand. Odin has broken his seal. Just wanted Thor and Hela to touch. It is estimated that Odin did not expect it to be a one-sided massacre, right? Hela, who has been sealed for so long, has weakened infinitely, and the longer she leaves Asgard, the weaker her strength will be. However, Hela still hangs Thor. Odin can't even dream of it. However, Mjolnir flew straight out and was pinched by Hela with one hand. Thor felt a little uncomfortable seeing this scene. Why do you feel a little familiar? Do not. Thor yelled. But to no avail. Hela exerted a little force, and the hammer cracked again. Boom! The hammer shattered again. Thor looked at the hammer and was speechless. Why can anyone crush his hammer? Thor couldn't even dream. But without the hammer, he couldn't resist Hela if he wanted to. As Odin said, he is the god of hammers. So, after being killed again and again, looking at Hela, who seemed to be rushing up tirelessly, Thor immediately blurted out. Wait! Don't kill, my brother-in-law asked me to come. Hela's night sky sword stopped in the air. How can you have a brother-in-law? 35. Hela asked suspiciously, not seeming to respond. Bai Xi, his name is Bai Xi. Thor was overjoyed and finally found a normal way to communicate with Hela. But right now, laugh. The night sky sword pierced into him again. Idiot, I want to kill him. Hela said angrily. She seemed to think of Thor as a punching bag, a combination of Odin and Bai Xi, and she didn't know how many times she had to kill him to relieve her hatred. Thor. People in Bai Xi on Earth shuddered when they saw the scene. This Hela is so terrifying to be violent. I'm afraid of irritability. Who would dare to let her out? No wonder Odin wanted to lock her up. Keep it closed. As for Thor, Bai Xi didn't care. Let him accept his sister's experience, well. Let him know what it takes to become the king of Asgard. At the same time, it can also let Hela calm down. Killing two birds with one stone is really good. Then Bai Xi unknowingly discovered. Grave accent ding. The reminder in his mind told him that he had another gift bag to receive. Congratulations to the host who has achieved 18 years of hidden strength and received a reward. Dimensional teleportation. Incredible person. Dimensional teleportation. From an incredible person, as long as the host's strength is strong enough, he can traverse the dimensional world at will. Remember, it is arbitrary. Bai Xi looked at the reward and immediately stood up from the sofa. Dimensional teleportation is not a big skill, but it comes from incredible people. Incredible people can become any Lee's, person, or anything, the same strength. And this dimension teleports. Incredible people once used this ability to go to the next door and brought Superman here. Bai Xi looked at his panel. Host, Bai Xi. Person, Dimension Mephisto. Physical, Demigod. Items, Symbiosis Talisman, Mantra Lasso, Fountain of Youth, Bumblebee, Elf Ball, Supreme Lord of the Rings. Exhausted. Ability, Batman's fighting ability, Teleportation, Advanced Version, Serious Punch, Hot Sight, Time Travel, Frozen 1,000 Miles, Mirror Space, Listening, Super Hearing, Omega Rays, Dimension Teleportation, Incredible Person. There is one more ability, and he also really wants to try this ability. So he talked to Lorna and Susan. The two were bored watching beauty videos online to learn how to make up, and they didn't care about Bai Xi at all. Just waved at him. Bai Xi didn't understand a woman's love for beauty, so she used dimensional teleportation to disappear in an instant. on a meteor that is not known how far away from the Nine Realms. Loki was following a man in a cloak. "Who are you?" Loki asked. "Or what race are you?" "I am the chief of Chitauri, and my master wants to see you," Chief Chitauri said. "Chitauri?" Loki froze for a moment. This race, isn't it a bunch of rookies? Being bullied in the universe. Although Asgard has no idea of conquering the universe, he is also famous in the universe. As the Prince of Asgard, Loki naturally knows a lot. Like how weak this Chitauri is. Still, Loki agreed. He escaped from Asgard and escaped unscathed. Odin's angry look seems to verify that what Bai Xi said is the truth. This made Loki dare not go back to Asgard for fear of being stabbed to death by Odin. Can only wait for Odin to calm down. He didn't even know how much he didn't know. So, the homeless Loki promised Chitauri to meet his master. But Loki is naturally superior to Chitauri. After all, he was also the Prince of Asgard. Then, he saw the leader of Chitauri turn a black stone, and then fell to one knee directly on the ground. "Owner." Loki looked up and saw a floating throne in midair with a purple-skinned guy sitting on it. "Titans, Thanos. You're his master?" Loki asked with narrowed eyes. The Titans and his dark cult are notorious in the universe, and Asgard has heard of it. Purple Sweet Potato Essence Thanos did not respond positively to Loki. He just leans forward a little, rests his left elbow on his thigh, and looks at Loki with his head on his fist. He asks slowly and flatly, "Loki, do you want to be the real king?" Arctic. A search team found a crashed plane in ice. The people from SHILD immediately sent people to investigate. In this kind of place, the snow is more than a few hundred meters deep, and it is very likely that many things are buried. But not until the time, generally will not be found. And this time, SHILD was lucky to find a plane. And it looks like it's from World War II. It's been over 500 years. Did World War II plane crash in the North Pole? Just thinking about it, Nick Fury felt a little heartbeat. And SHILD's exploration team gradually entered the plane, cut a hole directly, and then break open. They were cautious, afraid of something terrifying in the plane. After all, the people of the Lighthouse Country have great brains. Who knows if some alien monsters will show up? Then jump in and eat them all. So cautious until they found a star and striped shield inside the plane. Soon, they found another frozen person. Captain the United States, Steve Rogers. Endless darkness enveloped this dimension, as if there was no time, no air, and no sound. But within this, there is a continent floating. The inhabitants of this continent call Roar the Dark World, or the Dark Dimension. Bai Xi stood on a black boulder, and when he looked around, there was almost no light, and it was full of darkness. But fortunately, it didn't make him lose his sight. Even if the world is black, he can still see the surroundings clearly. At first, Bai Xi thought that he was in the world where the Dark Elves lived, but it was in the Nine Realms, so Bai Xi knew that he was wrong. After a little thought, he knew where he had come. It came to Dormammu's territory. Is this a sheep in a tiger's mouth? But luckily, Dormammu doesn't seem to find him. This allows Bai Xi to explore the world. After all, he just wanted to try this dimensional teleportation. Can he go to the DC world next door or something? But now it seems that he thinks too much. Fortunately, he can go back anytime. But Bai Xi is still curious about the dark world. At first, he thought there was nothing but Dormammu. But he soon discovered that there are residents here, and there are traces of life. For example, the witch in front of him. Bai Xi looked at the witch in front of him. "My name is Omar, honorable guest." The witch looks graceful and luxurious, about 30 or 40 years old. But in fact, the real age is no longer known. Because she is a witch. Bai Xi, Dimension Mephisto. Bai Xi opened his mouth to introduce himself. "Welcome to the Dark Dimension," Omar said. "But I think you've got to get out of here now, or my brother will find you, and he's facing off against the Sorcerer Supreme right now." 5. Hearing Omar's words, Bai Xi narrowed his eyes. "Who is your brother?" When Omar heard this, he immediately smiled. "His name is Dormammu." After Omar finished speaking, there was a sudden energy fluctuation behind Bai Xi. The manic energy directly annihilated his position. Bai Xi's figure flashed in the distance, looking at Dormammu and then at Omar. Omar was human, but Dormammu was completely the energy body of the dimensional Mephisto. You call this brother and sister? But actually, there is a reason for this. Dormammu, who was once a necromancer, discovered the dark dimension by accident and successfully controlled the dark dimension and became its master. For great power, Dormammu gave up the human body and became what he is now. But Olma didn't. Olma was Dormammu's sister and followed him into the dark dimension and ruled the original inhabitants of the dark dimension. Like Dormammu, she is a member of the Fulton race and has not given up the human body. But even in human form, her physical attributes are superior to those of a normal human, and she is immune to the aging process. Omar, you're colluding with outsiders again, trying to get the flame of my power. Dormammu is covered in magical flames, some of which are flames of power. When he is deposed as ruler, the flame of power will appear on Olma. Dormammu's voice was as hoarse and dry as if he hadn't spoken for countless years. It sounds like heavy metal, which is very uncomfortable. Whatever you think, you idiot. 35. Omar spoke directly, and then she stood aside. Although it was only a brief conversation, even an idiot could feel the incompatibility between the two. Although they are siblings, but Omar's ambitions are also great, and he has always wanted to truly rule the dark dimension. Just like Dormammu. Become the master of the dark dimension and become the dimension Mephisto. At the moment, Dormammu has set his sights on Bai Xi. Which dimension of Mephisto are you? Dormammu, who had just finished a fight with Ancient One, didn't seem to have much patience. His eyes full of flame stared at Bai Xi. If it wasn't for the breath of dimensional Mephisto on Bai Xi, he would have done it already. Death. 35. Bai Xi said. Dormammu, I'm here. Before Bai Xi could finish speaking, Dormammu sent another round of dark energy directly. Moreover, this attack was still invisible, and Bai Xi almost didn't notice it. Really old-in ratio. The repeated provocation, Bai Xi was naturally also angry. He erected an ice wall in front of him, and then angrily said, Dormammu, I am here to end your sins. Dimensions can devour each other. So the relationship of the dimension Mephisto is definitely not harmonious. That's why Dormammu did it when he saw Bai Xi. If Bai Xi's dimension is swallowed, his dark dimension will become larger again. The stronger the dark dimension, the stronger the strength of Dormammu, as is the case with any dimension Mephisto. Especially, now the home of Dormammu. He has no reason not to do it. But conversely, if Bai Xi's dimension devours the dark dimension, what will happen to his strength? Facing Bai Xi's words, Dormammu didn't respond, but just started directly. In just an instant, Dormammu's body grew infinitely larger. As if it had become a planet-like file size, the original inhabitants of the dark world immediately hid in fear. But it is Dormammu's appearance that has attracted everyone's attention. Endless magical flames enveloped Dormammu, and all sorts of strange magical energies surround him. In the distance where no one noticed, a silver-haired girl hid behind the stone and watched this scene. She is also a witch with silver hair and a red necromancer robe. He's a real hero. She looked at Bai Xi, who was confronting Dormammu, and muttered to herself. There was an expression of admiration on his face. People in the dark dimension are extremely resentful of Dormammu. Even though she's Dormammu's niece. Did you think I wouldn't? Seeing Dormammu's appearance, Bai Xi immediately clenched his fists. The breath of death surged to him, and then his body began to swell. With their strength, they can freely change their file size and even their shape. Dormammu snorted coldly and looked at the equally huge Bai Xi, and the reality suddenly distorted. It's like the whole world is starting to turn around and it's getting really awkward. The ground becomes uneven and the sky changes color. As if he wanted to distort Bai Xi directly into a human form. But face this trick. Bai Xi simply snapped his fingers. Back in time. Time suddenly went back to before Dormammu cast this ability. Dormammu froze for a moment. Although he transcends time, time is very profound, and his ability cannot transcend time. Bai Xi didn't do the time loop, but this trick is enough. Apparently, no one but Dormammu knew that time had been turned back for a while. You actually mastered time. I hate time the most. Dormammu suddenly said angrily. Obviously, Bai Xi's move made him think of his archenemy, Sorcerer Supreme. The Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One just took the time gem, made him disgusting, and played with him at will. So did Strange later on. That's the downside of being out of time, right? Fortunately, Bai Xi also remembers what happened before the time went back, and he was not the only one who was disgusted. Dormammu's claws grabbed towards Bai Xi. The dark energy directly wanted to cover Bai Xi and control him. However, Bai Xi just stared. Omega Rays. The Omega Rays directly erased Dormammu's dark energy, then traveled through space and immediately tracked Dormammu. Ow! Dormammu was in pain, and the huge body stepped back, and the magical flames on his body seemed to have weakened a bit. Moreover, Bai Xi's Omega Rays have not stopped. It seems to be trying to erase Dormammu directly. But in the next second, Dormammu directly created an extra-dimensional dimension. Omega Rays traced the past again. But Dormammu's stature disappeared immediately. Dormammu teleported directly behind Bai Xi. Omega Rays followed. I hit myself? But who would have thought that the Omega Rays were manipulated by Bai Xi to turn around him directly and flew towards Dormammu? However, Dormammu at the moment has also hit Bai Xi. Although Bai Xi escaped by teleporting, it interrupted the Omega Rays. Dormammu's state didn't look good, but in an instant, Dormammu recovered. In the dark dimension, he is invincible and immortal. It is said that longevity is easy and death is not difficult, but in the dark dimension, it is very simple for Dormammu. Even Omega Rays cannot directly erase his multi-universe existence. Then, the two started a big fight. All kinds of powerful abilities are displayed. This is Bai Xi's first battle with Dimension Mephisto. It made him feel good. It also reminded Bai Xi that Dormammu once said that he claimed to be stronger than the god King Odin and Zeus. Mad. How strong is Odin? The end of this battle is that there is no winner. In the dark dimension, the current Bai Xi can't kill Dormammu. Definitely, Dormammu can't kill him either. So, Bai Xi gave Dormammu a shot with his heat vision, then stepped back and became smaller. Dormammu, are you just relying on your home ground? Bai Xi said. Too bad Dormammu is not stupid. With the right time and place, there is absolutely no reason not to use it. He's not like Hela, his brain is shut down. Fight again if you have the ability. Dormammu yelled at Bai Xi. Sorry, I don't fight with my defeated generals. After Bai Xi finished speaking, his figure immediately disappeared. Dormammu was so angry that he raised the place where he had just been to the void. Earth? Dormammu felt a little surprised. Isn't there a Sorcerer Supreme? Why is there Dimension Mephisto can come and go at will? And the mysterious silver-haired girl in the distance changed her expression after hearing the word Earth. After this battle, Bai Xi's heroic appearance completely conquered her. She had never seen anyone dare to confront Dormammu in the Dark Dimension. And it made Dormammu so angry and at a loss. Therefore, Bai Xi easily conquered this girl who has never been plain. His heroic presence was lingering in the girl's mind. In addition, Bai Xi's handsome appearance is something that the silver-haired girl has never seen before. So she couldn't help but want to follow Bai Xi out of the dark world immediately. I must find him and know his name. The silver-haired girl was eager to go to Earth. Thor lay on the ground like a dead fish, not resisting at all. He didn't expect to be killed even more after saying Bai Xi's name. Could it be that Bai Xi is Hela, the goddess of unrequited love and death? Or, Bai Xi is a scumbag? He actually smashed his sister whom he had never met. Perhaps it was boring for Thor to give up, and Hela stopped killing him. She likes others to resist, because it's more fun to kill that way. Base. The night sky sword was inserted directly beside Thor by Hela. Say, what do you mean by what you said earlier? Hela asked, bending over and staring at Thor, who looked like a dead fish. What? Thor was a little scared by Hela's eyes. Because Hela was very angry for a while, but immediately became a little more complicated. What's going on? Bai Xi threw you in? Hela stared closely at Thor. Thor's cold sweat immediately flowed down. He lied to Hela. It was Odin who threw him in, not Bai Xi. And Thor didn't know how to answer either. If the answer is wrong, he will be stabbed to death by Hela again. It suddenly occurred to him what Loki would do in this situation. That's definitely a lie that looks calm. Yes, Thor responded, swallowing his saliva. As soon as he finished speaking, Hela's expression suddenly changed. Hela is caught between killing and not killing. After going out, will you kill Bai Xi or not? In Thor's view, it is natural to understand. Sister and brother-in-law quarreled. Although Thor has just made an Earth girlfriend, he understands it very well. Brother-in-law, he misses you very much, Thor said boldly. Hela's murderous eyes stared at him immediately. He's not your brother-in-law, and I'm not a stupid brother like you. But then, Hela immediately changed her mind and asked, is that really? Hela's eyes were fixed on Thor, as if to see if he was lying. Thor resisted being exposed. He just felt like he had guessed the truth. Bai Xi hurt his sister badly. As a younger brother, can't he help to make up for the relationship? Bai Xi, I can thank you. Due to Hela's powerful strength, and the fact that he has not yet reached the level of Ragnarok, Thor easily recognized this sister. The words brother-in-law shouted more and more smoothly. Yes, brother-in-law. Bai Xi thinks that you can't sleep, and it's not delicious to eat. Thor looked at Hela's eyes and immediately changed his mind. Hela's eyes seemed to soften, but it seemed to think of something and immediately filled with murderous intent. Then why didn't he let me out? Kill Odin with me. Thor almost cried when he heard this. King Father is right, this goddess of death is indeed a lunatic. A few words can't do without killing Odin. But now Thor couldn't cry, he wanted to study Hela. At least not anymore to experience death. To be killed again, Thor suspects that he is about to collapse. Not everyone is Hela, what can be enjoyed in infinite death. Because he has more important things to do, and he said he will come with you when he is done. Thor stammered, then got kicked by Hela. You really can't lie, stupid brother. But at this moment, the energy in the dimensions suddenly vibrated and then constantly surged. Therefore, Hela did not continue to kill him. It seemed that his anger had been vented a lot before. What's going on? Thor supported himself from the ground and asked, a little flustered. He's fighting people. Hela looked up at the surging energy and said, "Could it be? Bai Xi really has something to do?" Thor looked at her appearance, also hesitation, and then asked, "What happened at that time?" Hela bowed her head. Her messy hair suddenly covered her eyes, looking eerie. She no longer paid attention to the surging energy, but spoke with a little recollection. Odin at the time was a tyrant. 35. He conquered the 9 realms with me, Jotunheim, Muspelheim. I brought the army down. I charged into battle for him, killed countless enemies for him, collected infinite gems for him. He actually changed his mind. 66-99. A section of the secret was revealed by Hela. Thor was already stunned. Is his father like this? Impossible. The father is a merciful king. Back to Earth, Bai Xi took a look at his own dimension. Not knowing what happened, Hela stopped killing Thor. But Thor's miserable appearance also made Bai Xi's mouth twitch. He was mentally exhausted, and his eyes seemed hollow. Moreover, the clothing of the whole body is also tattered, and I don't know how many times Hela has stabbed him with swords and killed him many times. This Thor won't become a vegetable, will he? Looking at Thor lying motionless on the ground, Bai Xi directly pulled him out. In case of death in the dimension, how bad is it? Thor, who came out of the dimension, doesn't seem to have reacted. Looking at the dazzling sunlight, he regained some energy. Then Thor saw Bai Xi. He hugged Bai Xi's thigh and cried, brother-in-law, save me." Bai Xi said he was just joking. Why is Thor really addicted? This can be addictive too. Then, it can be seen that he was really bullied badly by Hela. Thor's strength is like a child in front of Hela. "You hurry back to Asgard, brother-in-law will help you get her done," Bai Xi said immediately. He's getting bigger and bigger in Thor's mind. Tolton reacted immediately, and immediately Roar called Heimdall to send himself back. "Definitely, don't forget to pick up a bunch of pieces of yourself before you leave." That's a shard of Mjolnir. Thor has a deep affection for the hammer. Hammer is like his girlfriend, or he will never give up. Even if it becomes a fragment, it cannot be thrown away. Bifrost turned on immediately, picking up Thor. Bai Xi, on the other hand, looked at the goddess of death, who had regained her composure. It seems that she has become a little different from before. After Hela talked to Thor for a while, he was not in a hurry. And Thor also knew how terrible Hela was. This hatred, except for Odin's death, could not be resolved. Because it was impossible for Hela to forgive Odin. Even in the infinite parallel world, Hela would never forgive Odin. It's enough to see what an outrageous thing Odin has done. Thor also finally understood why Odin had held Hela, the goddess of death, for so long. The conversation between Hela and Thor, Bai Xi, as the master of the dimension, naturally heard it. The Lord of Dimension is the god of dimension. Omnipotent. Odin actually collected infinite gems? Bai Xi muttered to himself. It was especially collected by Hela for him. It seems that Hela really knows a lot of Odin's dark history. No wonder Odin is so afraid of Hela. Bai Xi thought about it carefully and found that there are indeed many things surprising. Odin must be very close to collecting infinite gems. The space gem, which he crafted into Tesseract, then built Bifrost and placed on Earth. Reality gem, when Odin's father King Bor was turned into TIE particles by dark elves and hidden by Asgard. Power gems, mind gems, time gems, these are actually not difficult for God King Odin. Maybe Odin knew that these infinite gems couldn't be put together, so he threw them all out. So ruthless that not even a single infinite gem would stay in Asgard. For Odin, the only difficulty is Soul Gem. Soul Gem needs to sacrifice the person you love to get it. Maybe this is the reason why Odin changed his mind. He was reluctant to kill Hela, but he was imprisoned, showing how soft-hearted he was. But Hela doesn't know this, so she's still a war freak. Is this why the two fell out? Odin's ambition at that time was definitely not only to rule the 9 realms. Bai Xi also sighed at the thought of this. The old thief Odin seems to have a charitable purpose, but in fact, it was not a good thing back then. People always change. You also know to come back. Lorna's voice sounded behind him. What's the matter, dear? Bai Xi immediately turned around and asked. We thought you eloped with a little bitch. Steve Rogers wakes up to a melodious melody and a Super Bowl game. However, this game is something he has already seen. No one knows why SCHILD made such a low-level mistake. Maybe they can't find tapes of other games? Or do you not even know when the captain of the United States was frozen? Even after being frozen for so long, the body is rigid and has not moved for decades. But he was still fierce. Watching the nurse open the door and come in, Steve restrained her and rushed out of the small room. 0. Ask for flowers. Bang. 35. He directly smashed a human-shaped hole and then ran outside. The female agent naturally immediately called roar to all the agents to encircle him. But the United States captain is still the United States captain. Even if he was unarmed, no one could stop him who wanted to escape. In the siege of countless agents, Steve easily rushed out of the SHILD building. He kept running like Forrest Gump. Countless agents were chasing him behind him until he left everyone behind. Then, he stopped in the middle of the road. He lost his way and didn't know where to run. Looking up at the high-rise buildings that were long out of his time, Steve Rogers was immediately confused. There is no ship that can carry me in the sea of the new era. This idea suddenly popped into his mind. Although it is not this sentence, but the truth is similar, he does not belong to this era. He was eliminated. Veteran, welcome to the new world. 39. Nick Fury got out of the car and held out his hand to Steve Rogers. The world doesn't belong to me anymore. 35. When he came back to his senses, Steve, who was shaking hands with Nick Fury, suddenly smiled wryly. Also, I missed a dance. Steve Rogers doesn't know if he can adapt to this era. Maybe he will never be able to, because he is an antique. That's probably why he chose not to return in the old days after returning infinite gems. This new world, after all, does not belong to an old antique like him. Loki took the psychic scepter that Thanos had given him and asked in high spirits, which planet are we going to conquer? Earth, the center of the 9 realms. Thanos said to him. Loki, who was about to answer, suddenly stopped. He thought of the murderous look in Odin's eyes. If he dares to invade the 9 realms with an army, Odin will definitely kill him with a spear, right? Isn't this to die for? Is that in the territory of the 9 realms, or the center of the 9 realms? Heimdall can see anything that happens in the 9 realms. What's the difference between that and courting death? Loki said immediately, wanting to change place. Earth is so dangerous. The army of Asgard could arrive at any time. These Chitauri are as fragile as paper against Asgard's army, Loki confirms. What's more, there may be sisters and brother-in-laws who don't know how strong they are. That brother-in-law is not a good person. And looking at Odin Rage's appearance, it is estimated that my sister is not easy to mess with. However, Thanos Saros just rose from the dangling throne. You just charge, I'll take care of the rest for you. Lay down the earth, I don't want anything, let you be its king. 55. Hearing Thanos' words, Loki suddenly fell into doubt. It was because the throne was so tempting to him that Loki ignored other things and agreed directly. Loki knew it was impossible to be king of the earth for long. Asgard would teach him to be human. So, Loki just wanted to prove himself that he was more qualified to be the king of Asgard than Thor. Just like a child. Thanos, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. His purpose was just to try. The so-called Loki, the mere prince of Asgard, is just a pawn. Thanos has been planning for a long time, and he knows that the plot for infinite gems must be completed in a very short time. Otherwise, there will be big changes. Infinite gems cannot be put together. This is cosmic wisdom. Asgard, there are people from Thanos too. He could even know Asgard's movements. Naturally, I never thought that Loki would be able to take down the Earth with a cannon fodder-like army of Chitauri. He just wanted to know where the infinite gems were. By the way, let Earth keep mine gem. Then he won't have to run around. Only a fool like Loki can be so brainless and confident. Loki in ecstasy, unaware that he was being tricked in the first place. From this it can be seen that the son that Odin taught is really not good. One is worse than one. Looking back, the best is actually Hela, the goddess of death. However, Hela's character is too manic and uncontrollable. I need to think of a complete plan. Loki opened his mouth and turned to leave. Thanos looked at his back and sneered silently. Stupid Asgard. Father. Thor almost cried when he saw Odin. Odin didn't expect Thor to be like this just by seeing Hela. However, Odin felt very moved. She's amazing. Thor took the shard of the hammer and said, if she comes out, Asgard is over. Hearing Thor's words, Odin's expression immediately changed again. The corners of his mouth twitched. Waste? Odin really wanted to yell at him. Are you so unsure of yourself? Odin asked. You're Thor, Thor, you're not the god of hammers, and you still can't understand. 99. Odin shook his head in disappointment. As if seeing his disappointment, Thor was also very sad. But he deeply knew the gap between himself and Hela. These thousands of years are irreparable. The longer Asgard lives, the stronger Hela can easily crush him. Who is Hela's sister? And outlived him by thousands of years. Father, is Ragnarok going to happen? Silent Thor asked suddenly. This is what Hela told him. The people of Asgard believe in so-called prophecy. Even Odin is a firm believer. What else did she say to you? Odin asked Thor. Although he had already guessed in his heart. Thor did not answer, but said, Father, maybe there is only one way to save Asgard. What way? Of course Odin didn't believe it. Brother-in-law. I found that she was different only when she mentioned her brother-in-law. Thor said. He noticed that Odin's face was getting darker. A good white man almost turned into a black man. Fortunately, Odin recovered. You mean, that Earthman? 50. Odin fell silent for a moment. The Earthling stole the dimension he left to Hela and became the Dimension Mephisto. This made Odin furious. As a result, Thor told him another amazing thing. That is, not only did Hela lose the dimension, but she herself was conquered by Bai Xi. This is simply to lose the wife and lose the army. This made Odin wish he wanted to go to Earth now and fight against Bai Xi. The gentle goddess Frigga reappeared to soothe Odin's emotions. It can be said that behind every successful man, there is a gentle woman. And behind every successful woman, there is a. Why not try Thor's method? Frigg asked. I can't reconcile with her. Odin shook his head decisively. He knew that what he did, Hela would never let him go. He took down Hela's legion of death. He sends Valkyrie to hunt down Hela. He imprisoned Hela in the dimension and wanted her to relinquish the throne of Asgard. Odin has done too much, and he knows he's sorry for Hela. Bai Xi unexpectedly, Asgard also plays patriarchal. Odin said Hela's reasons were simply untenable. If Hela is replaced by Thor, Odin will never switch levels for so long. Just shivering cold. Hela is my daughter too, why not give it a try? Frigga is persuading hard. As a mother, the last thing she likes to see is the cannibalism of her children. Then what do you say? Odin asked Frigga. Go and invite your son-in-law to Asgard. Frigg said. He's not even a prospective son-in-law. Odin said suddenly. Bai Xi did not know that he was unknowingly recognized by Frigg as his son-in-law. It can only be said that the mother-in-law looked at the son-in-law, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Frigga had never known him. But after knowing it, I kept watching. Finally found out. Bai Xi is a pretty good guy. Young and more golden, handsome and handsome, the most important thing is that he is strong and can overwhelm Hela. After living for so long, it was the first time Frigg saw a man who could suppress Hela with his own strength. Even Frigga doesn't know how strong Bai Xi is. As a result, the Empress of Gods suddenly felt that she would not be able to marry her daughter if she did not marry her. The son-in-law of Bai Xi was identified. Bai Xi doesn't know all this yet. He is being harassed by Maria Hill. What's the matter? Hackers. Bai Xi asked directly. Although Maria Hill is no longer wearing a black agent suit, she is still wearing shield. Definitely, the most important thing is that she has a stern look on her face. How could anyone ask for someone like that? A look of helplessness flashed across Maria Hill's face. We have something that you must be interested in, she said to Bai Xi, trying her best to have some expression on her face. That's all you seem to say, Hill agent, Bai Xi said to her. Lorna on the side looked at the two suspiciously. Then she waved her hand, and a cup of coffee flew to Maria Hill. No thank you. She immediately refused. But Lorna won't let her say no. No way, the Hill agent could only pick it up and take a sip. Hiss. So hot. Little did she know that Lorna was targeting her on purpose. Hill agent said bitterly in his heart, I don't dress like that anymore. Why are you still targeting me? Seeing this situation, Bai Xi didn't hesitate. Sure enough, you still have to pick up girls when no one is there. Maria Hill looked at Bai Xi with her eyes fixed, trying her best to have no emotion. Seeing her like this, Bai Xi had no choice but to say, What is it, Hill agent? Cough. Maria Hill looked at Lorna. They are all their own, Bai Xi said. Lorna and Susan gave him a tender look and then took the initiative to leave. Women, to deal with them is to retreat and to advance. Hill agent looked at the scumbag in front of him and then said, Tesseract. I'm not very interested. Bai Xi shook his head. It's just a space gem. For him who has teleportation and dimensional teleportation, it's really not very useful. This is a private invitation. Maria Hill immediately twisted the strands of hair around her ear and said, But it doesn't matter if you go and see. I'm not interested in Tesseract. I'm interested in you. When Lorna was not around, Bai Xi immediately released himself. Bai Xi and Maria Hill walked out of the villa. Hearing that, Hill just rolled his eyes at him. When Bai Xi was puzzled, she said, But you can only call Hill agent. Are you flirting with me? Bai Xi asked. I didn't mean it. 55. As you wish. Hill got on the Hornet and looked out the window. Bai Xi misplaced again when shifting gears. Maria Hill immediately grabbed his hand. Isn't this car driven by itself? Think she's the idiot. Bai Xi held it back and explained, It's called Bumblebee, and it's an Autobot. Autobots. Maria Hill really forgot Bai Xi's actions and was attracted by his words. Yes, it is not the artificial intelligence you think, but a real life form. Bai Xi said with a smile, but didn't say much. Just tell her that it is a living body, but nothing else. Moreover, Maria Hill was still lost in thought. Forgot what Bai Xi was doing. Bumblebee stopped in suburban New York. There is an underground base for S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury knows the truth about the 3 caves of the Sly Rabbit. He has countless bases and shelters. Some are known to others, some are not even known to Maria Hill. But this is a relatively large base. Bai Xi hugged Maria Hill's waist smoothly. She immediately took Bai Xi's hand. This is the base, follow me. The gaze of the agent next to him made the Hill agent feel a little blush. Can you not do this in public? Bai Xi, you mean when no one is there? Maria Hill took Bai Xi all the way down and past many levels. It can be seen that S.H.I.E.L.D. still attaches great importance to Tesseract. After all, this thing has been around for a long time. Got it during the Red Skull days, but never really used it. At best, just used the energy of the Tesseract to do something. This is only the most superficial use. Bai Xi looked at a girl in front of him with a strange expression. Short blonde hair, she doesn't look too old. The girl immediately became shy when she saw Bai Xi. Little Spider-Man, Bai Xi said. The girl in front of him was Gwen, the ghost Spider-Man. He didn't expect that Gwen would join SHILD without even a headgear. It seems, completely brainwashed by Nick Fury. Bai Xi, long time no see. Gwen shyly said. Why are you here? Bai Xi asked immediately. Maria Hill knew that the two met, so she went straight ahead and led the way. They promised me that they would send me back to my own world, and this Tesseract is an opportunity. 99. Gwen looked at Bai Xi and said, with some hope in his eyes. She is still imagining. Silly boy. You are better off relying on SHILD than your brother. Apparently, the kid has been crippled by Nick Fury. Such a useful tool, how could Nick Fury send her back? It is definitely reserved to continue to squeeze and use. Bai Xi didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only squeeze out a smile. I believe this is a good opportunity. He opened his mouth to speak. When Gwen left, Bai Xi immediately said 0 to Maria Hill. Do you have a good conscience? To deceive a girl like this. Hearing Bai Xi's words, Hill agent said immediately. We didn't lie to her. It's just that SHILD's current technology can't send her back to the original world. Jean Bing's kind is completely a mistake, and finding it and sending it back are completely different. After hearing her explanation, Bai Xi didn't care anymore. After all, he didn't have much friendship with Spider-Gwen. Just happened to see her bump into the billboard. Very miserable. Other than that, there is not much communication. Soon, Bai Xi saw Tesseract, and Dr. Eric was busy beside it. Dr. Eric is Thor's girlfriend Jane Foster's mentor. Very interested in astronomy. Then I was invited by SHILD to study Tesseract. That's what SHILD made to Thor. After all, the girlfriend's mentor showed the love of SHILD. Definitely different. Maria Hill stood aside and said, This is the Tesseract. I definitely know. Bai Xi said immediately. Hill agent just smiles. Hill knew he was mysterious and seemed to know a lot of unknown things. Do you know how many people in the universe are looking for it? Bai Xi said immediately. You still don't understand anything, and you dare to study it casually. 35. Looks like Nick Fury didn't listen to me. 99. Bai Xi mentions Nick Fury with disdain. He was equally disdainful of S.H.I.E.L.D. Saying that, Bai Xi felt the magic breath on the Tesseract. He looked strange. What's wrong? Maria Hill asked. I have something to go out for. After Bai Xi finished speaking, he put his hand on the Tesseract. Hey! Maria Hill just wanted to remind him, then Bai Xi's figure disappeared. We were tricked by him again. She immediately told Nick Fury. Nick Fury is also extremely helpless. I don't know why he hates SHILD so much. Obviously we are good people. Bai Xi was naturally unaware of Nick Fury's feel-good statement. This has always been his attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Existence or non-existence makes no difference to him at all. As long as Natasha Romanoff and they are doing well. At the moment, he passed directly through the Tesseract's teleportation and came to a place. Surrounded by clouds and mists in the distance, the clouds seem to be on you, like a fairyland on Earth. Nearby is the Great Plains. The magnificent palace can be seen at a glance. All kinds of ancient European-style buildings, coupled with the feeling of future technology blowing. Countless flight machines shuttled between buildings and then docked in the distant flight port. Here it is, Asgard. Looking up at the resplendent palace, he was speechless for a while. Shock. Apart from Asgard, there is no place for such extravagant architecture. How is it? Asgard is more shocking than you think, like the 4.5 miles? Boy. A voice sounded in his ear. Bai Xi just sighed. I only saw the blood and blood in the 9 realms. This is inevitable. The 9 realms need a ruler. The voice spoke again. But you are the Warner Protoss, so support Odin so much. Bai Xi turned his head and looked at the person next to him. God Queen, Frigga. At Asgard, not many can do that. When Bai Xi saw the Tesseract, magical energy appeared on the Tesseract. It was made by Odin as a tesseract and threw it to Earth, and Frigga probably moved it back then, so it could be remotely controlled. Bai Xi didn't want to talk about it at first, but when he found out that it was Frigga and not Odin who was looking for him, his expression suddenly became strange. Under Frigg's warm invitation, Bai Xi agreed and sent it directly. The Warner Protoss is only for the pacification of the Nine Realms, and they were even the enemies of the Asgard people for a time. Frigga laughed as she spoke. And she is the bond that maintains Asgard and the Warner Protoss. Without Frigga, the Vanir's would still be one of the enemies of the Asgard. Bai Xi only felt that this goddess was very peaceful. No wonder both Thor and Loki love her so much. Maybe even Hela is no exception. Do you like Goldenhall? Frigg asked. Not bad. Bai Xi was non-committal. The moment he saw the Golden Hall, he had the feeling that Liu Bang and Xiang Yu saw the first Emperor's car. The man should be like this. He can take his place. Unfortunately, it will soon be in ruins. 35. Frigg looked into the distance and said, Empress God, is there anything you want me to do? Bai Xi looked at Frigga in confusion. Could it be that the old cow wants to eat tender grass? Frigga didn't know what was in Bai Xi's mind. Otherwise, Bai Xi will be driven away. Let's talk about your wedding. 99. Frigga opened her mouth and shocked Bai Xi directly. So he asked subconsciously with whom. Frigg said, Hela, my daughter. 6,699. Hearing this, Bai Xi had a strange expression for a while. He didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. Fortunately, Frigga didn't frighten him to death. Otherwise, he would have fucked Odin to death. But with Hela, isn't that a joke? No, absolutely not. Actually, Hela and I have nothing at all. Bai Xi said to Frigga. Frigga smiled and said, I know what you said. That's just hi. Bai Xi thought for a while and continued, Odin thief will not agree. Frigg looked at him again and said, the king of God will agree. Hela won't agree. Bai Xi stopped before he finished speaking. Well, Hela will agree too. This crazy woman has been completely conquered by Bai Xi. So, Frigga just looked at him with a smile. Bai Xi immediately smiled and said, well, we will get married in 500 years. 99. 66, 99. Now it was finally Frigga's turn to be speechless. 500 years ago, Ragnarok had already happened. Actually, I know what you're thinking. Ragnarok is avoidable. Bai Xi said. As long as Odin doesn't believe in the prophecy, Asgard can be destroyed. Odin is too powerful. It was the flame giant Surti he suppressed back then, and he collected Surti's the eternal fire as a trophy. Odin can do it more than 1,000 years ago, but can it be done now? Now Odin will only be stronger than he was then. But he was convinced. Ragnarok was coming. To Bai Xi's helplessness. Queen Frigga is also stubborn. She didn't even want to avoid her own death. How could she interfere with Odin's death? In Bai Xi's view, all this can be easily avoided. If Frigga didn't choose 08 to die, Odin wouldn't be disheartened and choose to die before Ragnarok. The so-called Ragnarok is completely the Odin family killed themselves. Ragnarok is immutable. 55. Odin's voice sounded behind Bai Xi. Bai Xi looked back. Odin had come behind him fully armed. He came to Asgard. How could Odin as a god king not know? There is nothing in this world that cannot be changed. 35. However, in the face of Odin, Bai Xi is not at all cowardly. There is no life in this world. He doesn't believe it himself. As if seeing Bai Xi's thoughts, Odin, holding the spear of eternity, said, since the appearance of the Aesir Protoss, Ragnarok is inevitable, and it will definitely come. All we can do is fight constantly in Ragnarok, face a cruel fate, fight to the end, and die. Dusk is not the end, but a new dawn, a new hope, a new beginning. As for the fate, the people of Asgard believe in it. And the prophecies of the past have also been fulfilled one by one. So, this is the reason why they are more and more convinced. But Bai Xi knew what the so-called new beginning was. If a new beginning is the Asgard people all lingering in one corner of the earth. Thor also became Fat Thor. That would be too funny. Bai Xi shook his head. He was not from Asgard anyway. It was none of his business. Unless Odin now puts the crown on his head and makes him king of Asgard. Otherwise, what does it have to do with him? Ragnarok is Ragnarok. Sorry, why should I help you? So, Bai Xi asked. Want to kidnap Hela because of his unrequited love? How is this possible? Help Asgard, help the earth. 359. Frigg held down Odin and said, Asgard is the protector of the 9 realms. If Asgard is there, foreign enemies in the universe will not dare to invade the 9 realms. Once Asgard is not there. Hearing Frigga's words, Bai Xi nodded. This is indeed a reason. But, so what? But you made a little mistake. Bai Xi said. Earth is not as fragile as you think. You mean Sorcerer Supreme? Odin said, the Sorcerer Supreme is strong, but doesn't care about the universe. 35. No, because the earth has me. Bai Xi said very confidently. The arrogant boy. Odin immediately blew his beard and said, I knew this cunning mortal could not be trusted, and I want to teach you a lesson. I also want to see how strong the God King Odin is. Bai Xi said to Odin. Odin originally just wanted to threaten Bai Xi a little. Who would have thought that Bai Xi would really have a fight with him? Odin panicked for a while. His sleep of Odin was not completed completely, resulting in a very weak state, and the power of Odin in his body was extremely disordered. In addition, Odin, who is already old, doesn't want to mess with people at will. The old Odin was able to hold back the provocation of the king of giants of Jotunheim Lauf, showing that his ambitions were almost exhausted. Although he is very strong, his heart is no longer. Odin is no longer at his peak. You are like a candle in the wind. Bai Xi looked at Odin hesitation and was extremely disappointed. Dormammu said he was stronger than Odin, so Bai Xi wanted to see Odin's strength. Otherwise, why did he hide his strength for so long? Odin was finally inspired to fight by Bai Xi. You are provoking the king of God, Odin said. Seeing the belligerent look of the two of them, Frigg couldn't help but step aside. Asgard people are belligerent, Hela is so, Thor is so, and Odin was so young. Now, Odin finally has the will to fight again. Seeing Frigga retreat, Odin threw the eternal spear directly in his hand. Kungnir. The Spear of Eternity, also known as Gungnir and Kungunr. According to legend, whoever swears to Kungunr, his oath will surely come true. The Spear of Eternity directly turned into a streaming light, as if it pierced through the interstellar space in an instant, directly locking Bai Xi, and flew towards him. The handle of the Spear of Eternity is also made from the branches of the World Tree. Its ability is also very simple, but powerful. Once the Spear of Eternity is thrown, it will definitely hit the target. It can pierce through anything, it is invincible, and then it will automatically return to the Master's hand. At the moment, those within the 9 realms raised their heads and looked at the sky. A meteor flashed by, and countless people began to make wishes to Kungunir. The Spear of Eternity was just a moment, like a meteor piercing the world before Bai Xi. Bai Xi felt huge amounts of pressure. The huge power of Odin on Odin was revealed in an instant. More pressure on him than anyone else. Is this the power of the God King? Frozen thousands of miles. The thick ice wall was broken in an instant, and the endless cold air only caused a layer of mist to form on the Spear of Eternity. Not even the slightest delay was achieved. The effect of breaking down everything, triggering directly. Countless pieces of ice were scattered all over the place. Bai Xi directly started to fold the space with the ability of mirror space, trying to block the Spear of Eternity. But the Spear of Eternity remains, through space. To the front. Serious punch. No way, Bai Xi could only punch in the past. The fist collided with the head of the Spear of Eternity, and the Spear of Eternity was finally blown away. Bai Xi's fist was only a little sore. The Spear of Eternity spun around Bai Xi, turned into a shooting star, and wanted to return to Odin's hands. But at the moment, Bai Xi directly took out the mantra lasso. The lasso of mantra was made by Hephaestus, the god of fire, from the golden belt of Gaia, the goddess of the earth. The lasso was given by the goddess Hestia, and the moon goddess Artemis personally tied it to a divine arrow and shot it down from Mount Olympus. The function of the mantra lasso is not only to let people tell the truth, but also to let people see the truth. Another point is that it is unbreakable. Unbreakable meets unbreakable. Is the equipment of the Nordic gods stronger, or the equipment of the Greek gods better? Bai Xi threw out the mantra lasso, and the lasso instantly entangled the Spear of Eternity that was about to fly back to Odin's hands. King! The mantra lasso shone with golden light, and in an instant it became as strong as a golden hoop. It's not like rope, but metal. The characteristics of the Spear of Eternity also began to trigger. The two fetishes exuded the sound of metal collision in the air. Clang clang. When the unbreakable meets the unbreakable end, the two will not give in to each other. But in the end, the noose of mantra could not be broken. Odin looked at the lasso of mantra in shock. He felt a familiar aura on this equipment. God of fire, goddess of earth. In Odin's youth, the Greek pantheon also existed. And it is on the earth among the 9 realms. Therefore, Odin at that time did not go to war on earth. The strength of the god King Zeus is not inferior to him, and even Odin is not sure of winning. It was not until later that the Greek gods were destroyed and the Aesir gods truly unified the 9 realms. But now, Odin felt the breath of Greek pantheon again. Bai Xi grabbed the mantra lasso's hand and pulled, and the mantra lasso was dragged back directly by him. The Spear of Eternity naturally did not return to Odin's hands. You are their descendant. Odin sensed the breath on Bai Xi's body and said. He just thought at first that Bai Xi was a thief. He stole the dimension he left to Hela, and also stole Hela's heart. But now, Odin carefully felt the breath on Bai Xi's body. It turns out that Bai Xi is a demigod. Coupled with the breath of the Greek pantheon on the mantra lasso, Odin immediately believed that Bai Xi was the descendant of the Greek gods. Bai Xi is naturally confused. Riddler? But seeing Odin staring at the mantra lasso in his hand, Bai Xi understood a little. He wouldn't think that he was also a descendant of God, would he? I'm not me. Bai Xi naturally denied Sanlian. Whether you are or not. Immediately, Odin also continued to work. His fighting spirit grew stronger. Odin made a move, and the Spear of Eternity finally flew back into his hands. But when he wanted to use the Spear of Eternity again, he found that Bai Xi had disappeared. It wasn't a teleportation, because his figure didn't appear again. Odin turned and stabbed directly behind him. There was no one behind him, and even the air did not fluctuate. Odin stabbed in the air, but he was punched, sending him a step backwards. He turned around and saw that there was still no one there. Stealth? 500 Odin sneered. Little trick. 99. Odin hammered the handle of the Spear of Eternity on the ground, and suddenly endless energy spread out. Bai Xi's figure was also hit, and his figure was revealed by the energy, as if water had been poured on him. Bai Xi immediately put away the Supreme Lord Ring. The invisibility ability of the Supreme Lord of the Rings is still very powerful, and even Odin didn't discover it for the first time. Odin, will use equipment to bully people? Bai Xi asked shamelessly. The sneak attack he made just now was done with serious punch. However, hitting Odin only made him take a step back. Not how strong Odin's body is. It's the destroyer armor on him. Back then, Odin was wearing the destroyer armor and even singled out the entire team of gods. He even cut off the arm of one of the gods. Definitely, the end is that Odin is also abused in the end. But it also shows how powerful the destroyer armor is. It's definitely not the kind of toy that can be smashed by Thor's hammer. At the moment when Odin was worn, the most powerful force was exerted. Equipment is also a part of strength. Facing Bai Xi's words, Odin responded calmly. Really? I hate these gods the most. Even if his strength is stronger than others, he still likes to rely on powerful equipment. Thor the Sky is missing Mjolnir and the Storm Axe. Wonder Woman Diana goes even further. When I left Paradise Island, I was dressed in a divine costume. Therefore, Bai Xi strikes first and becomes stronger. He teleported directly behind Odin. Odin's Spear of Eternity swept back directly, while Bai Xi directly grabbed the body of the Spear of Eternity. During the wrestling between the two sides, Odin's head turned around. Odin at the moment is fully dressed in the destroyer armor. So, at the moment it wasn't Odin's head that turned, but the headplate of the destroyer's war frame. But even so, can it still be like this? Bai Xi didn't even think about it, and then he saw that the mask of the destroyer's armor was opened, and a wave of fire appeared. Seeing this scene, Bai Xi's eyes also turned red. Hot sight. When Bai Xi's heat vision broke out, the mask of the destroyer's armor also emitted the light of destruction. Two extremely high lasers collided in the air. Boom! In an instant, there was a strong explosion, sending both Bai Xi and Odin flying. Bai Xi and Odin fell to the ground. The trial is over, Odin said, ready to hold back. But right now, it's time to stop. Everyone else will know. Frigga opened her mouth and said, looking at the Asgard people who had noticed movement in the distance. Bai Xi and Odin looked at each other suddenly. Unexpectedly, Odin, who was still full of fighting spirit, suddenly no longer threatened. The breath on him disappeared in vain. In an instant, he turned into the kind god king again. This wife is strict. You are the king of gods. Bai Xi immediately began to complain. He still wanted to see Odin's true strength. Unexpectedly, as soon as Frigga opened her mouth, Odin immediately stopped. Definitely, this is also because Odin doesn't want to shoot in front of his own people. A benevolent king will not subdue his people by force. Father, what happened? At this moment, Thor, who flew over with the hammer, shouted. After he saw Bai Xi clearly, he immediately understood. 66:99. Even he couldn't say those two words without Hela. Only in the face of Hela's life and death threat will he abandon it all. In fact, Thor is in a very complicated mood right now. He was reluctant to admit Hela as a sister, but he was indeed convinced by Hela. Hela's powerful strength made him have to admit this eldest sister. In short, Thor was extremely confused. Hearing Thor's words, Odin replied, "We are welcoming the distinguished guests." And Thor actually nodded. Because in his opinion, the Asgard people are like that. Make friends with Wu. Then I would like to thank the King of God for his hospitality. Bai Xi sneered at Odin. Not having fun. Odin didn't care either, but Frigga smiled and said, "If you have time, you can come to Asgard to play more. This is your home too." 66:99. Goodbye, goodbye. Bai Xi thought in his heart, and the madman-like appearance of Hela appeared in front of him. Hair disheveled, like a ghost. Glancing at the Asgard people who kept approaching, Bai Xi instantly moved and disappeared. What a child. Frigg looked at the place where Bai Xi disappeared and said. Odin was speechless when he heard the words. Where the hell is Bai Xi? In the dark universe, on a meteorite, Loki, who was playing with the Mind Scepter, suddenly raised his head. He is a magician, and although he plays melee a lot, he is very sensitive to energy. The volatility of Tesseract, Loki murmured. Found at this location on Earth. Of course he knew about infinite gems. In the Odin family, apart from Thor, even Loki knows infinite gems. He knew that the Tesseract was the space gem, and the one he was playing with was the mind gem. If he could get 2 infinite gems, the plan would be safe. Now Loki has not thought about whether Thanos is also eyeing infinite gems. Because for countless years, no one has actually collected infinite gems. Not even the God King Odin could do it. Looking at the direction of the 9 realms, a plan gradually took shape in Loki's mind. Father, Mother Thor. I will prove to you that I am the real king. Loki muttered to himself. Naturally, he knew he was the giants of Jotunheim, but so what? Behind Loki is Chitauri, who has begun to assemble. The overwhelming Chitauri dragon battleship and the armored Chita Swiss soldiers. Schilde had no idea that Tesseract was being targeted. They are still working on this energy-filled thing, even if Bai Xi had already warned them. But constantly dying is the spirit of S.H.I.E.L.D. Bai Xi naturally ignored S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment he was at home, facing the torture of both Lorna and Susan. Maybe it feels like enough has been made up for the previous lack. Lorna actually changed the taste. She likes light meals now. I want to taste the original taste of the ingredients. That's why Lorna. So, Bai Xi looked at the Cantonese-style roast goose in front of him. This is too the original taste of the ingredients. Bai Xi complained. Isn't it delicious? Lorna was a little sad. Susan is also a little disappointed. This is the result of their joint efforts. It's not that it's not delicious, but I think that if you eat it raw, the original taste of the ingredients may be more. Bai Xi said solemnly. Lorna's face darkened immediately. You have to eat. Lorna said wickedly. 66.99. Bai Xi was speechless for a moment. This is not the first time. The two have tortured him since his return from Asgard. Maybe the last time I walked with Maria Hill too neatly? Fortunately, someone saved his life this time. Tony Stark is visiting. When he saw the roast goose on the table, he immediately squeezed a piece and threw it directly into his mouth. Huge gift crab. Tony shouted immediately after taking a bite. But under the murderous gazes of Lorna and Susan, he swallowed it abruptly. Is it delicious, Tony? Bai Xi asked immediately. It's delicious. It's so delicious. I've never had such authentic chicken. Tony said with a bitter face. It's goose. Whatever it is. You can eat more if it's delicious. Bai Xi brought the plate to Tony. It gave Tony the urge to get up and go. Fortunately, Lorna did not continue to tease him. Tony breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Bai Xi, Bai, I suddenly have a feeling that I want a prodigal son to turn back. Seeing Tony Stark's serious look, Bai Xi glanced at him up and down. Playboys want to get married too? Tony said suddenly, you don't understand. After a person dies once, he will cherish the life in front of him even more. Then who do you want to marry? Bai Xi asked immediately. I'm still looking, hoping to find a true love. Tony sighed. At his age, his father Howard was ready to give birth to him, perhaps already. The best is always there. Bai Xi patted his shoulder and said. He was referring, of course, to small peppers. Tony must have had an idea when he told him this now. But the idea is not firm enough. It is difficult for a person like him who is used to seeing forests to stop for a tree. If you really get to that point, as many people say, there is no difference in finding an honest person. Small peppers. Really honest. And very capable. Stop talking about it, the stock of Sure Start Group is about to start flying. Tony said excitedly. The arc reactor of the new element, only one can supply New York City's electricity for a year. 35. We're going to make money. Seeing Tony's excited look, Bai Xi shook his head and said, Do you think I look like someone who lacks money? Bai Xi is no longer interested in these mundane things. Otherwise, just sell high and buy low. Tony was speechless when he saw Bai Xi pretending to be. Looking at it like this, he doesn't even know who is the richest man in the world. Time passed smoothly, until this day, Natasha Romanoff came directly to the house to look for him. Bai Xi was basking in the sun leisurely when he saw Natasha Romanoff in a jacket getting off the bus. Natasha Romanoff, with her hands in her pockets and wireless headphones, laughed as she looked at the laid-back Bai Xi. I remember you didn't like to sunbathe before. Yelena refused to ask you to accompany her on the swing. Bai Xi suddenly smiled when he heard the words. At that time, Yelena's favorite thing was to play on the swing, and she had to swing very high every time. And often fall down, and then cry red nose. Only delicious food can stop the tears. People change. Hearing Bai Xi's answer, Natasha Romanoff also nodded. They're all different from before. Somehow, it turned out to be a little sentimental. Natasha Romanoff was a little fortunate afterwards. Fortunately, she was protected by a symbiotic talisman and did not receive the cruel training like other agents. She stopped thinking about it and said, Yelena is looking for us, so I'll pick you up. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Bai Xi also stood up. His skin still didn't turn black. Still as white as a born baby. So much so that Natasha Romanoff took 2 glances. Although Natasha Romanoff, like other Westerners, likes to have a healthy tan. However, there is also some yearning for this kind of whiteness. Bai Xi got into Natasha Romanoff's car directly. Natasha Romanoff sat in the driver's seat and took off a headset for him. I heard it's very romantic for couples to do this. Natasha Romanoff said in her somewhat raspy voice. Bai Xi smiled and put it on his ear. A melodious song suddenly came from inside, which seemed to be a love song. Unexpectedly, Natasha Romanoff is quite sentimental. Natasha Romanoff drove all the way to the outskirts, in an uninhabited manner. Many Westerners like to live in the suburbs because the space is very large and they are very free. Various farms and estates are everywhere. Drive into the manor and there is a black flight device parked inside. A dark-skinned female agent was already waiting for them. She is a member of Black Widow. She's waiting for us. 35. The black woman spoke up. She naturally refers to Yelena. Yelena now leads the Black Widows, but to show equality, she doesn't let anyone call her leader. And these Black Widows, they didn't dare to call Yelena's name directly. Let's go, Bai Xi said, walking ahead. Natasha Romanoff followed him closely, highlighting his noble identity. Black Widows also know that Bai Xi has a special status. Soon, the flight machine left here. Our current base is in Mexico. The black woman driving the flight machine said. It seems that many organizations like to put their bases here. Fortunately, Mexico is not far from the lighthouse country and has been bullied by it. The flight device suddenly landed in a hidden base. As soon as she got down, the enthusiastic Yelena hugged her up. Grave accent, I miss you. Yelena said without hesitation. The other Black Widows snickered. Bai Xi looked at the number of people and said, It seems to have increased again. Yelena responded, We rescue them all over the world. Natasha Romanoff looked and nodded. Yelena looked at her and said, Yes, I know where Alexei is being held, but I didn't save him. I won't save him either. Natasha Romanoff also said when he heard the words. If it wasn't for Alexei and the Iron Lady Melina, they would not have been taken to polar bears. So long to be separated from Bai Xi. Poor Alexei, it is estimated that he will never get out of the snow prison in this life. What was the great discovery that called us here? Bai Xi interrupted their sadness. If the conversation goes on, the 2 of them will probably have tears in their eyes. Definitely, this is an exaggeration. But the mood will certainly be unstable. Yelena packed her emotions and walked to a monitor with Bai Xi and Natasha Romanoff. We were on our way to rescue our sisters when a group clashed with us and seemed to want to rob our sisters too. Yelena said this to the two of them. What organization? Bai Xi asked with a feeling. Yelena was silent for a moment, then looked at Natasha Romanoff and said, You should have known in S.H.I.E.L.D. It's called Hydra. After Yelena finished speaking, she tapped it casually, and a sign appeared on the screen. The red and black is the main body of the logo, a blood-red skull, and then there are 6 tentacle-like things below. Hydra. Bai Xi glanced at Yelena and didn't expect Yelena to dig out Hydra so early. Underestimate her ability. And Natasha Romanoff was shocked. Roar said, Impossible. She looked at the Hydra logo and continued. In S.H.I.E.L.D. records, Hydra was completely destroyed after World War II. That's because S.H.I.E.L.D. became Snake Shield. Yelena immediately answered, Do you know the slogan of HYDRA, Elise? Seeing Natasha Romanoff looking over, Yelena said, Cut off 1 head and grow 2 more heads. 9. Natasha Romanoff was also silent for a while. Yelena looked at the two and said, According to my investigation, there are many factions within HYDRA, and it seems that each faction does not obey the others, so it has survived to this day. Wait. Natasha Romanoff interrupted, raising her hand. How do you know this? Yelena smiled and said, Because they still want to absorb us. I was rejected. Hearing this, Bai Xi and Natasha Romanoff couldn't stop nodding. Then we had a conflict, and I had investigated one of Hydra's main bases, but had not been able to break through. 99. Yelena continued to speak. Let's do it together. Natasha Romanoff said suddenly. Hydra. This kind of organization in the dust of history has survived to the present. Natasha Romanoff would not have believed it if Yelena hadn't said it herself. Because in SHILD's file, it is stated that Hydra has long been wiped out. But Yelena knows about HYDRA, which proves that it is still very big. Why doesn't SHILD know? Natasha Romanoff frowned in thought. Where is this base? 35. Bai Xi asked Yelena. Yelena immediately opened the world map, and then the map was reduced to a range. Island. Yelena looked at Bai Xi and said, It wasn't Sokovia, but also normal. The base of Sokovia is under the control of Baron Bezemo, the old man of HYDRA. Even after the base was breached by the Avengers, he didn't die. Natasha Romanoff looks at the island on the map. Immediately, he and Bai Xi looked at each other. When are we leaving? I'm ready, Yelena said, clutching her wrists with both hands. The flight device is ready. On the flight device, Bai Xi watched the island country silently in a trance. What's wrong? Yelena secretly grabbed his hand. She and Natasha Romanoff sat on either side of Bai Xi. Nothing, thought of something. Bai Xi came back to his senses and said immediately, This is the first time he has come to a place with a god toilet. In such a small island country, there is still a Hydra base, which shows how widely Hydra is spread. In fact, the power of Hydra is very large. During World War II, with the help of the Nazis, it has spread to a large extent. It's just that with the Red Skull's failure, Hydra has been hit hard. But now, Hydra has also slowed down. Especially with the support of SHILD, Hydra can bloom everywhere. The flight device suddenly rushed into a dense forest. Then the hatch opened and the Black Widow jumped out. At the moment has grown to dozens of people. We have to go down first. The flight device will be directly knocked out if it gets close. 99. Yelena said. They have already fought Hydra once. But apparently, Hydra has not given up on the idea of this base. Other bases will be released as soon as they are released. But this is a main base. When everyone came to the ground, countless enemies were already approaching. Yelena looked at the red dot on the watch-like instrument indicating the enemy and said, They have come, be careful. Bang. 35. After she finished speaking, a Black Widow started. A Hydra soldier who was brought down by her completely unsuspecting. Then the other soldiers were also shot. This time, It naturally represented the exchange of fire between the two sides. A real silencer is not like the one in the game that has no sound at all. At most, it makes it impossible to quickly identify the direction. Bang, bang, bang. Hydra's soldiers were quickly knocked out. After all, in terms of quality alone, ordinary soldiers are obviously not the opponents of the Black Widows. It's just, Black Widow is difficult to cultivate. The numbers are still down. Call out. At this moment, a stray bullet flew over and flew towards Yelena. Yelena felt something and turned her head to avoid it. However, the stray bullet did not fly over. Because he was in midair, he was caught by Bai Xi. Yelena immediately grabbed Bai Xi's hand. Are you okay? She looked anxiously at Bai Xi's palm and opened it, but fortunately no blood came out. After the 500 was fully opened, the stray bullet was already pinched into a ball by Bai Xi. And his hands are still white and flawless, not even a hole is left. Bai Xi has long been able to resist these things. But the hard resistance is hard resistance, and the pain will still be a little bit. That's why Diana likes to block with bracelets of guardianship or shields. Not everyone is a Superman. He has a body of steel, and even an explosion doesn't hurt for him. Bai Xi looked at Yelena's anxious look and rubbed her head. This is a battlefield. Yelena reluctantly knocked off Bai Xi's hand and said. Then, she hunched over, raised the gun in her hand, and kept advancing. Don't bother. 99. Seeing this scene, Bai Xi said immediately. Speaking of which, he hasn't fully released this ability, so he doesn't know what its strongest level is. Thinking like this, Bai Xi grabbed with both hands. Frozen thousands of miles. Ice spread out from under his feet. Except for the Black Widow, everything along the way was frozen in an instant. Trees, creeping snakes, soldiers of Hydra. Mountain. Everything within 1,000 miles around Bai Xi's body turned into ice cubes. At this moment, this place seems to have become a kingdom of ice and snow. And its king is inspecting his domain. At the moment, someone in the distance discovered the scene and immediately took a picture with a mobile phone and uploaded it to the internet. This is a miracle. Many islanders jumped for joy. Akio. In the field, a Black Widow sneezed. It's too cold. The Black Widow looked at Bai Xi with awe. Isn't it God who can do all this? Natasha Romanoff and Yelena knew that Bai Xi was no ordinary person. But seeing the scene, I was moved again. Bai Xi is really like a mystery. Endless, never know how unfathomable he is. Then, the violent Natasha Romanoff stabbed a Hydra soldier in front of him directly with the butt of the ice cube. Boom. With a little force, the huge amounts of human-shaped ice cubes turned into ice slag and fell to the ground. Even the blood was frozen, and there was no such cruel scene at all. Hiss. Everyone gasped. It's really air-conditioned here now, and I feel uncomfortable in my throat for a while. The Hydra people who are still alive in the EF area have a numb expression. The Hydra warriors they sent out. Just wiped out? Soon, the hologram opened, and the owner of the base immediately spread the news. The other Hydra bases immediately learned that a major base was about to be destroyed. What the hell is going on? Ophelia. The others immediately condemned her. The destruction of every Hydra base is a major loss, although they are not convinced. But it's a good opportunity to hit an old rival. It's the remnants of the Red House. Before Ophelia had time to elaborate, she heard the screams of her subordinates. Off base. Bai Xi snapped his fingers, and all the ice sculptures shattered in an instant. They seemed to have turned into powder and instantly dissipated into the heaven and earth. So much so that this area has become completely bare. The trees are gone, so are the animals. The soldiers of Hydra disappeared without a trace, and even the bloodstains disappeared along with the powder. The cold disappeared instantly, and the sun shone on the Black Widows. But their hearts are still cold. This is someone they can't resist. The Black Widow looked at Bai Xi with awe. Enter the base, be careful. 359. Yelena's voice woke them up. Boom. As the explosives were placed, the gate of the Hydra base was blown open. It is very difficult for the people inside to escape, especially with Bai Xi here. Ordinary HYDRA soldiers are no match for the Black Widows at all. The best thing about Hydra is that they have a lot of people. Their slogan is, cut off one head and grow 2 more heads. Many people are more powerful is what they pursue. But the more people there are, the more trash fish. Sometimes it's useless to have too many trash fish. Therefore, it was easy to get to the base all the way. At this time, the owner of the base had not had time to escape. Bai Xi looked at the base leader in front of him. Is a woman. He has long black hair, but he wears green lipstick and his whole body is green. Green tights belt. Even the boots are green. In an instant, countless guns were aimed at this woman. You are the master of this base? Yelena asked. You don't even know who I am, so you broke into my base. 99. The woman opened her mouth and said, her expression still very dull. Say, who are you? Yelena looked at her too. You can call me Mrs. Hydra. Mrs. Hydra looked at Yelena and said. Then his eyes turned to Bai Xi. Without Bai Xi, her base would not be so easily breached. So, Mrs. Hydra stared at Bai Xi with burning eyes. What are you looking at? Yelena didn't like her gaze very much, so she frowned. Natasha Romanoff looked around and collected the information right away. However, she is not going to give the information to S.H.I.E.L.D. Because Natasha Romanoff also distrusts S.H.I.L.D. now. She doesn't trust S.H.I.L.D. since Nick Fury hit her. And as an agent, it is the most correct to remain suspicious of everyone and every organization. I'm just pity. Mrs. Hydra withdrew her gaze and said. What a pity. Yelena asked subconsciously. It's a pity you didn't wear gas masks, haha. 95. Mrs. Hydra burst into laughter. She has a nickname, also called Viper. The Viper is a highly venomous viper, and it could not be more appropriate to use it on her. Because she is green, she looks like a poison. Bai Xi has absolutely no connotation of Lorna's thoughts. Invisible's poisonous gas was released as early as Yelena and others came in. However, this poisonous gas is controlled by Mrs. Hydra. At the moment when she exerted herself, all the Black Widows felt exhausted. Bang, bang, bang. It fell to the ground in an instant. Mrs. Hydra twisted and came to Bai Xi. I really want to take you away, but unfortunately, you will definitely not be under my control. Mrs. Hydra said with regret. Bai Xi is so powerful. If controlled by her, you can truly rule HYDRA. But she knew it was impossible. So, Mrs. Hydra directly kissed Bai Xi's lips. Then she tapped Bai Xi with her hand. Anyone I kiss will be highly poisoned and turn into a pool of poisonous water. She smiled coquettishly. But it didn't take long for the smiles to stop. Because Bai Xi's lips were black for a moment, but he recovered immediately. The ability to restore demigods is beyond her imagination. Bai Xi also pondered for a while, then directly grabbed her neck and lifted her up. Now, can you tell me where the antidote is? Bai Xi said. How is that possible? 99. Mrs. Hydra was shocked. Before this, no one had ever been immune to her toxins. She is a master drug maker. Nothing is impossible antidote. 35. Bai Xi looked at the pained Black Widow. Haha, I will not be affected by any toxins. Do you think I will make an antidote? Mrs. Hydra burst into laughter. Then you will die. Bai Xi's eyes sharpened and turned red in an instant. Mrs. Hydra panicked. She doesn't want to die yet. Poison is in the box. 95. She spoke immediately. Boom. As soon as Bai Xi let go, she fell to the ground. And she saw that Bai Xi's hand was only affected by the toxin and immediately returned to normal. How could anyone other than her be immune to toxins? Bai Xi immediately opened a box, which contained dozens of poison-like antidote. He frowned. If it's fake, I'll wipe you out in an instant. Bai Xi said. Mrs. Hydra just glanced at him without saying a word. I'll try. At the moment, a young girl who looked young climbed over. She was in pain. Let me come. Natasha Romanoff at the moment propped herself up and said. She deserves to be the most powerful Black Widow. At the moment still control myself not to fall. Bai Xi just glanced at her, naturally not letting Natasha Romanoff do the experiment. Therefore, he directly gave the girl next to him a shot. The girl's complexion was visibly improved. The antidote is real. Bai Xi immediately distributed the antidote. Then, he looked at Mrs. Hydra. What? Is the antidote really going to kill me? Mrs. Hydra doesn't seem surprised. Because if it were her, she would do the same. It's just that the luck in the bottom of my heart is completely gone. What do you say? Bai Xi asked back. This viper-like woman is too dangerous. If it weren't for him, anyone else would have been hit. It might even actually turn into a puddle of poisonous water. Mrs. Hydra propped herself up and said, "Don't think about raising a small animal." She likened herself to an animal. I want Bai Xi to raise her. I have to say, at the moment she is really alluring. Her seductive kung fu is no worse than anyone else's, and she is the best. This is also her ability. Unfortunately, Bai Xi was unmoved. I don't like animals with poison all over their bodies. Bai Xi said, "Who knows when it will poison you? What if I can't rely on it for half my life?" Ahem, it's okay to break the road. Hearing Bai Xi's words, Mrs. Hydra shot herself a bullet without even waiting for Bai Xi to do it. Boom! The bullet went straight through her heart. The whole body fell softly to the ground. Bai Xi looked at her body and sneered suddenly. It didn't take long for the Black Widows to take away all the useful things here, ready to destroy the base. Everyone got out of here. The lights dimmed, and it didn't take long for Mrs. Hydra's body to move. Her stomach was suddenly torn open, and a pair of white hands stretched out. Then it's like the skin is torn open, like a baby is born. Mrs. Hydra is resurrected. It's just that she has no clothes and no hair on her body. It was like she was given a new life. Sure enough, all snakes shed their skins? Just when she felt joy, Bai Xi's voice came. Mrs. Hydra swallowed. As if her body was fixed, she could only turn her head mechanically. Bai Xi was standing behind her, looking at her indifferently. You shoot yourself a shot and just try to get away like this, thinking I'm an idiot? Bai Xi looked at her with a smile and said, "But in Mrs. Hydra's view, this smile is like the smile of the devil in hell. Nothing warms the heart at all, just endless fear and terror." Goodbye. 35. Bai Xi said to Mrs. Hydra, who was bald but not stronger. The omega rays emitting directly from the eyes wiped away Mrs. Hydra in an instant. It was as if she had never appeared in this world. Completely erased. When Bai Xi returned to the flight device went straight up. What's the matter? Natasha Romanoff asked. She wants to feign death. 99. Bai Xi explained. Natasha Romanoff and others nodded immediately, not expecting Mrs. Hydra to have this ability. But it's no problem if it's solved. Natasha Romanoff looked at the USB stick in her hand. Here are the files of Hydra Snake. Her hands were clenched tightly, and she had a hunch that this was a huge problem. Hydra, an organization that should have disappeared from history, still exists. On the ground, countless islanders came to visit and heard what happened here. When the result came, the original trees and so on all disappeared. There is no breath of life for thousands of miles around. We will continue to target Hydra, Yelena said. The only thing the Black Widow have to do now is to make amends for their past mistakes. Don't talk about whitewashing yourself, but it's no problem to be a good person again. And the organization Hydra, whether in the past or in the future, is evil and invisible. Black Widow will naturally want to target it. Red House and Hydra compared. That's really not worth mentioning. I'll be watching too, Natasha Romanoff said. Although Hydra is still lurking underground, as long as they exist, they will always have a conspiracy, and there will always be a day when they will be exposed. But she was sent home by Natasha Romanoff. Although he said he could go back directly, Natasha Romanoff insisted on sending him. Because this is one of the few opportunities for them to get along. Before getting off the bus, Natasha Romanoff tapped Bai Xi's face. Goodbye, dear. Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, stepped on the accelerator, and left. In an instant, her face flushed red. It's like putting on blush. Bai Xi touched his cheek and wiped the red mark. Fortunately, Lorna and Susan didn't see it. Otherwise, it will be a bloody storm again. When Bai Xi turned his head, he saw two figures flying in the sky. Lorna, Susan? Seeing the figures of these two people, Bai Xi was immediately surprised. It's normal for Lorna to fly, after all she can manipulate magnetic fields. But, unexpectedly, Susan developed her ability to such a level without knowing it. And fast. I saw Susan's and flew directly in front of him. Her speed is obviously much faster than Lorna's. But Lorna has never pursued high speed. Because she likes to be slower and bigger, she is a big stage person after all. Therefore, Lorna controls her body, her hands are still open, and her posture is very domineering. Surprise? Susan asked Bai Xi. Bai Xi nodded and said, very pleasantly surprised, are there any other abilities? Susan smiled when she heard the words and put her hand on Bai Xi. Then Bai Xi felt that his body weighed in vain. I can create a force field inside the human body and explode, Susan said. She definitely didn't detonate the force field inside Bai Xi. Bai Xi took a step and said, this force field is not bad, but it doesn't affect me. Susan said suddenly, because its effect is to explode. Ha ha, Bai Xi laughed. Lorna also said with a sullen smile on the corner of his mouth, I can now manipulate the metal substances in the human body, but the effect is not great. Is this the ability of Shueba? Bai Xi looked at Susan and smiled. Susan shook her head and said, this is all Lorna's efforts. However, speaking of it, I did learn from Lorna, the flight ability from her. Susan's ability is actually quite comprehensive. And she is very smart and knows how to develop her own ability. Just like at the beginning, she developed her own protection ability first, so she developed the invisible force field and energy shield. Then she knew she lacked the means to attack, so she had an ultrasonic attack. Now, she is further strengthening her attack methods. And also learned how to fly. That's the benefit of smart minds. Lorna is obviously dipped in Susan's light and develops her own ability with Susan. Although Lorna has been working hard, she has no direction. It's different now. 2012, the year is the end of the world. 0. Because of this saying, many people don't know what kind of mood they are looking forward to. Under such circumstances, many cults naturally emerged. A group of cultists found a way to summon the devil out of nowhere. They carved images, made sacrifices, and chanted incantations. Suddenly, a mass of black aura burst out of the array, and all the cultists instantly turned into nothingness and eternity. I'll go with your lord in an eternal way. The figure of a silver-haired girl emerged, with a disdainful smile on the corner of her mouth. These cultists are idiots to her. Don't be a good person, but serve those Mephisto's devils. Could it be that they thought the devil would treat them better? She shook her hand, and everything related to the summoning ritual disappeared. My hero, where are you? The mysterious silver-haired girl is naturally a witch from the dark dimension. She witnessed Bai Xi's heroic appearance, so she fell in love with him out of control. Even if she didn't even know what Bai Xi's name was. But that didn't matter, she knew that the other party was on Earth. So she followed without hesitation, using this special method. Even Sorcerer Supreme didn't care about her. But she soon discovered that when she came to Earth, her strength was weakened. Maybe it's the Earth's environment, maybe it's the formation created by the magicians of Kamartaj. Anyway, her strength has weakened a lot. Fortunately, she didn't care. After all, she wasn't Dormammu, and she didn't come to Earth to do things. She just came to find her sweetheart. It's just this huge Earth. Where should she go to find her hero? The silver-haired girl saw a direction, so she walked over. She decided to get acquainted with the Earth first. Countless cult rituals take place around the globe. Because of the doomsday rumors, people like Shield are also extremely busy. Because this world really has mysterious power, it is not as fun as ignorant ordinary people think. For example, in a desert, the projection of the devil Mephisto was summoned. In a church, a book of darkness was discovered. Outside the church, a witch named Agatha suddenly appeared. She stared at the Book of Darkness, an item also known as the Book of Death. Since Bifrost was not broken by Thor's hammer, the 9 realms at the moment did not fall into turmoil. Although under Asgard's repressive rule, there were constant rebellions. But with Bifrost, Asgard's army can reach anywhere in the 9 realms in an instant. The rebellion would soon be put down by Thor. After being tempered by Hela, Thor's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Especially when using a hammer, it's a handy one. Although he realized that he is Thor and not the god of hammers. But Mjolnir still made it difficult for him to let go. At the moment waving, the lightning power came from himself. And not just the power of the thunder and lightning from the magical affinity of the hammer. Boom! Bifrost turned on, and the goddess of war Sif suddenly came to Thor. While fighting, she shouted to the manic Thor, "Thor, more and more rebellions have occurred, and the King of Gods asked you to lead the army to suppress it. What's the situation? Are these people crazy?" Tolton asked in confusion. There is no such thing as the end of the world in the 9 realms. He didn't know why the races of the 9 realms all started to rebel. After all, Asgard has ruled the 9 realms for thousands of years. Are these people not used to it yet? Jotunheim, the domain of the giants of Jotunheim. In fact, Jotunheim is not only the giant of ice, but also the giant of the wind and the mountain. However, the number of ice giants is the largest. Moreover, the giants and the Asgard are absolute mortal enemies. The primitive giant Ymir was killed by the Odin brothers together. Ymir's blood drowned most of the giants, and the remaining giants fled to Jotunheim to establish the giant kingdom. Thus, the giants of Jotunheim became Asgard's mortal enemies. Most of them are incarnations of nature, such as ice and wind. At the moment, Lauf, the ice giant king, received the signal. Although Loki's previous plan failed, but now there is a new plan. Therefore, King Lauf made his giants rebel without hesitation. Loki is his child after all. But King Lauf never dreamed that Loki had never really identified himself as the giants of Jotunheim. Everything Loki planned, in fact, was to kill him. 0*#. However, the appearance of Bai Xi disrupted Loki's previous plans and allowed King Lauf to live to the present. So, Loki thought of King Lauf again and started to use the ice giant. After all, Loki can be cruel enough to wipe out giants and Jotunheim completely. He doesn't care about the life and death of the giants at all. As long as he can achieve his goals, Loki can be cruel enough. Asgard's army immediately became like firefighters. Where there is a rebellion in the 9 realms, they will rush to it. Fortunately, with the existence of Bifrost, it can be calmed down in a very short time. Buzz. The underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tesseract suddenly burst into a strong light. The energy fluctuations peaked in an instant. Dr. Eric reported immediately. Nick Fury and others ran down anxiously. 18. Boom. With a bang, the shock from the Tesseract knocked everyone over and the device failed. Loki's figure appeared next to Tesseract, holding a mind scepter. "It's you." He took a look at Hawkeye and Dr. Eric and decided to control them. The Psychic Scepter's ability is so powerful that in an instant Hawkeye and Dr. Eric become Loki's people. Then, Loki reached for the Tesseract. He was still cautious. After all, this thing holds infinite gems. If Odin hadn't turned the space gem into a Tesseract, Loki wouldn't have dared to touch it directly. 0. The energy on infinite gems, ordinary people can't bear its power if they touch it. Not even Loki dared to take the risk. Because of one bad statement, he exploded and died. Just like the Collector's Maid. That's not the prerogative of the Power Stone. So Loki wants to use infinite gems, only like the current Tesseract and Mind Scepter. Something has to carry the energy that infinite gems bring. However, just as Loki was about to touch the Tesseract, someone swung over and kicked Loki away. The black and white spider suit is Spider-Gwen. Gwen also picked up the Tesseract directly and put it in his arms. Loki was shocked when he saw this, or said, "Damn, this is Tesseract, be careful." This made Nick Fury and others who came over to laugh. They all know it's Tesseract. A bunch of idiots. Loki said suddenly. As soon as he took the scepter, the whole person disappeared and appeared in front of Gwen. Gwen didn't have time to stop, only Cobweb fired at Loki. But just so, Cobweb is tied to Loki's mind scepter. Loki simply threw the mental scepter out, and the scepter hit Gwen directly. Buzz. The power of Mind Gem was activated instantly, and Gwen was also controlled by Loki. If you want to resist the energy of Mind Gem, you must have a strong enough heart. Clearly, Gwen hasn't gotten to that point yet. Thank you, buy one get one free. 99. Loki smiled at Nick Fury with grace and grace. Then, his magic was activated, and the group disappeared immediately. Boom. 99. At this time, the bullets of the SHIELD agents arrived. Trash. 39. Nick Fury was instantly furious. But it's too late to think about it. Because this base is going to collapse. It was originally underground, and the explosive energy generated by Tesseract directly destroyed the stability here. If they do not escape, they will be buried forever in the ground. Boom. The subsidence that occurred here once again added a touch of accuracy to the end of the world. Many people think that God is punishing them. In fact, it is indeed God. But yes, the God of tricks. Nick Fury said disgraced. Start the Avengers program. Maria Hill, who came in a hurry, was exhausted. She watched it all, and then knew what was going on. Hearing Nick Fury's words, she didn't respond. Maria Hill just shook her head and said, "He said it long ago that this would be a disaster. 35. Who? Year. Nick Fury was speechless. Bai Xi, he said that Tesseract is not a good thing. Maria Hill said, "I definitely know, but it's too late." 99. Braised Egg said without remorse. Maria Hill looked at him and wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded. Maybe, Bai Xi is the right one from beginning to end. 100 million. Natasha Romanoff was walking in the SHIELD building, and she felt that the people who stayed on the night shift looked at her differently. Although she knew that this was just her own psychological effect. Just before, she searched SHIELD about HYDRA. As a result, she found that at the end of World War II, SHIELD captured many Hydra scientists and absorbed them into S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff was acutely aware of the abnormality here. Then I thought of the information I got at the Hydra base before. Suddenly there is a feeling of shivering. An idea came to her mind immediately. S.H.I.E.L.D. Or SHIELD. Hydra's slogan is cut off one head and grow two heads. SHIELD absorbs such stubborn scientists, doesn't they bury themselves? Therefore, Natasha Romanoff felt that the eyes the agents looked at him were different. She suspects that everyone is likely to be HYDRA. At this time, the whole SHIELD was on alert. She subconsciously thought it had something to do with her. But she soon learned that it was SHIELD who had been attacked. Natasha Romanoff, we need you. Nick Fury's voice came. You? Natasha Romanoff asked subconsciously. What? It's okay, what am I going to do? Natasha Romanoff responded immediately. Go get that big guy back. 35. With the attack on SHIELD, everyone seems to be busy. Bai Xi looked at the news and said it was just a simple earthquake. Where is the earthquake in New York? There is no earthquake zone next to New York, and there have been no strong earthquakes in history. So, 50, Bai Xi knew right away that Loki had come to Earth. What a dead guy. Bai Xi was speechless. It's weird that he hasn't seen Loki before in Asgard. Since Bifrost wasn't destroyed, obviously something different happened. He thought Odin had Loki locked up. Result: Odin was indeed a little too kind. With the magic of Loki's three-legged cat, how could he escape in front of Odin? Just thinking about it, Bai Xi knew that Odin must have released water. Unless it's an old Loki in front of Odin, it's all for nothing. And even an old Loki, his magical energy can't compare to Odin's power of Odin. As predicted, Tony immediately called and told Bai Xi. That braised egg asked me for help again, Tony said proudly. He's always been mad at Nick Fury's marinated egg. It's a pity that several times he himself got angry. Tony felt annoyed at the thought of Child's report of his character problems. With Tony's character, how could it be swallowed? He has been looking for an opportunity to ridicule back. So listening to his tone, he must have ridiculed Nick Fury just now. He said he was robbed of a very important thing and is said to be a god? Tony's question became more serious. Yes, the god of Asgard, Bai Xi said immediately. Asgard? Isn't that a myth? Otherwise, what is the name of God? Hearing Bai Xi's rhetorical question, Tony was speechless. Is there really a god in this world? 35. Tony's words made Bai Xi silent for a while. Although I didn't like Tony as a playboy at first. But after getting along for a long time, I found that he is actually not bad. At least he takes his friends very seriously. Therefore, Bai Xi thought for a while and said, it depends on what your cognition of God is. If you think that God is omnipotent and omnipotent, they obviously aren't. The people of Asgard can't even stop Ragnarok. Obviously, they are not omniscient. In this sense of God, they are far away. Bai Xi continued, if you think that you are powerful enough to control your life to be gods, then they are gods. The meaning of God is actually relative. In the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, gods are actually two characters. The original meaning of the gods means that someone has cultivated to a very high level, and the internal and external harmony has reached a thorough state, and the gods are directly reflected in people's thinking, words, and deeds. God is also human. But they're powerful, and for ordinary people, they are naturally gods. And what about stronger beings? Then they are obviously not gods. Therefore, Bai Xi never thought that the Asgard people were the so-called gods. Roar. Tony let out a sigh of relief. That's it, that's fine. Obviously, Tony, a Scientologist, also doesn't believe in the so-called God. Bai Xi borrowed a sentence and said with a smile, the so-called God is a stronger person. 99. This is in line with the interpretation of the gods by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Tony accepted it instantly. Although some people say that the end of science is theology, but for a genius like Tony, it is obviously not the end. Then I have to hurry up and study the new battlesuit. Tony felt an instant sense of urgency. He was originally upgrading his battlesuit slowly and leisurely. It took a few years to get to the 6th generation of the mark. But now, Tony felt that his speed was too slow. This world is not as safe as he thought. You watch TV. Lorna, who hadn't slept yet, pointed to the TV and said. Bai Xi looked over and Loki's face suddenly appeared on the TV. Loki knows what it means to cut a mess with a quick knife. Especially in the 9 realms. If it's slower. He was directly captured by Asgard. This is absolutely no joke. Loki knew how powerful Asgard was, so he was using Chitauri as cannon fodder from start to finish. Just like Thanos, who also treats Chitauri as an abandoned child. Loki is trying to prove himself. Thanos is hiding his ambitions as a test. I am God. 35. On the TV, Loki spoke. / He's the so-called Asgard god? Lorna asked Bai Xi. Bai Xi nodded. Then he looks a little weak. Lorna's body glowed green. Loki's soft and weak appearance really doesn't look like a god, that is, his clothes are a little weird. The so-called god, that's it? Lorna also knew why Bai Xi said that. If she is powerful enough to be considered a god, then to ordinary people, isn't she considered a god? Definitely, Asgard people have other characteristics. For example, they have a strong physique and live longer, which is in line with the characteristics of mythology. Well, he's really weak, Bai Xi said with a smile. For some reason, Bai Xi suddenly had a picture in his mind. Hulk grabbed Loki and threw it on the floor and then complained. Maybe it's because of this sense of picture that Bai Xi can't look directly at the weak chicken. Oh no, Loki? Bifrost flashed by. Thor, who was still at Jotunheim, was called back immediately. What happened? Thor looked at Heimdall and asked. He's charging into battle and having fun. Heimdall looked at the 9 realms and said, Loki is back. Who? Loki? Where is he? 99. Thor finally came back to his senses and was no longer excited. Heimdall's eyes were fixed on the 9 realms. Midgard. Earth? What is he doing there? Thor was surprised. He wanted to. Heimdall looked strange. Be the king of Midgard. 35. Tolton made a question mark slowly. Question mark. He stole the Tesseract and wanted to be king of Midgard. Heimdall finally stopped selling. He is the patron saint of Asgard, the guardian of Bifrost, and the older brother of Sif, the goddess of war. It is rumored that the gods have given him the ability to observe the 9 realms. His eyes can see everything that happens in the 9 realms. He can see 1,000 vibrating butterfly wings in 1,000 worlds, and his ears can hear everything in the 9 realms. Sound. So, for Asgard, Heimdall is also extremely important. It can be said that the importance is basically only behind the Odin family, because he is the patron saint of Asgard. Thor's mouth twitched when he heard that. He waved the hammer suddenly. Within the 9 realms, you want to be the king and hegemon with one of these things? I really think highly of this younger brother. Taihanin, Thor sneered. Heimdall nodded in agreement. This pair of brothers, half a catty. It's mostly unrealistic fantasies anyway. Let me go, I'll teach him to be a man. 99. Thor said. Heimdall then opened Bifrost directly. Although he did not see the Zeta Swiss soldiers outside the 9 realms. But does that matter? As Thor said, this is within the 9 realms, and the army of Asgard can reach the battlefield in an instant. It's just that now Asgard's army is being held back. Loki, who was pretending, was hit in the face by the flying shield. However, this was originally his intention. I just didn't expect it to be so embarrassing. At the moment, Loki has no idea how embarrassing he will be. Captain the United States and others easily caught him, and then imprisoned the air carrier Zero. SHILD's air carrier is more atmospheric than the Red House. Even later, 3 ships were built in one go. Then, it was destroyed by the captain of the United States alone. Just on the way, Tony, who was flying in a steel battlesuit, was smashed into the air by a hammer. Looking at the weird guy with a hammer in front of him, Tony was decisively angry. Who are you? Tony steadied himself and asked. I am Thor, the glory of the North God. 35. Thor said, you caught my brother, let him go. Thor. Tony looked at Thor in front of him, and Bai Xi's words suddenly rang out. The so-called gods are just stronger people. So, beat him up. Iron Man didn't say a word, just fired a palm shot. Boom. Thor was defenseless. He never thought that a human would dare to do something to a god. And it's still that simple. Therefore, when he lost the hammer, he was directly knocked to the ground. And the arrogant Tony had one more question. This is God. Thor's creature, in Tony's scientific concept, suddenly became less scary. Thor was naturally enraged. He is Thor. Although he has been hanged several times at the moment, he still has a sense of superiority in front of mortals. He got up and hit Tony with a hammer. Z. Boom. 39. Mjolnir immediately triggered the thunder and lightning in the sky, and then hit Iron Man directly. Tony's steel battlesuit exploded with energy in an instant. Fortunately, The protection ability is good. He was not directly scorched by this energy. This is God. Thor looked at Tony, whose steel helmet had been knocked off, and said coldly. The arrogant Tony gritted his teeth. It's just not enough technology. When I develop a more powerful battlesuit. He felt that it was time for him to upgrade his battlesuit. Fortunately, Thor stopped his restlessness, even though he was naive. It really wasn't fun to play before. He was supposed to kill the ice giant in Jotunheim, but now he is going to catch his hapless brother. For Thor, he prefers to charge on the battlefield, instead of playing house with Loki. To Thor, Loki is a joke every time. He's used to it. After all, so many Loki and only one actually killed Thor. Thor's thoughts are understandable. No matter what, Loki was just making a lot of noise. I'm so ashamed of you, Loki. Thor said to Loki. Loki asked rhetorically, what do you know? I'm more qualified than you, Thor. What qualifications? Both of you are nothing but megalomaniacs. Tony said aside. All in all, the entire flight machine became noisy in an instant. With the words of 4.5 Bai Xi, Tony has no psychological pressure on the gods. If he suddenly stood up and told him that the two people in front of him were mythical characters, then Tony might have a different idea. But with the first preparations, and God is not so powerful to be invincible. Especially Tony knew that Bai Xi wasn't easy either. There is no burden. Where is Tesseract? Thor asked as he grabbed Loki by the collar, brandishing his hammer. I won't tell you if you kill me. Loki spoke hard. But seeing that the hammer really smashed towards him, he immediately dodged. See this scene. Tony suddenly had only 2 words. Childish. Steve, the captain of the United States, nodded in agreement. I didn't tell you, you old man. 99. Tony turned his head and started spraying him. Tony at the moment is like a professional troll. But in fact, this is the real him. Tony will only be a little more gentle if he gets his approval. But now? A flight machine person, no one is recognized by him. Captain the United States? Old-fashioned, still from his father Howard's era, and shouldn't be in this new era. Perhaps because of Howard, he disliked Steve Rogers even more. Thor and the god of tricks Loki? It's no wonder that a scientist and materialist like Tony can have a good impression of these two people. For him, the end of science is definitely not theology. The reason why it is mysterious is that it cannot be explained by current science. Steve looked at Tony Stark helplessly and chose to stand away silently. Then I go. Maria Hill looked at the villa in front of her, and she was not very happy to step into it. But now she couldn't allow her to think too much. The latest news came that Loki was caught, but the Tesseract was gone. Tesseract is 100 times more important to Shield than Loki. What's more, who knows what conspiracy and tricks this god of tricks will play. Overcome inner difficulties. Maria Hill rang the doorbell. The door opened automatically, and the door of the villa also opened directly, and no one was there. This is directly opened by Lorna with ability. Lorna was wearing a wallet, folded her arms, tilted her head and looked at the woman who had come to visit several times. What's the matter? It doesn't matter if you want to live here or not. Hearing Lorna's words, Maria Hill twitched the corners of her mouth. If you live here, don't you have to tear it apart one day? Very important things that belong to the crisis of the planet. Maria Hill said with a serious face. The Prince of Asgard, who wants to occupy the Earth and become king. Isn't this a crisis for the planet? Although she doesn't know what's going on right now, it doesn't prevent her from using an exaggerated tone. Lorna frowned when she saw her appearance and opened the door. Thanks. Maria Hill brushed her short hair around her ears and walked into the villa. She was also wearing SHILD's agent suit, looking very neat. So when Bai Xi saw her, he immediately said, "This is not a private order." Rao was Maria Hill, and it took a moment to understand what he was talking about. Immediately, he glanced at Bai Xi. Can you be serious? If it goes on like this, I am afraid that I will not be able to enter the door in the future. Earth is in crisis. Maria Hill said. Loki took the Tesseract and doesn't know where to put him. The Earth could be invaded at any moment. Point 39. She didn't even sit down. She went directly to Bai Xi's side, grabbed his hand, and started pleading. These female agents really know how. So, Bai Xi grabbed her hand with a backhand. Did you know that the Earth is located in the 9 realms? Bai Xi said. The 9 realms are under Asgard's control. If Asgard people are arrogant, it can be said that the Earth is under Asgard's rule. 39. Bai Xi looked into her eyes and said, do you think the Asgards will allow their jurisdiction to be invaded by others? What's more, Bifrost hasn't been destroyed. I just don't know if Asgard will focus on it. However, even if only Thor is a fool, he can easily solve Chittery. Just gotta suffer, Tony. Go send a big guy into the universe. What if the Asgards invaded Earth? What do you know? Maria Hill asked curiously. That's so fun. Bai Xi had to complain. Although Maria Hill said that it is not impossible, it is estimated that only one of the countless parallel worlds can appear. Because Earth is Asgard's territory, why would he invade? Hearing Bai Xi's question, she was immediately embarrassed. She only thought that Loki was Asgard's god of tricks, and that it might be Asgard's conspiracy that he came to Earth. But Thor came too. It now seems that SHILD's paranoia is still serious, and Thor and Loki are on guard together. But this is also normal. They are 2 brothers after all. What the hell is that? Could it be some other alien invasion? Maria Hill asked. I didn't say that. 99. Bai Xi didn't want to tell her. If you want to know something, you have to pay a price. It's not enough to just touch your hand. Who knows? Maria Hill looked at Lorna, leaned into his ear and said, this is a private invitation, go. 99. The breath she exhaled made Bai Xi's ears itch. Go, why not go? Bai Xi said immediately. Lorna, get ready, there's a good show. Bai Xi then said to Lorna and Susan. What fun? Just as Lorna asked, she saw Bai Xi and Maria Hill hurried out. She and Susan looked at each other and immediately chose to change into their uniforms. But Lorna thought about it. That green uniform looks a little shy no matter how you look at it. Bai Xi and Maria Hill directly boarded the aircraft parked outside and flew directly into the sky. Aircraft carrier in the sky. At this time, many aircraft stopped. The sky carrier is at least twice as large as Dracov's air fortress. No matter how you look at it, it's all kinds of crushing. It's about technology, but it's more about money. S.H.I.E.L.D. is really rich. Hi. Seeing Bai Xi, Natasha Romanoff's mood instantly improved a lot. Following her down was Bruce Banner. Dr. Banner looked honest. And the Hulk formed a strong sense of contrast. Who would have thought that the most angry person would be an honest man like him? It's not a good day these days. Natasha Romanoff sighed to Bai Xi. Bai Xi knew what she was busy with. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's eyes, Bai Xi immediately walked aside with her. I suspect that SHILD has been covered by HYDRA. Natasha Romanoff said. Bai Xi didn't expect her to think of this step. It seems that Natasha Romanoff's ability is still underestimated. It can't be said that it has completely become a snake shield, but at least more than half of it is HYDRA. 35. Bai Xi said. Hearing his words, Natasha Romanoff gave a nice roll of eyes. Doesn't that mean you didn't say it? Then what to do? Natasha Romanoff looked carefully at the agents walking around. That means at least 7 or 8 out of 10 are HYDRA. This is still struggling. Direct HYDRA Hale got it. Don't break, don't stand, break and stand. Bai Xi said this with a profound meaning. Natasha Romanoff also nodded sadly when she heard the words. Only by completely breaking everything in the present can it be possible to be reborn. SHILD must disappear. A ruthless look flashed in her eyes. She doesn't have much affection for this place where she has worked for a long time. After all, she is doing things. Especially after knowing that it was also swallowed by an organization like HYDRA, it was even more emotional. Gentlemen, we must now know what Loki's plans are. Nick Fury said to the crowd. Avengers has started, but clearly there are still many problems. And the first time was such a large-scale task, obviously there was not much sense of tacit understanding. Even someone with Tony's character would be disliked by everyone. Except for Dr. Banner. It's simple. Bai Xi and Natasha Romanoff walked in. When Thor saw Bai Xi, he was a little confused when he wanted to say these 2 words. Let's just say that would be embarrassing. Because so many people are present, what will the eyes look like at him? Do not say. Thor was afraid of being beaten again. Bai Xi can fight the god King Odin. Isn't hitting him the same as hitting a son? But in the end, Thor still couldn't lower his head, so he had to stop looking at Bai Xi. Who's your sister? Tony opened his mouth and asked, Aren't you a god? That's all? Sure enough, Tony took every opportunity to taunt Thor. 6,699. Fortunately, Bai Xi just looked at Thor. Nick Fury asked, How? He stared at Bai Xi with one eye. Press the upload roar machine. Bai Xi said. If Captain Marvel came back, Tony wouldn't have to send the big guy. Captain Marvel Carol ripped Chitter's mothership to pieces in a single dash. Maybe you can see Thanos, who is watching the battle from a distance, and rush up to fight. But apparently, Nick Fury doesn't see the need for Roar to be Captain Marvel right now. Because this kind of thing is not only used once, but only in critical moments. Maybe the second time you call in Roar, Captain Marvel will just let it go? Therefore, for a cautious person like Nick Fury, only in the moment of real life and death will the roar machine be pressed. Change the way. Nick Fury looks exactly like you. He had suspected that the first person Carol met when he fell down was Bai Xi. Now it seems that it is. Really, you're everywhere. Don't worry, there's no use in his machinations. This is Asgard's territory. Point 39. Thor opened his mouth at the moment, his expression extremely proud. With Asgard around, Loki's conspiracy is useless. But we can't sit still. Nick Fury said very worriedly. Afterwards, Tony impatiently took Dr. Banner to study the psychic scepter. Loki's mind scepter is still there, but the tesseract is gone. The energy fluctuations on this are very strong. Tony said to Dr. Banner. Don't touch it lightly. Then he saw Bai Xi grabbed it directly. 6,695. Tony, who was about to warn him, shut his mouth instantly. Bai Xi's strength should be well known, right? Then, he saw that Bai Xi directly grabbed the gem on the mind scepter with his hands. All the energy of this scepter is emitted from this gem. Bai Xi's actions really made Tony a little scared. He and Dr. Banner both took a step back. The two looked at each other, from the heart. Humph. Then, they all heard a muffled groan. Then I saw that Bai Xi started to flash yellow light. Bai Xi has withstood the impact of Mind Gem's energy, thus gaining its true ability. Although the scepter can also be used by people, after all, it is separated by a layer of means, and the ability is weakened. Mind Gem, as the name suggests, is to deal with the ability of the mind. Bai Xi can enter anyone's mind. Bai Xi sighed and put it back directly. In the endless multi-universe, there are just too many infinite gems. Thanos pursues the things of his life, and a small time variation can be placed at will. And there are countless. The larger the number, the less precious it is. As everyone knows, his performance stunned Tony and Dr. Banner. Are you still human? Tony asked subconsciously. I am God. Bai Xi replied casually. Tony had discussed it with him long ago and didn't want to continue. So he said, you know what? The energy fluctuations displayed on this gemstone can instantly shatter a person's body. So, there has to be a container to carry it, which is why it's a scepter. Hearing Tony's words, Bai Xi patted him on the shoulder. Tony, I know this better than you. Yes, no one knows better than you. Just as the two were talking, the aircraft carrier in the sky suddenly swayed. What's the matter? The meteorite hit the Earth. Tony was joking. 500. No, it's just that you are about to fall from a height of tens of thousands of meters. Bai Xi said. That would be dead, man. 35. Tony's expression changed immediately. The sky carrier was attacked. Because he brought Loki back directly, people found the lair. The controlled Hawkeye, Spider-Gwen, and others directly brought people to invade. This kind of sky aircraft carrier, once damaged in a place, is very easy to fall. Once it hits the ground. How many people have to die? Tony immediately went to put on his battle suit, but Spider-Gwen, who was floating over from the cobweb, kicked him directly. The steel battle suit was almost broken, making Tony unable to get up for a long time. Loki's mind-controlled Spider-Gwen won't let it go. Spider-Man is actually not weak at all. 15 to 20 tons can be lifted easily. This step down, Tony really felt like he was seriously injured. It's like being hit by a fast-moving car. Without the protection of the steel battlesuit, he is now completely paralyzed. Later, he was held by Spider-Gwen with Cobweb and threw it towards Dr. Banner. This is Spider-Gwen's intention. Dr. Banner instantly transforms into Hulk. At this time, Loki came over. He got the Mind Scepter and wanted to control the Hulk. But at this moment, he saw the figure of Bai Xi. The Mind Scepter suddenly pointed towards Bai Xi. Kick. The scepter tapped on Bai Xi, and Bai Xi turned his head slowly. Loki, that's all? Sister, brother-in-law, would you believe me if I said I didn't mean it? I just bumped into you by accident. Loki suddenly gave an embarrassed and polite smile. Do you believe it? Bai Xi grabbed him and threw him out without taking a second look. The Hulk, who heard the movement here, immediately looked over. Then, Hulk actually showed a look of fear. Hulk definitely remembered Bai Xi. In his few memories, Bai Xi was a terrifying existence. Hanging and beating hate, and hanging and beating in front of him. This became Hulk's terrifying memory. Therefore, Hulk, who was a bit irritable, suddenly became honest when he saw Bai Xi. How is this going? Tony was a little surprised to see this. Scene. No way, maybe it's because I'm handsome? 99. Bai Xi said to Tony. The god of tricks escaped. Tony spoke instantly. However, Bai Xi just smiled. Loki dared to try to control him because it was just duplication. It's just that Loki didn't expect that the power of Mind Gem would have no effect on Bai Xi. Bai Xi's spiritual power is indeed too powerful. Let's wake up little Spider-Man first, poor boy. When Bai Xi saw Spider-Gwen, he immediately felt that the child was too unlucky. Because of a selfish act of Jean Bing, she came to a more dangerous place from her own world. There are dangers here and there, and for her, her life may be at risk at any time. Definitely, the most important thing is that she was also fooled and lame by the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thought the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. would send her back to their own world. In fact, he gradually became a part-time worker of S.H.I.E.L.D. All in all, just 2 words. Bad luck. Now controlled by Loki again. It's just kind of being played around. So, Bai Xi moved directly behind her instantly. Spider-Gwen has spider telepathy. At the moment she felt hair stand up all over her body. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. However, she still couldn't dodge Bai Xi's knife. Even if her reaction speed is super fast, at the moment can't make any movements. Because Bai Xi's speed is faster, and it doesn't give her a chance to dodge. Strength suppression. The method of physically breaking mind control has seen the light of day again. Boom! Spider-Gwen fell directly to the ground. Bai Xi's extremely skilled hands hugged her forward and dragged her. "You're so skilled." Tony groaned immediately. He doubted what Bai Xi's original occupation was. On the other side, Hawkeye was also knocked unconscious. Then Tony struggled to his feet and went to get the sky carrier up and running again. Otherwise, if it does fall, I can only pray that Superman will come from next door. Because Superman alone can hold up the entire sky carrier. It's hard to wait until this is over. They saw the body of good old Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson was directly pierced to death by Loki. Looking at the bloodstained photos, the Avengers felt united for the first time. "He likes you the most, and you're his idol, Steve." Nick Fury to the United States Captain Steve. Then gave Steve a picture of him. Steve continued silently. Then Tony and others. Life and death parting no one wants to see. There was even a trace of blood on Maria Hill's face, and she looked at Bai Xi with some sadness. "Phil Coulson is dead," Maria Hill said in a low voice. At the moment, the Avengers all left silently. Quiet each other. Bai Xi also looked at Phil Coulson's body. Nick Fury wants to take him and bring Phil Coulson back to life. Using Kree and Skrull genes. Bai Xi suddenly remembered the first time he saw Phil Coulson. This honest man was standing outside the door with a smile on his face. He was a newcomer and was easily frightened by Bai Xi's attitude. Perhaps it was his smile that made Bai Xi remember him deeply. SCHILDS are a bunch of bad things after all. Only a few people, such as Phil Coulson, have a conscience. Sometimes you can't kill a group of people with one stick, because there are always innocent people. "Give me his body," Bai Xi said. "Do what?" After Nick Fury asked, Phil Coulson's body automatically floated in front of Bai Xi. "What are you going to do?" Maria Hill stopped Nick Fury and asked Bai Xi. Natasha Romanoff also looked at him curiously. "Do you know that the dead can be resurrected?" There was a smile at the corner of Bai Xi's mouth. Resurrection of the dead is difficult for others, but very simple for him. He is the master of the dimension of death, and in the dimension he controls, death is a difficult thing. Therefore, Hela, the goddess of death, could not even commit suicide and could only live alone for thousands of years. Bai Xi also has omega rays. In addition to erasing life, omega rays can also create life. Either way, Phil Coulson's life could be saved. It is the great God who may provoke death. But presumably the other party will not care about a small life. How is this possible? Natasha Romanoff and others were shocked. To resurrect the dead, only God can do this. Then, they saw a ray of light in Bai Xi's eyes. Omega rays. Hit Phil Coulson in an instant, and the scar on Phil Coulson's heart began to heal quickly. In just an instant, Phil Coulson's wounds healed. Then, Phil Coulson opened his eyes slowly. "Am I dead?" Phil Coulson asked subconsciously. "No, new here, you just slept. 5. Bai Xi retracted the omega rays and smiled. Phil Coulson immediately laughed when he saw Bai Xi's smiling face. "I'm not new here." Bai Xi patted his shoulder. "You are always new to me," Bai Xi said with emotion. It was like being back in Ohio again, opening the door to Phil Coulson's kind smile. If it was only Nick Fury, Bai Xi probably wouldn't even talk to him. Time flies and never ends. New news, Tesseract has appeared in the New York City area. 35. There was a smile on the corner of Maria Hill's mouth, but it disappeared quickly and said coldly, "What is he going to do?" Upon hearing the news, Tony immediately rushed back to New York. The reason is simple. Loki, the guy, actually chose his place in the Stark building. Isn't this bullying? But there was no way, and it was Tony's fault for being too high profile. Who called the Stark building the tallest building in New York? At the moment, outside the roof of the Stark building, the controlled Professor Eric turned on the Tesseract. The energy rushed out of the Tesseract instantly and went straight into the sky. A huge amount of space wormhole opened up in the sky above New York. Countless Chitauri rushed out from it, like locusts, overwhelmingly trying to invade the world. On the ground, many New Yorkers fell to their knees directly. The end of the world is coming. It turned out to be the end of the world, and the Mayans didn't lie. 35. No, why an alien invasion? 66.99. Countless doomsday believers shouted. Led by these people. People who didn't believe in the end of the world also felt fear. Is there really an end of the world in this world? Heimdall saw the change in the earth, and cold sweat broke out from his face. Loki, crazy? Heimdall watched in disbelief. The wormhole opened by the space gem is directly connected to the outside of the 9 realms. Where did Loki get his army from? Although, Chitauri are like trash to the Asgard people. But now, the Asgard army is suppressing the rebellion in the 9 realms. Heimdall immediately broke the news to Odin. Odin looked at Heimdall with one eye. Thor will fix it all. 99. Heimdall opened his mouth. Where did Loki's army come from? Odin closed his eyes and asked. Is it important? Heimdall could only be silent. This is very important, because this group of trash fish has invaded the 9 realms, and it is still the center of the 9 realms, Midgard. It is impossible to say that he is spying on the 9 realms. But it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter. Because now for Asgard, the most important thing is Ragnarok. That's why Odin asked this question. No way, this is the harbinger of Ragnarok's coming. Thor needs more exercise, as does Loki. Odin said. Flowers that only grow in the greenhouse cannot withstand the ravages of wind and rain. He didn't want Thor and Loki to be trash without Asgard. Alas, Odin has this idea very well. But both Thor and Loki had a hard time making changes. Gwen rubbed his neck, feeling like it was almost broken. She stood up and steadied herself. I saw many people outside in a hurry. I'm going to fight too, Gwen said, and immediately got on Natasha Romanoff's flight device. Avengers out. New Jersey. Lorna and Susan looked at the New York sky in the distance and looked at each other suddenly. Is this what Bai Xi calls a good show? Susan said. Come on, we haven't been active for a long time. Lorna tilted her head and said. Although she doesn't have much superhero essence in her. You don't want to come forward when you see injustice. But like that quote from Spider-Man, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Lorna couldn't sit still when she saw aliens invade New York. So did Susan. So Susan, who had changed into her uniform, and Lorna, who was ashamed not to change into her green uniform, both flew. So, what's the point of making me busy doing battle suits? Susan asked at once, looking at Lorna's dress. She stayed up late to help Lorna make that all-green battle suit. The only one who can sit still is the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. She stood on the roof of the holy place in New York and watched all this happen. Exactly the same as what she saw. The time modification ability is really powerful. However, in the endless river of time, something different will always be. Beating suddenly. Unless it runs exactly on the divine timeline. But how is this possible? Just like now. Lorna and Susan were soon flown to central New York. After all, New Jersey only needs to cross the river here. It's just that New Yorkers are used to calling New Jersey country. The overwhelming Chitauri rushed down in an instant and attacked the innocent New Yorkers. What makes them feel weird is, there are actually some humans who did not escape, but were still waiting to die in place. These are the people who believe in the end of the world. Although such people are extremely rare, they still exist. More people are Lord Yi and good dragons. Before that, they believed in the end of the world. But when Chitauri invaded, he turned around and ran away. Only a fool would go to meet the doomsday. Is it bad to live? A Zeta Swiss soldier, walking towards a little girl. Mom, I want Mom. The little girl was so frightened that she cried, but her mother had long since dispersed in the crowd. This is downtown New York, and when Chitauri comes down, I don't know how many people are on the road. So at the moment, countless people fell in the disaster. The little girl looked at Chitauri's black muzzle and instantly stopped crying. Then, boom. 35. She saw this Zeta Swiss soldier suddenly fly uncontrollably, then smashed it straight to the side. A very cool, green-haired, jacket-clad young lady walked towards her. It's all right. Lorna picked up the little girl and asked, Where's your mother? I don't know, she's gone. 99. The little girl said timidly to Lorna. Lorna smiled. It's okay, we'll find her. Then, she looked coldly at the Zeta Swiss soldiers everywhere. I'll put you in a safe place first, okay? It is good. The little girl agreed. Then I'm flying. 35. The little girl shouted and was carried by Lorna and flew into a building. The building is full of people hiding. Lorna said, "Who will take care of her for me, thank you." After speaking, seeing the little girl being protected, she turned around and flew down. In an instant, green light erupted all over the body. Boom! The street seemed to explode. All the telephone poles and the like rose from the ground, and the cars flew into the air as if they were being swept up by a tornado. What scares Chidori even more is that their bodies are out of their own control. Zeta's Lee's Rue's body is actually extremely fragile. Not to mention compared to the Asgard people, even if it is not better than the humans on Earth. So in the universe, Chidori is a bunch of cannon fodder. They can only rely on powerful equipment, such as armor that wraps their bodies, to give Chidori a little fighting power. Furthermore, Chidori is still under the control of the Chidori mothership. As long as the mothership is destroyed, all Chidori will die instantly. That is why Heimdall blurted out 2 words the moment he saw Chidori. Miscellaneous fish. A Zeta Swiss soldier's full body of equipment, none of which is beyond Lorna's control. And now Lorna is still a mentally stable Lorna. She is no less powerful than Magneto. So Lorna held both hands, and all the Zeta Swiss soldiers under her control were instantly squeezed into patties by the equipment on them. Weak Chidori, crushed by the equipment they depend on. Boom! Car sirens blared in the New York sky. As if the sky is full of debris, it has become a garbage dump. Lorna directly controlled the magnetic field, instantly killing countless Zeta Swiss soldiers. Polaris Lorna, Chidori's natural nemesis. As for Susan, she told Flight that it was between the New York buildings. She was completely invisible, and from time to time a shock sent the Zeta Swiss soldiers flying away. Or directly detonate the force field within the Zeta Swiss soldiers, causing them to explode directly. Only, the movement is too small. Susan felt that her own strength was really limited, and it was completely useless for this large number of Zeta Swiss soldiers. But at this moment, she saw the big scene that Lorna made by herself. The whole of New York seemed to be under the control of Lorna. Lorna floated calmly in midair. His hands were open, and the green light flashed. It's really for the big scene. Tony hurriedly flew to the Stark building. Saw Loki standing in front of his bar. "Why are you not afraid to see God?" Loki looked at Tony in amazement. "Do you know a word?" Tony calmly poured himself a glass of wine. In fact, let Jarvis prepare a steel battle suit for himself. Although, it's only half done. What? Loki was really interested. The so-called gods are just stronger people. 35. Tony opened his mouth and said, "I have been in contact with Bai Xi for so long, and this is what I like the most." When Loki heard Bai Xi's name, his expression suddenly became strange. "By the way, how did I hear you calling his brother-in-law?" Just then, Tony looked at Loki and asked, "If I remember correctly, when Loki was thrown out by Bai Xi, he called Bai Xi's brother-in-law." Dude, Bai Xi is such a scumbag. And also the goddess of Asgard? Wait, it's Loki's sister. That's the princess of Asgard. Don't want to know, Tony is trying to startle. I was nervous before. Now that he relaxed a little, he immediately thought of a lot. Tony saw that Loki's otherwise relaxed expression suddenly froze. This is for Loki. Proper Black history. He, the god of tricks, was so humble to a mortal. It was also seen. So, Loki walked over and tapped Tony's heart with his mind scepter. Borrow. The mind scepter hits Tony's reactor directly. Loki was immediately puzzled. So he just lifted Tony up. Tony was taken aback. The steel battlesuit is not ready yet. Wait, I'm your brother-in-law's best friend. You dare to do something to me, not afraid that he will kill you. Tony shouted in a hurry. He saw a change in Loki's face. Originally, he was angry and seemed to want to drop him from here immediately. But immediately it turned into fear. Although Loki had never experienced Bai Xi's horror, he only thought of Odin's murderous eyes. He has an idea. His sister must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could Odin be that magic? He is the king of gods. You should know Bai Xi's strength. Loki was taken aback. Then, when the time comes, boom. The Mark 7 flew to Tony in an instant and was put on directly. 500 boom. Unable to react, Loki was directly bombarded by Tony with the palm of his hand. Loki's face hurts. You dare to play with me, despicable mortal. Loki yelled. Idiot, I should be the god of tricks. Tony immediately said disdainfully. The so-called god, this is it. Then, Tony flew out instantly. After he came to New York, Natasha Romanoff also arrived with other people in flight. Captain the United States Steve, Hawkeye Barton, Dr. Banner back to normal, Thor, Ghost Spider-Man Gwen. Plus Natasha Romanoff herself. Really talented people. But it seems that there are many people, but compared to the Qatari army, there are too few. The Chitauri army is like a locust, constantly coming from the wormhole. We have to close the wormhole. Dr. Banner looked at the sky and said, Give it to me. Natasha Romanoff volunteered. Then everyone separated immediately. Dr. Banner looked at the Zetas and the fearful expressions of the people in hiding. Suddenly he sighed. If he could, he'd rather never be that big guy. Dr. Banner immediately gave himself to roar. Hulk, the ever-angry, he reappears. Then he jumped up and immediately flew a group of Zeta Swiss soldiers. Captain the United States waved his shield, and Hawkeye kept unleashing his bow and arrow. Spider-Gwen wanders around saving people. Thor summons lightning. Why hasn't Asgard sent an army here yet? This is Thor's idea at the moment. But he didn't even have time for Roar to shout Heimdall, because the endless Zeta Swiss soldiers surrounded him. This scene is more uncomfortable than being surrounded by ice giants in Jotunheim. Although the Zeta Swiss soldiers are nothing more than a group of cannon fodder compared to the giants. 18. Ants kill elephants. And just when the Avengers felt powerless, a few dragon-like battleships flew down from the wormhole in the sky. Chitauri battleship. Even the Hulk breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the scene. How can such a war of disparity be won? On helicarrier. Nick Fury looked at the New York sky, frowning tightly together. If you don't look carefully, even because of his racial ability, you won't be able to see the brow. Maria Hill stood by, looking at the screen helplessly. Why is there no support yet? What the hell are those guys thinking? Nick Fury, on the other hand, looked down at something from the last century in his palm. Past the roar machine. In this day and age, no one uses this old-fashioned thing for a long time. But it was transformed by Captain Marvel Carol. As long as she doesn't get too far, Carol in the universe will get the news. So, she asked Nick Fury to press it again when she was alive and dead. Nick Fury's hesitation is endless. This kind of thing is only once, especially his friendship with Carol is not too deep. Who are they? At this moment, Maria Hill, who was hugging in front of her, asked suspiciously. Nick Fury looked up. Suddenly, dozens of women in agent uniforms appeared on the screen. They have different skin tones, but all are women. Yelena, who took the lead, looked around, holding a weapon in her hand. Try to save people and solve these problems, it is up to them. Yelena said to all Black Widow. She looked at those with super ability in the sky. Especially Lorna with a huge scene. Sisters, this is our salvation. Yelena then said something in a low voice. All Black Widow nodded firmly and then dispersed. In fact, as long as he can stand up and resist, Chitauri is indeed vulnerable. Just hit Chitauri's weakness. Their armor, it is impossible to protect their whole body. Lorna looked at the Qatari dragon gushing out and flew over immediately. She looked solemn. This kind of continuous use of ability is also very expensive for her. Although Mutant's ability does not have a clear energy bar, she can also feel very tired. However, Lorna held on through gritted teeth. She landed on the ground, and a Chitauri dragon had already flown in front of her. Lorna put her feet on the ground and pushed her hands forward. The dragon battleship was immediately controlled by her. Then, 35. Lorna shouted, raising her hands. The dragon battleship was immediately held up by her control, and then smashed to the ground. A huge amount of tornado stirred up inside Chitauri's dragon battleship. This is actually a magnetic field. The dragon battleship began to slowly disintegrate and shatter. Turned into pieces of steel, controlled by Lorna. But at this moment, another Chitterese dragon battleship was eyeing Lorna. There were also countless Zeta Swiss soldiers who jumped off the dragon battleship and approached Lorna. Lorna has no ability to control other ships. She shook her head and looked at it, then frantically activated the ability in her body. The other dragon battleship opened the huge mouth of the battleship, like the breath of the dragon, and blasted towards Lorna. Boom. Eef. Lorna was stabbed by the dazzling light and closed her eyes subconsciously. However, she didn't feel any harm. Lorna opened her eyes slowly and suddenly saw Bai Xi standing in front of her. A thick wall of ice was quickly dissolved. However, the Chittery dragon's cannons were blocked. It's all about me, Lorna. Bai Xi turned his head and said to her. It made Lorna seem to return to that night, that little alley. Bai Xi stretched out his hand to face her. It was on that day that she changed from an ugly duckling to the current white swan. Cinderella will eventually meet her Prince Charming. What? Lorna's arms spread out like wings. The whole body ability is activated. The Katarwi dragon battleship, which was only half destroyed, was torn into countless pieces and powder by her ability at this moment. Then, Lorna fell straight towards Bai Xi's arms. Bai Xi hugged her directly. Lorna looked into Bai Xi's eyes and slowly closed herself. Do not talk. Before she could finish speaking, Bai Xi printed it directly. The two seemed to ignore the surrounding Chittery army. They are all madly expressing their love to each other. Susan, who was hiding aside, cried silently when she saw this scene. Susan, so I'm the outsider? Why wasn't I the one who fell into Bai Xi's arms? Fortunately, Bai Xi and Lorna didn't get too carried away. After all, this is the center of the battlefield. Bai Xi held Lorna's waist in one hand and faced the Chittery dragon battleship that was ready to blast out again. Eyes red. Hot sight. Intense high temperature entered directly from the dragon's head. Then everything that hits it dissolves in an instant. The highest temperature at the thermal line of sight can exceed the heat of the sun's core. Although Bai Xi hasn't been in the sun for so long, it's too easy to dissolve this thing. Chittery in the dragon battleship was not spared. Along with the dragon battleship, it became air. Directly evaporated by high temperature. You rest first. 35. Bai Xi said to Lorna, and a teleportation disappeared, sending Lorna back directly. Then, when Bai Xi reappeared, he had already appeared in front of the other Chittery dragon battleship. Serious punch. Bai Xi clenched his fists and smashed the dragon battleship in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The dragon battleship is like aeration, and it gradually decomposes from the dragon head to the dragon tail. The Zeta Swiss soldiers in the battleship were also shaken to powder by the powerful force. One punch, one battleship. Hulk, who was smashing at the side, was stunned for a moment. Hulk at the moment also climbed on a dragon battleship, but no matter how hard he smashed it, it only opened a hole. I don't know how long it will take to completely destroy it. Others in Avengers, even more frightened expressions. Only Thor looked calm. Just kidding, Bai Xi is a tough guy who can fight his father Odin. Isn't it easy to fight a junkfish like a Chittery army? Thinking like this, Thor raised his hammer, which immediately caused lightning to smash the ground. Countless Zeta Swiss soldiers were smashed by his lightning. Nick Fury saw this punch and immediately put the roar machine away. With Bai Xi, what more Captain Marvel? Maria Hill's eyes widened even more. Bai Xi, who looks a little dishonest, how strong is he? Although she pinched Mjolnir at the beginning, she felt that Bai Xi was too strong. But after all, there is no shock in this scene. That's why some things are made bigger the better. Because the shocking feeling it brings is different. Just like now. The shock brought by Bai Xi's previous hot sight is not as strong as the shock brought by this punch. This is the comparison, the difference. In the universe. Seeing this scene, the leader of Chittery shrank his neck. If you hit the body with this punch, you may die directly, right? However, when he thought of Thanos, the cruel titan overseeing the battle from a distance, he had to bite the bullet and continue to send the Chittery army to Earth to die. For Thanos anyway, these are cannon fodder. Chief Chittery was heartbroken, but to no avail. Don't know which corner. Thanos sat on the floating throne, resting on his chin with one hand. Earth, this wild land, there are such strong people? Obviously, he was also surprised by Bai Xi's strength. Unexpectedly, such a strong person was actually detected in a test. Not bad this time. Thanos' eyes were full of solemnity. If you want to collect infinite gems, you must have a better plan. Especially the infinite gems scattered across the earth. Time gem. Sorcerer Supreme is an existence that is difficult to deal with, and this person has to be dealt with. Moreover, he also deliberately sent Mind Gem to Earth. All that is done is that when it comes time to collect, there is no need to run around. Just take a few other gems to the 9 realms, and you can collect them all in one go. Now it seems a bit too big. Ancient One on the holy place in New York was a little helpless watching this scene. She put her hands behind her back, looked at Bai Xi's handsome figure and sighed. If you continue like this, what if Thanos dares not come to Earth? Unfortunately, Sorcerer Supreme couldn't stop Bai Xi. It's impossible for Bai Xi to watch Lorna get bullied, right? Ancient One looked at the completely different New York battle and could only shake his head helplessly. The so-called Time Variation Bureau did not dare to appear. For a powerhouse like Bai Xi, they have nothing to do. He didn't even dare to appear in front of Bai Xi. Then let you come. I want to see what the world will be like. With a smile on the corner of Ancient One's mouth, he looked at the pale blue sky. I don't know why, but Ancient One is a little bit looking forward to it. No, they sent a big dick trying to raise New York to the ground. 39. Maria Hill said to Nick Fury with a mad face. Are they crazy? Nick Fury asked immediately. There is the Prince of Asgard here, and if something happens to him, the Earth will be over. The scrambled eggs exploded in an instant. Whoever made this decision is really stupid. Make him wonder if there are alien spies on Earth. Thor is not only the Prince of Asgard, but the heir to the throne. Although he was a god, but he couldn't resist and went straight to heaven? Then what kind of anger will Odin, the God King, be like? Nick Fury can't even imagine it. Compared to Asgard, Earth is a world apart. I am afraid that human beings will be wiped out by the Asgard people in an instant, right? What should I do now? Maria Hill was also extremely anxious. With so many New Yorkers, aren't they afraid of going to hell when they make this decision? Definitely. The most anxious thing for Maria Hill is that Bai Xi also appeared. Nick Fury's mind kept trying to figure out what to do. What can be done? They've already sent it. It's like express delivery. It's all delivered halfway. Who will bring it back for you? It's just that Tony couldn't imagine how such a big courier could come. When JRVS told him there was a big guy flying towards New York, he was going to break down. However, Tony made a big decision in an instant. He turned around and flew towards the big guy. Under everyone's attention, Iron Man slowly came under the big guy and then carried it on his back. Bai Xi instantly appeared in front of him. However, Tony just said, Bai, you get out of the way. It's not just you who can be a hero. The moment Tony flew past, Tony was actually very regretful. Why be a hero? But they've come this far. Tony's eyes were staring at the wormhole in front of him through the steel mask. Bai Xi looked at Tony Stark's figure and instantly felt very strange. Is this what Tony can say? Maybe in a few years he'll be able to snap his fingers indifferently in the face of Thanos. But it is definitely not that he will have this kind of consciousness now. Natasha Romanoff fulfilled her promise. She and Yelena rushed to the top floor of the Stark building. Together, the two sisters grabbed the soul scepter from Loki. Natasha Romanoff, with one hand on the ground, looked up at Loki as she fell and said, You're a god? Too weak. When Loki heard the humiliation again, he was almost numb. What's going on with these Earth natives? One or two looked down on him, the god of Asgard. And the most embarrassing thing is, he was knocked down again. Was he Loki born to be defeated? Break the Tesseract's energy with the scepter. Sober Dr. Eric shouted. He still has something. Although he didn't know that these two things were infinite gems, from the perspective of energy level, the two should be similar. Tesseract can only be shut down by a mind scepter. Only infinite gems can beat infinite gems. Natasha Romanoff took the psychic scepter and came to Tesseract under the protection of Yelena. The powerful energy of the Tesseract kept the two from getting close. The two sisters looked at each other immediately. Yelena's hand was also placed on the mind scepter. "Wait a minute," Natasha Romanoff said. The eyes of the two turned to the direction of the wormhole. The brave and fearless and regretful Iron Man carried the big guy and rushed it directly into the wormhole and into the universe. "Quick!" shouted Natasha Romanoff. She and Yelena grabbed the mind scepter and stabbed the tesseract. Boom! Tesseract exploded instantly. The transmitted energy was interrupted, and the wormhole in the sky began to slowly close and disappear. Then a red figure fell from the sky. Boom! With another loud bang. All the Zeta Swiss soldiers who were still on Earth died as if they had been disconnected. The Chitauri mothership is destroyed. That's Chitauri's biggest weakness. The soldiers are under the control of the mothership, which is destroyed, and all Chitauri die. Tony slammed it down heavily, Bai Xi hesitation, but he moved away. Boom! Tony fell to the ground and was silent for a while. Bai Xi looked at Tony's smashed steel battlesuit. "Anyway, if you can't kill it, you won't blame me, will you?" Vaguely, Tony seemed to hear Bai Xi say this. He wanted to use all his strength to jump up and punch Bai Xi. What a surface brother. After a while, he opened his eyes, and several pairs of eyes were already looking at him. "Let you be a hero once." Bai Xi pulled Tony off the ground. "I seemed to hear someone talking about me earlier," Tony said weakly to Bai Xi. He was lucky to have survived. "It's not me, don't talk nonsense." Bai Xi immediately denied it. He's Tony's best brother, how could he not be saved? The captain of the United States and the others suddenly laughed when they heard the words. Then the group went directly to the Stark building. Loki sat weakly on the ground, and when he saw a group of people looking at him, he seemed helpless. Then, the famous scene appeared. Loki was nearly humiliated to death by Hulk, and then heard a sentence. What a weak god. Thor felt embarrassed for Loki at the moment. "Don't say this is my brother, I really can't afford to lose this person. How can Thor have such a silly little brother? A shame to the gods of the north. Aren't you going to find a place to eat?" Tony asked Bai Xi. Bai Xi said, "No, I forgot one thing." Bai Xi patted his forehead immediately. Then the whole person disappeared instantly. When he appeared, he was already on the roof. The invisible woman Susan sat on the edge of the roof, her legs swaying unconsciously. "So, why am I here?" Feeling the appearance of Bai Xi, Susan murmured. "She is not of this world. She is from another world. Has his own life and a naughty younger brother. I don't know what ability he got after being irradiated." In short, Susan now feels out of place in this world. Hearing this, Bai Xi immediately pulled her head over and leaned on his shoulder. Susan's stiff body suddenly relaxed. "That's what you're here for," Bai Xi said to Susan. Lorna wouldn't agree. Susan murmured. Bai Xi smiled and said, "We all know her well." Susan also smiled and recognized the result. "It's been so long anyway." Both of them looked down at the people who came out of various hiding places one after another. Everyone looked up at this broken world, but they all smiled. "In this world, there is nothing. The end of the world. I'm going to take Loki and Tesseract." Thor said, "Who knows what you will do if you leave it on Earth?" He looked at these people and said. Everyone in SHILD smiled awkwardly. However, Nick Fury spoke up and asked Thor to take the Tesseract away. He didn't want to offend Asgard now. So, the people at SHILD are looking the other way. "Tesseract you can take away. But the Mind Scepter." The people at Hydra are very agile. They packed up the Psychic Scepter and were ready to take it away immediately. But right now, take. Natasha Romanoff's hand came up immediately. She had just sent Yelena and the Black Widow away and saw the scene as soon as she came back. She doesn't know whether this is the SHILD agent or Hydra's. So, stop it immediately. "Is something wrong, 9? The agent asked. Natasha Romanoff asked nonchalantly, "Where are you going to take it?" Who agreed. "Definitely bring it back to the Bureau. Such dangerous things can't be left indiscriminately. This is the director's order." 35. The agent answered, then took Natasha Romanoff's hand away. Natasha Romanoff looked at his back. "Nick Fury, find a place for dinner." 99. At this moment, Spider-Gwen tapped her on the shoulder. Natasha Romanoff immediately retracted his mind and agreed. I would invest in a post-war rebuilding company. Tony Stark said, looking a little complicated. Experienced another life and death. He seemed to understand something. People are always the easiest to grow up between life and death. The silver-haired girl looked at Bai Xi's face and replays on the TV, and suddenly showed a smile. Got you. However, when she saw the scene of Bai Xi and Lorna, she immediately became a little jealous. Her sweetheart already has someone else? Ask for flowers. After all, someone else came first. It's just that the first arrival doesn't count. The silver-haired girl clenched her fists, indicating that she would never give up. There is no doubt that Bai Xi was instantly popular. At any time, there is no shortage of war correspondence. Even if countless aliens are overwhelming, he was still photographed. Then people all over the world got to know him. And at this special time, Bai Xi has a new title in people's mouths. Savior. This was shouted out by those who believed in the end of the world before. In their view, the alien invasion is the end of the world. Only because of the existence of the Savior, the end of the world was interrupted like this. Savior, you're back. Lorna, who had recovered a little, teased Bai Xi. How does it feel to be a hero? Lorna asked, holding his head in his hands. I'm just a hero of justice, and I'm not happy at all. Bai Xi said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. 6,699. Both Lorna and Susan gave him a roll of eyes. His face almost opened with a smile, but he was still unhappy. Bai Xi immediately hugged Susan too. Celebrate well. Lorna just froze for a moment and didn't refuse. Bai Xi and Lorna immediately went to prepare a big meal. Susan also ran in to fight. The New York War seems to have little effect, but in fact it has a subtle effect on everyone. Tony returned home and lay on the sofa tiredly. 00. He smiled when he saw the figure on the TV. It is clear that I am the great hero, the savior. However, he wasn't jealous either. Bai Xi is indeed too powerful. Powerful beyond imagination. But, just close your eyes. Tony thought of the scene where he flew into the sky with the big guy on his back. For him, this scene will never be forgotten. In this universe, humans are not alone. Even in the 9 realms, there are Asgard people and other races. The strength of human beings is too weak. There are many people who have this idea. But life must go on. Bai Xi and Lorna try to stay as reclusive as possible. Because if they don't cover up, they will be watched as soon as they go out. Especially Lorna. The green hair is really conspicuous, and she didn't like to do anything to hide it at first. She is her. This is Polaris. Fortunately, no matter what it is, it will lose its heat over time. Even if Bai Xi is considered to be the savior of the world. As time flows, 2012 is not over yet. But, ding! A voice sounded in Bai Xi's mind. Bai Xi was immediately surprised. Because this is the darkness before dawn. It has been 19 years, and next year will be 20 years. He has hidden all his strength and has never let go. The purpose is to reward one after another spree. Otherwise, Ancient One, Odin, he would not keep his hands. Congratulations to the host who has achieved 19 years of hidden strength and received a reward, Anti-Life Equation. Anti-Life Formula. When hearing this anti-life formula, human beings will lose their free will and be manipulated by the user. Bai Xi looked at the anti-life equation that belonged to him, like a messy equation. But it's very powerful. Even Superman Clark is affected by it. While on the anti-monitor, the anti-life equation can even affect death and Black Lantern power. Its description is very powerful. Darkseid wants to use it to conquer one endless world after another. It's a pity. Bai Xi is a good guy. Otherwise, if Thanos gets it, how can you collect infinite gems? Bai Xi immediately looked at his panel. Host, Bai Xi. Person, Dimension Mephisto. Physical, Demigod. Items, Symbiosis Talisman, Mantra Lasso, Fountain of Youth, Bumblebee, Elf Ball, Supreme Lord of the Rings, Anti-Life Equation. Ability, Batman's fighting ability, Teleportation, Advanced Version, Serious Punch, Hot Sight, Time Travel, Frozen 1,000 Miles, Mirror Space, Listening, Super Hearing, Omega Rays, Dimension Teleportation, Incredible Person. The anti-life equation suddenly appeared on the item. Such a powerful thing has been hidden for 19 years and obtained by him. Now Bai Xi is looking forward to it. What do you get when you hide for 20 years? Isn't that invincible? 100 million.